what is happening more of your to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on credential, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You wanna get a news update to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Spoon Ba-da-ba-de-ba-de-ba. Skiddy-biddy-biddy-da-ba-do.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEOs, then coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening more of your to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on credential, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari.
Oh yes, I tell you, you want to know what's happening in the ministry? What are the officials of government saying? Who are the ministers? What are the people saying about the policy makers? You want to know exactly, The training issues in Liberia, that's right now. To get your information, to get your email, and on the School Network, your premium program, the book follows on radio online. The School Talk, this is where you get to listen to this fascinating program every single day, Monday through Friday. And I'd like to welcome to another edition of the show. We are back on your radio. For this week. Yeah, apologies to all of you across the world who were very concerned, and I saw so many of you were calling, you kept posting on the social media. What's happening? Why are we not hearing that God can bless anybody? Why is the Spoon Talk not on? What's happening with Spoon? Why is the radio not on? We appreciate all of you for the concerns expressed, and of course that demonstrates that you followed keenly what we do here. We appreciate
Yes,
it.
sir. A special one from the CEOs that come with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band.
On your radio. My name is Nelson Colette, and of course, we will certainly move in and bring this training issue. I will welcome all of you, and of course, the CEO and the rest of the team come back and tell us training. Lots of things are happening in the country. Let me start with
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Ethiopia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update?
Once again, you want to make sure let's talk Liberia. That's what we care about.
Yeah, and indeed, it's
Politicians want to get their decision just to spoon.
yes, the people here.
You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon.
And then we allow more people to come on. I know you can post it.
You're from Funjama, Maryland to
The first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to recognize Rebecca, Awalo, how is doing? I see Nurse Hale.
If you eat keep on congratulate my brother to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio to spoon.
Daniel Freeman.
To spoon.
Or you just ask Mother as he eats what's going on.
Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, my body there.
I see Diallo. No more Mr. Como, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Yes, my
Over
body there.
here, I see Jennifer Curry. I see Dennis Wade. Lady Bird. And they start asking, how are you doing? I see I'm from India. I see Suhabu, Wade, really temporary for what I do with you. I see Ashley Morris. Over here, Florence Dave, Francis Kadima, the Master, Naomi Paul, Dustin Kama. Every time I'm asking, back in the day, Mr. Kama, I see now Sarah Dia, Wicca, I see Leo Stute, I see Rosemary City, I see Volvo, I see Music what's going on? I see Henry Bloom, I see Yourself, what I complicate. What's going on, my brother? How's everything over there, Eddie? I see Atro Konta, Momo Jamaquia. Of the music now we can see the music now we are not getting Dwalu. If you're not getting me, if anybody else can hear me, man, please just give me a thumbs up. I don't want to be talking for free. I see S.C. Moore. I see Melvin D. Fire. Over here, I see James Doe Sr.
Yes, sir.
I see Grace Moore.
From the CEOs that come with the spoon. And your boy, Friday.
David Daiku, Samuel Coker, Bishop Jennifer Precious Tushan. How are you doing, ma'am? I see Elaine Fokpa, Dennis S.K. Kake Saladima County. I see Martha Campbell, Mighty Johnson, Rosalind Secret say we can't hear Dwalu. Can you
Wow.
just I don't know if
Okay.
um
So yeah. So Mr. Tualu, I think
if
you
you
can.
the radio is very low. If you can hear me now, can you give me thumbs up? If you can hear me, please. I see I have to do most of this all over again. God anointed favor. How you doing, Pastor? What's going on? If you can hear me, man, Brown Mason, Mazona, you see, doing
Okay, it
good
says good now.
now. Okay, now it's good. We are good now. Okay, excellent. So I'm going to read some of these names back again just to make sure I get everybody here. I see Alice Ba. How are you doing? Alice Thomas Coty. Kodan Getor. How you doing, Mama? How everything, Kodan? I see Basi Morris, Lee Francis, Zeze, Felix, F. Foya. I see Nelson Bajak Taylor. I see Marie Johnson, Diallo Flomo, Charles Hart Jr. I see Kuko Watson. How are you doing, Kuko? I see Jenny Fala Winwa. I see
Wonjua.
yeah,
Jenny
there you
Fala
go.
Wonjua. She's a
Winwa.
Liberian journalist.
There you go. Excellent. I apologize. I don't recognize the name. I think I got to learn somebody journalist's name. I see Victoria Blambo Cooper. I see Benedict Hort, Riley F. Fala, Bishop Jennifer Precious Tushan. I think I recognize you earlier. I see Mamua. I see Ibrahim Bando. Over here, I see Cole Morris Jr., Abu Bakar Keita. I see Yasa Billy Sumo. Everybody, man, you're welcome to the show. We got to talk Liberia. We have to sing Liberia. We have to love this location because nowhere else is going to embrace you as much as Liberia does. It is up to you to embrace Liberia as well. If we are going to chart a new course for this country, collectively, we have to contribute all we have because this is all we have. Colette.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Indeed. Lots of things happening in the country today. Liberians had a holiday. We had a holiday in the country. The 67th Armed Forces Day was today, or is today, since in fact the day has not concluded yet. But we saw the cancellation of the official program that will always be held. Wow. The official program that is being held annually in recognition of the many contributions that our men in arms make to the country. Well, Liberians have been expressing mixed views on that as well. There were roadblocks set up. Yes, and the president addressed. He did, make some comment with respect to that. I think Mr. Dwalu, once the CEO comes on, the rest of the team will follow expand on that. The defense minister resigned his position today as well. He presented his letter of resignation to the office of the president just less than 1 week following his confirmation from the Senate. He had to resign based on all of what transpired. He's been accused by the AFL widows, and a lot more details coming up on the show. Yeah, so it's just been about that, the holiday, and lots of other things going on in the country.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Dwalu,
Yeah.
you want to come in? Anything from your end before we go to the
No,
lines
I
to
mean,
take
like I
calls?
said, we have a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
Obviously, I guess this is not the first one-off. Most of these AFL wives have been speaking for a very long time. I hate that I ended this way, but at the end of the day, Honorable Black Eye, I believe he made a great decision. He came and spoke to the country and let the country know what's going on, how he's addressing these issues. At the end of the day, like the general said, Liberia is bigger than every single one of us. We have to always put her first. Now, I'm not privy to the details of what happened in the back, but I can assure you there's been a lot of brouhaha in the back, people wanting the general to go for reasons best known to themselves. But let's see how this unfolds. At the end of the day, we have to find a way to make this work for all of us, not just one group of people or those who are serving in government, but every single one of us. Now, Nelson, before we go ahead, you take some calls if you want me to go for my 1 minute, because I have to speak, and I've been hearing a lot of young people will say this, and I just want to make a little mention of this. I have, since I've been home, I have about 42 men working every single day since I've been home. And we spend a lot of time together. And I speak to some of these young men. They would say, "Oh, Ngoba, I'd rather be in America than living in Liberia." And we would all laugh about it. And I thought about this for a very long time. And I want you to listen to me very carefully, audience. And I understand why anybody would say that. Because of the condition in the country, some of these young people see no hope. They see no hope. They believe their only hope is to find a way to leave this country and go elsewhere. They don't care if they're slaves in another man's country. As long as they leave Liberia, they believe in their warped minds that everything is going to be okay. I'm not going to tell them everything is not going to be okay, but this is what I'm going to say to them. We have to do better as a society to get our young men thinking this way, that they'd rather be in prison in another country than to live in their own country. It's a serious problem. This is why I will continue to advocate heavily. I don't care what anybody says to me, that for this administration to succeed, we have to find a way to create private sector jobs for these young people. I will continue to push this issue. Nobody's going to stop me. I will continue to say this, Honorable Boykai, President Boykai. If this administration, the arrest is going to succeed, we have to find private sector job provision across this country for these young men. We have to give them dignity. We have to make sure they build their own families because they are losing hope. Most of them have actually lost hope. If they're willing to be slaves, they're willing to cross the Atlantic, they're willing to cross into other people's country. They say, listen, I'd rather be living in Europe as a slave than live in my own country. When a man gets to that position, it tells me a whole lot that he's losing faith, he's lost faith in his own country. How can we bring hope back to young men in this country, to young women in this country? We have to do more. We have to create private sector jobs. There are ways to do this. We have to be willing to push the envelope into Barclayville in Sando County, push the envelope into Sesto, push the envelope into Harper, across into Vonjima. We have to push the envelope into Ganta and Seclipie, because if we don't do this, our young men have lost hope. They are willing to do anything, whatever it takes to leave this country. How are we supposed to develop if the young men of this country have absolutely no hope in their own country? Honorable President, we have work to do. We must find a way to create private sector jobs in this country. By all means, whatever it takes, jobs must be created for young men and women in this country, or else they will lose entire hope in their country. Is this what we want? Is this what we fought for? What are we going to say to our children when young men cannot work in this country? If they cannot work for themselves, there are jobs that must be provided for these young people. It is possible, Mr. President. We have the skills now to do this. We have to find a way. As I'm saying to these young people, over 42 of them, I've been home almost a month. And I have 42 men working for me every single day since I've been home. And when I listen to them, say, Uncle Upa, I'd rather be in America in prison than live in Liberia. I'd rather be a slave in Europe than live in Liberia. Listen, when a man gets to that point, it tells me he's lost all hope. When are we going to bring hope back to Liberians in this country? When are we going to give them dignity? When are we going to give them honor and duty and let them know that their country, this Liberia, belongs to them? They themselves have to enjoy the fruits of this country. Are we going to be complacent, Mr. President? We have to provide private sector jobs for our people. We have to design the strategies to make sure those in Sesto City can feel the effects of their government here in Monrovia. We have to make sure my boyhood city of Buchanan is a lovely city with factories set up so our young men and women can go to work. It's not about government job. I hate this nonsense about people, oh, you want job? Of course they want jobs. How do you expect them to get dignity if they cannot get jobs in their own country? I came purposely in the studio today. It's been hurting me all day. The young men, 24, 25 years old, saying, Uncle Opa, there's nothing in Liberia for me. This morning, in the Bonafide community, a young man died in a container. He died like a little dog in his container because he put a generator in his container, and there was no action taken by his government to make sure these young men are protected in this country. We have neglected our duty to the citizens of Liberia. We have work to do. We have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do. If we don't give these young men dignity, this country may just implode. This country may go to the dogs. Mr. President, you have a monumental task to cater into the Liberian citizen. The men especially. I know I'm not leaving the women out, but I'm saying this. It hurts me every single time when I know we have the skills now to provide jobs in this country for the young men, yet we have neglected them. And they're saying, I'd rather be a slave in Europe. I'd rather be a slave in America than to live in my own country. This is what we've become. A people who have lost every hope. A people who look to nothing. I understand this. Onobraga just came to power. Mr. President, I know you just been here for a very short period of time. I know the task ahead is mighty. It's going to be a heavy load. It's going to be a heavy lift. It's going to be very heavy. But Mr. President, we have to tackle this task collectively, because if we leave out these young men and women, if we don't provide jobs for them in the private sector, all of this is in vain. The drug infestation is going to be exacerbated across this country. I don't care how many drug tests we take. It's not going to help our young men because they've lost hope. They see nothing for themselves in this country. They see no future. We have to recalculate Liberia, recalibrate this country so the young men can have future in this country. I want Little Trocon, I want Darlington, I want Flomo, and I want Kekula to realize that their heritage has a place for them. And that place is true employment. That place is proper education. That place is dignity and to build their own families. That place is to own a home and own a vehicle and live on air conditioning. That place is dignity in employment. We got work to do, Mr. President. The private sector must be birthed. The tools are here. The strategies are here. The innovation is here. The techniques are here. The question is our leadership willing to employ the strategies that are needed to ensure our young men and women go to work? That is the question, Mr. Colette. If you have time, you can come in, sir.
Yes. Thanks a lot, Mr. Dwalu. And yes, it is always very inspiring. The young people, when they get to listen to you across the country, they get inspired a whole lot. We keep receiving very great feedbacks, and you're right, because it speaks volume when we hear these things. It has become a normal thing in Liberia where a lot of young people will say, I'd rather be in jail in America than to live in Liberia as a free man. But again, this is where we are. Thanks a whole lot again tonight, Mr. Dwalu, for what I would term as a motivational piece for a lot of people across the country tonight. Yeah. So I want to go to the lines now and see if we can get some calls coming through.
From our people. Yeah.
We want to hear what Liberians think. What are the issues that are on their minds? You can now go ahead and talk about those different issues of concerns tonight. Of course, water health, political issues, education, agriculture, sanitation, whatever the issue is, you can express yourself now or forever with your piece. All right. So the numbers to call: 0555-101075, 0555-101075 is the first number, and or you can also call the WhatsApp line, especially for those of you out of Liberia. You can call the number that I'm going to put up now and make your contribution on the program tonight. So the WhatsApp number right on the screen, and then we can now go ahead and start to take your calls tonight on the program. So we take our first call here tonight.
I'm sorry, Nancy. My sister fell my thank you, my bleaching cream around. Thank you so much.
I'll call that later off. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead now and start to take calls on the show tonight. Let's see if we can take the first person on this line. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from? Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, sir.
My name is George Mara from Chia.
Okay, Josh.
Yeah, next, I want to Chia Dwalu. They point him. They put the young people in the career. It's not easy. Your family saying to learn. You don't have nothing to do. You're just passing all around taking family people. The other people just said that if you like for money, then they're turning the base city hotel for them. Then we like some out there who pass not at all. Who not out to go to every meeting. The people say that to actually every after they say that if you like for money, then they say that it's okay. So they think value is very
Thank you.
Good point. And that's what we please. What has to look for job for you are qualified.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
What point of view, man? Because we just me I go to a lemon tree and let us see they have my street. I will come up to move on the street.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, of what? Yes, well, you then. But that qualified document before they get in front. People not just saying that in our money in the time they are trying to go to the best.
Thank you, sir. Let's hold you there and take the next person. We have to be brief as we do this because I can understand a lot of you are passionate about what you're talking about, but please let's just be straight to the point so we can take as many calls tonight. Let's talk to this person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from.
Hello, Nelson. My name is Ngapo, and I'm calling from the Twin Cities of Minnesota. How are you doing today, Nelson?
Yes, sir. We're okay. It's good to have you on.
Yeah, I want to speak briefly on one of the topics you gave for this, or when it had to do with privatization. Government create space for individuals to create business and stuff like that. Because if you look at every society or every government or every country, the platform that the government will create, it doesn't necessarily have to be like the government has to give money to everybody, which we know is not going to be possible. For creating security, for example, we have people in the diaspora that have idea of coming back home, or they are afraid. Number one, the security. We don't have electricity, all of these things, so we have to encourage each other, as well as, government cannot do everything, in short, right? I think a couple of times I asked you, I wanted to speak to Dalo. You hear me?
But yeah, he's hearing you. He's listening to you.
Yeah. I one person I really admire is Dalo. It's not, I haven't seen him before, but I've heard, and not just from him, people work that he's been doing and stuff like that. So Dalo, I would like you to please take my number right now. I can read it out on air, and you can give your own air. So please, Nelson, can you give my number to Dalo one way or the other? So I want to have something very serious discussion with him.
Yeah, I'm certainly going to do that, sir. I'm going to do that. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
All right.
Okay, so let's take another person. I see Dr. Richardson is in the background. Let me bring her on now. Dr. Richardson, it's good to have you on. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, hello. How you doing today?
Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Hello, hi everyone.
Yeah, it's good to have you on.
Yeah, nursing. Thank you. How are you? Hi everyone. I just got one or two things on my mind. I'm a Liberian. I live in the U.S. I live in New York. I think I talked to you once or twice.
Okay.
Everybody complaining about job. Yes, we agree. God is the one that rescued Liberia actually, because by now people are going to be committing suicide. I'll be honest with you, because it's tough. Wherever you send the people, they're not going to even get anything out of it. But my point here is, I want for the president of Liberia to create a rehabilitation center for the ex-combatant, to reduce the criminal rate in Liberia, because the boys in the street, no matter how you develop the country, we still have problems. They can, like government land, do something like building a huge place, whether 100 acre, 50 acre, whatever you call it, and they put the boys there, get a training center for them, get trade, like carpentry, masonry, and then they'll go there after the rehabilitation treatment, then they can learn a trade. They will be able to contribute towards the economy. Everybody can work in the government. So that's my point right now. Also, we got to pray for the president. The craziness going on with and other people. We got to pray for him.
Thank you.
A lot of people saying the radio station is very low.
Yes. So we are making some adjustments on that. We have some technical issues for which we couldn't bring the show on last night, so we're still making adjustments, and we can assure our audience that it will be okay very soon. We are adjusting. Yeah. So let's take another person here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from. Let's hear you, sir. Can you go ahead? Yes, sir. You're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Ayuba Kwan, calling from Abu Dhabi, UAE to be precise.
Okay, please go ahead. What's on your mind?
Yeah, my concern is that, I mean, firstly, extend my thanks and appreciation to the president today for taking a bold decision. And let me also thank Mr. P. Joseph, PC Joseph, thank you too for taking another bold step. That's what we call food soldier.
Okay.
But this action taken by this action taken by this lady, these ladies, they are strong they are not soldier wife leader.
You said the ladies are not soldiers' wives? You think so?
They are not soldier. Majority of them, they are not soldier wives.
How did you get to know that, sir? How did you get to know that, sir?
When you see the photo that I saw on social media, my brother.
So when you see soldier wife, you can know. How do you get to know soldiers? The wives of soldiers. How do you get to what? How do you identify that one is a soldier's wife?
Let's say when you see besides soldier wife, when you see wife, real wife behave, you know.
Okay, thank you, sir.
That's for example, soldier wife. When you see wife, the way wife behave, you know.
Okay.
So protocol motivator.
Thank you, sir.
I'll ask the president to do another action.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Let's take another person here. Okay, we lost this person. Dr. Kelvin, let's bring you on. You're live. Your name. Please go ahead, sir. Can you lower the volume of your receiver? Dr. Kelvin, let's bring you on. You're live. No, Dr. Kelvin, I'm hearing myself, and the feedback is terrible, sir. It's not good.
Thank you. Thank Mr. Dualu in studio there. And I'd like to make a contribution to what Mr. Dualu just said.
Okay.
He's a man I've been admiring, and I even wish for him to be a city major in Liberia. But I would like to go straight to what he was saying concerning the youth. And you see, the government in recent time have talked about training, the president has talked about training 10,000 youth in ICT, the Internet of Things. So that is a good thing. But what I see is something like hypocrisy in our government most of the time. Because you see, there are vibrant youth that are coming up with credentials and qualified, competent people are waiting to serve. They have come behind this government for a long time to serve this government. They were all in the rain to come to bring this our leader to power, but they have been forgotten, and we are taking older folks and putting them into government. Where you think, and the people that are coming into government, they are serving this generation because 65% of our population are the youth.
Okay.
So who are we serving? Are you bringing in older people to serve our people? What do they know that some people need at this particular time? Young people need jobs. Are these older folks going to create jobs for our people? So when we change these things, or we talk about training the youth, and we want to train those 10 people, get 10,000 people, where would they work? So our government should rethink when they're appointing our people into government. Look at some of us here, we are graduated with degrees, and we're going to come back to our country. Look at the tourism sector. We need to contribute to our country. These are arms, pillows that will build our economy. Instead, we are looking at them. Are we marching the talk we talk in our mouth?
Thank you.
This is thing our government should rethink.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for allowing me the time. I think that the government speak to their conscience and understand where they want to go.
Thank you, sir.
I think they should have a vision. And that vision is to accomplish the economic development plan for the Republic of Liberia.
Dr. Kelvin, let me hold you there. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you for your contribution tonight, sir. Thanks a whole lot. And with the time at 9 minutes past 9 o'clock, I think we like to hold the course there. And let me give it back to you, Mr. Dualu and Dr. Richardson, and the CEO.
Hey, Direct, welcome to the show. Stanton, welcome to the show. Just very briefly, man, while you guys coming on, we're talking about the issue of job creation in this country and giving young men dignity. Like I said today, throughout the week, I've been talking to most of the guys that are working for me, about 42 of them. And most of them were saying, listen, I'd rather be in jail in America or be a slave in Europe than live in Liberia because I have no hope, no prospect of any kind when I live in my own country. And my message was very simple. Honorable Bwaka, we understand he's brand new to this task, but it's a massive task. If we don't engineer a way to provide a lot of jobs in the private sector, which is more than possible, given what we know now, we will fail as a society. It doesn't matter what you do. You can build bridges in the sky. People would not care if they don't have dignity in employment or something decent to be able to take care of their own families. This is a crucial part of this process in this country. For me, if we don't give hope to the young men and women, when I mean young men and women, let me quantify that for a second, because there's a tendency now, because a lot of people have not worked. Sometimes it will extend as far as 45 years old. Now, I cap youth at 25, but we have men and women in this country that have not even had a job. So you have 50-year-olds, 45-year-olds still looking for a job all over the place. It's a lot of work to be done. We have to strategize better if we want to build this country in a way that is truly representative of the totality of the people of this country. Stanton, welcome to the show, Dr. Francine.
Thank you, Dwalu.
Stanton, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Dwalu. I'm trying to set up, but I heard what you
Yeah, they
said.
keep saying the station is very low, so I'm not sure.
You have. Please tell him to.
Yeah, so we're still making some adjustments on that. So the folks will have to be patient as we adjust.
Yeah, guys, you guys that are listening in Radio Land, there are some adjustments being made. Hey, Dagandidi, oh man, how you doing? When you coming home? Are you home? By the way, so there are a lot of adjustment being made, guys. So the radio station, there was a little bit, technical difficulties. They're making some adjustments. So just be patient there for a second. Bonebreaker is here. He just ate double key today, so it's gonna be all fiery. Just want to make that point, Dr. Francine.
That's
But
the
loveliest ever. Welcome to the show.
Dwalu.
You want to
Can
talk
you hear
something,
me?
but either they're not allowing. You cannot make it.
Oh, so you can hear me?
You got something?
I can hear you.
We
I
can
can
hear
hear
you,
you.
Tingo. We can hear you.
I can hear you.
You can hear me?
We still can't hear you, Stanton. We
Dr.
can't hear you,
Richardson
Dr.
hearing me.
Francine. So I think it's a little adjustment being made. Hopefully, people are hearing me on the radio.
I can hear you very clear and loud.
But while they're doing that, I'm gonna be making. Okay, there you go. I see Daniel Fonor. Welcome, Joseph. Okay, I think I said that person already. Same way, Kali, Goma, and Samsung. How are you doing, Goma? I see Joseph Tukba, Abraham C. Walker, Mr. Walker. Welcome to the show. I see Eli Hoke. I see Eric Carr. Welcome. I see Safely Faith Chisholm. Welcome to the show. I see Ben Don. Ben Don says it's clear from my end. Thank you, sir. I see Gertrude Jones. I see Amos Mahjong. I see Gina Davis. Tama Alex Nupella. How are you doing, Mr. Nupella? I see Ben Don. I see Moses Galakba. Mr. Galakba, how are you doing this afternoon? I see Nelsie Vay. Yeah, Bonebreaker is here. I'll say Gua is watching from Tennessee. How you doing, Mr. Tennessee? I see Dete Cully. I see Lorraine Darling. How are you doing? Everybody across this country, man. Those in Radio Land. I see Patrick Nimlin. Mr. Nimlin, how are you doing? What do I have here? See, that's what it said. We hearing you guys. Thank you, Dede, for making
Dwalu, can you
sure
hear
that
us
you're
now?
hearing us. Stanton, you're muted. We cannot hear you.
Dr. Richardson,
I
you can
see
hear me, right?
Sita H. Herman. Hey, Sita, what's going on? Oh, Mandagenti, you're not here yet. Eric Dazi. Eric Dazi says he's hearing us. We are making a few adjustments here just to make sure you guys can get a loud and clear.
Let me see if I can get Nelson. The folks say they are hearing us, but Dwalu not hearing us, so we don't know what's happening. So I think Dwalu got to go in and come back. Oh boy, Dwalu, Nelson, what happened?
Aber Suba, Anthony Z. Wigan, Sarah's Bull K. Marion Tama Gardner. I see Manita Steven, Wilmon Dwyer, James Tapper. We are making some adjustments here, guys. Bear with us. Hopefully, you guys can hear us very soon. Samuel Dubena, Prince Robert, John Boba, Echo Jet, Kosi Malu. Mr. Malu, how are you doing?
What happened? You're not talking?
Dr. Richardson, wait, I'm on the phone with them.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'll wait.
Um, well, I'm trying to
But turn your phone
hear
off
you.
now.
Okay, let me do this.
Turn your
Okay.
cell phone off.
Yeah, I think I can hear you
So are we
now.
good now? So keep gotta mute Dwalo. Thank you. So keep Dwalo in the back because he had his time on the show when we were muted. So pull him back there. Let. So Dwalo, can you hear us now? Are we good? Can you get Dwalo volume?
He has volume now. He has
I got
volume.
volume.
All right,
did hear
thank
loud
you.
and
So
clear.
we're good now. Thank you very much, guys. We appreciate it. That's good. We're solid good. Dr. Richardson, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
There's the reason why that Dwalo tried to, mute me or give me some technical issue, because he called somebody's name, and I was just asking, is that the person that talked to him on video call yesterday at 10:16 p.m. Because I was on the phone.
Yeah.
Dwalo. Yeah.
Yeah, calling substitute wives. That's what you're saying. Hey, boy,
Did she call you back? Because you told her to call you back. Did she call you back?
Who is she now?
Huh?
Who is she?
No, but Gabe, I'm not joking. Gabe, seriously. Dwalo know who I talk about. When I went to
Come and pick it for you, Dwalo. Come and say pick it for you.
Gabe said I let her joke.
Oh, Satan.
Dwalo, is James there with you? James Liberia there with you?
Who?
You know what Spoon has done to me? There's not a single place you go in the city where you're not recognized. So
yeah,
it's one of those deals. So you get high anywhere.
I know, right? It's
That's
hard.
true.
But I want to say Dwalo, man. And I know we're taking it easy, Dwalo. Today, I'm grateful to God, but today it's kind of too hard for me today. I'm not talking about my family. I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about Liberia politics. I've been very truthful to my Liberian people. So I'm going to be very quiet. I'm going to observe the conversation today. I know Asido coming on, the rest of the team, Sam Jackson probably going to stop by. But Dwalo, it's something. It's something just, something begot something and nothing begot nothing. Something is happening. Are we in neutral? Are we moving? What's going on with the train? Is derailment taking place? Is there a technical issue? What's happening? How can we reconvene? Are we everybody on board or somebody hanging by the window? Do we have slower with us? What's going on? Something in my mind is I've been having such a quiet day, after 2 cups of coffee. And I'm not to myself. Somebody need to wake me up. Dwalo, what's going on? Today is Monday, the 12th of February. Imagine, inauguration was what? Inauguration was just the 22nd. 20 days. Or maybe somebody would say 21 days. All depends where you are. So where are we? People that were pushing the train and trying to put this train on track. I want Liberians to participate tonight. I want us all to come to some understanding. The first resignation that was accepted, whether it was requested by the president or Prince C. Johnson said, I just want to give it. The first major resignation, the first major say, I don't want the job. The first major protest that gained victory. So what do you want to say, Dwadu? In 21 days, the first major protest that gained victory for the protester. Whether you call them sedition wives or military wives, whatever. But the issue remains. Something begot something, and nothing begot nothing. So I am concerned, Dr. Rich is saying, where are we? I know you are not part of this train. I know you are not the conductor. I know you are not the passenger. A lot of things coming in, but it's shocking. The state of the nation is not in distress anymore. And I can't wait for the Liberian people to be part of the conversation tonight. So we gave them 1 hour early to bring them in and to hear from them. The state of the nation Liberia is what? Dr. Richardson, help me. I am who I am. But this one, Dr. Richardson, no.
So, like you, I'm concerned about what's going on in the country. I'm very concerned. I have a message for 4 parties. The Senate, who confirmed Prince Prince Johnson. Prince C. Johnson, not Prince Y. I have a message for Mr. Johnson himself. I have a message for the wives, some of the wives of, as Buckeye termed it, some of the wives of the AFL soldiers. And I also have a message for CDC or UP operatives in the country. Because I think those 4 factors, those 4 parties, there's something that is involved with them. I don't know how the story about this pension business, the story about the grievances that the military wives have, why didn't it come up during the confirmation process? Wasn't that the time when vetting supposed to occur, when all the questions were supposed to be asked? Isn't that what vetting confirmation here is about? So for us not to just be hearing some of these things is very surprising. And to Mr. Prince C. Johnson, there were some allegations made against him. And again, even though I respect the fact that he always ends his comments by, we will remain apolitical, as a good military should be apolitical. I like the fact that he was, he was very protective of our democracy from a military standpoint. But there was one of the allegations that I heard when the women read the petition. They said that there were machineries, there was machines that were rented, that belongs to AFL, that was rented by B Mountain. And they said that this money was going into somebody's pocket. I believe, I don't know if they said Prince Johnson's pocket or somebody's pocket. You heard that, right?
Yeah, but I'm not asking for your intro yet. I'm just trying to get 15 seconds out of you. And I will bring the same 50 seconds to acid though to Mr. Dwadu, because I want to get them. I bring people attention here, folks. Mr. Dwadu, Dr. Richardson just now wasted WhatsApp. But I'm kind of confused, Mr. Dwadu. The state of our nation is where? 21 days, 3 weeks after inauguration. What's going on? with this train? Do we even have a train anymore? We're not hearing you. We need volume for the guys, please,
The
Nelson.
state of the nation is forming. Hopefully, you can hear me now. Can you hear
Yes,
me?
you're good.
Okay, the state of the nation is forming now. I understand why you may be a little, how do I call it?
And leave you
Eager
with
to
your
see
word.
things moving along. But I think it's moving along, howbeit gradually than we expected. But things are moving along as I stand. It's been 21 days, like you said. It will take time for everything to come together. And I think Honorable Barkai, President Barkai, is doing his best to make sure he puts this thing together. That's what I'm going to say to that.
You are very careful. You are very crafted. You find your words in a more diplomatic way. You don't want to spoil things. That's what we say on the street. You don't want to put say in the Gary. I understand, but I am here to tell the Liberian people the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God, because that's who they believe I am, and there will be no way I put a spin to it. But you are a very crafted individual, Mr. Isaac. Though, here we are. The state of the nation is it still in distress? The state of the nation, this train. Where are we? I woke up 3. Isaac, was it 3 a.m.? Maybe it was 7 a.m. your time. And that was maybe 2 a.m. my time. We're not hearing you, Isaac. And we were talking about this protest. We're talking about this issue. My brother, I have not eaten Sunday. I drank 2 cups of coffee. I am concerned. I am worrying. I am disturbed. I am shocked. Where are we, Minister Doe? Where are we?
Well, CEO, let me say hi to everyone, our listeners, Eduardo, Dr. Richardson, and you. It's good to be back here today. I will say the state of the nation is concerning, deeply, deeply concerning, and it is presenting to us what was never expected. But again, I know we have a lot to discuss going into the time. I just, feel good that we are back here to discuss Liberia always. And we do that without fear or favor, without anybody approving or not approving. We will do it as much as we love our country. We will always be here. But the state of this nation right now is concerning, very deeply concerning.
Well, let's bring in Glenn. Glenn, welcome again to this show. Welcome again, as always. We want to say it's good to have you. A lot of phone calls, a lot of messages, a lot of talking in the back, a lot of folks making different arguments. Glenn, nothing to hide right now. The Liberian people been waiting for spoon talk. We say as we see it. No favor, no shame, no putting say in the Gary. Even if you get me said, I will put it in the Gary when necessary. But here we are, Glenny. The Amen. Newly appointed, confirmed Minister of Defense, retired General Prince C. Johnson. Whether the president requested his resignation or he willingly resigned, either or, there was a resignation in the making, and the president accepted. And here we are. The next thing over the weekend, Jeremiah Kwankun, Vice President, flying private jet. Here we are. The situation of the rest price going up by 25 cents. Here we are. The situation about LDC, they're not promising Joseph Yuma Bwaka that they would bring investor with $1.something billion. So therefore, keep money captain where he is, because he bring in $1.something billion. Whether it's a Lelo from Charles Taylor time that's still rolling over. Here we are. Madam Genius, the state of our nation is where?
It's on course. It's on course.
Talk to me. You got 15 seconds.
I think it's on course. I think there are a lot of things that have happened. I want to also say thank you to retired General Prince Johnson, who today for me has acted as a good soldier to take all of the blame and to resign. I also appreciate the fact, I know we're not going into the details, but I appreciate the fact also that President Boyka has set up a committee to do investigation. So we will wait, and he said he gave them 2 weeks. So we'll wait to hear what that says. But there's a lot of things happening. I don't think Liberia is singing. I think Liberia is on course. I think these were expectations. When you're coming off the backdrop of a
You are
government.
saying that the state of the nation is on course, but the president said in his address is in distress. On course and in distress is two different things. Be serious with the Liberian people here. No, Granny, you need Granny, you have one moderator, you gotta be serious with Liberian people here. You cannot tell us say it's on course, it's sitting well, it's on autopilot, and the president says in distress. When a person is in distress, when a vehicle is in distress, it's not on course. So we gotta get two battles here.
It's on course.
It's on course in America. It's on course in
course.
America.
The state of the nation of Liberia is on course. If you compare it to the speech that President Boycott did, where he said there were concerns, so that still means that it's on course. On course does not mean that it's not sailing. On course doesn't mean that there are no troubles. On course does not mean that we're coming from a failed government. That's not what it means. On course means whatever they're able to do to keep Liberia afloat is what they're doing. That's what I'm saying.
Daddy. Thank you. And again, let me say this. If any one of you think that you want to moderate, put your hands up and moderate. I will sit in the back. But as long as I'm the moderator, I want to say to all my good people out there, you will enjoy the show from what I said. All right? There's two things on course, in distress. Dr. Richardson, let's welcome our brother Al-Hassan UJ Fadika. You from the school of psychosocial study. You are right there, bringing justice to the crazy man, helping the man not to jump over the bridge and commit suicide, Dr. Richardson. How can you convince this man? Say, don't jump over the bridge. Don't your wife left you. Don't jump over the bridge. Don't the increase in rice price. Don't jump over the bridge. Don't the people asking for the salary. Don't jump over the bridge. Dr. Richardson, be sincere to Liberia tonight. Another 15 seconds to you. It's our state of the nation, the state of the nation, the affair. Is it on course?
There's a lot of concerns that I have. I think there's a step back in the state of the nation. The concerns that I have starts with our confirmation process. I mean, it's a process that involves several parts. Background checking, the hearing, letter of references if there's any. And all of these things are good things so that we can know at least what is expected. I see that, Prince C. Johnson was confirmed and the other people, military people, were confirmed, and we didn't even have any idea that some of these military women had the grievances against them, especially when it relates to pension, when we know that this pension issue was here before during the summer time. So I'm concerned about what happened there. Why weren't the right questions asked? Or were they asked? There were many allegations made against Prince C. Johnson. One of them was there's a property that belongs to AFL that is being rented to B Mountain. Another one was his son was watching soccer game. They believe that it is through corruption. Another one that they're not getting their regular services. And then I know the president addressed issues of housing. And
thank you, Dr. Richardson. That's a big one because I'm receiving a report that the people around B Mountains, those that are working there, they're about to stage a major protest. Again, I will say this, B Mountain employees, those that are living around B Mountain saying they are going on strike, they're about to stage a major protest. There will be protests today, protests tomorrow, protests forever. How will the President Joseph Yeman Boakai, address these protests? Are we walking into every other protest resign? Every other protest resign? Let me bring in the Bapalu boy, Abdullah Mambe. Before I do that, let me bring in Al Hussein. Abdullah, hold on 1 minute.
Yes, man, so many things happening. But like the president speech today, address to the nation, it was very short, straight to the point. Like many of you out there, many of those out there, we are still trying. Look, this is a new government. We just gone 21 days. I think 21 days in this government. We still have a lot to do. The government is still being formed. So there will be some challenges. I think the president swiftly arrested the situation. I think I have my own opinion about things, but we that support this rescue mission believe in this rescue mission. So I have no doubt. We do not know what goes on behind the scene. But it was troubling in the last couple of days, especially with people that are having to take their flight outside the country. I have a couple of family members that were going back, and they missed the flight. So I hope they put an end to this thing for good. I hope they find a durable solution to this thing because, like the president said, but there was something he said in the speech. I know we'll go to the speech. And that's
Yeah, I want
about-
to play the speech. I'll give you guys 15 seconds. We'll play the speech, then we'll come with our official intro. Let me bring in Mambe. Mambe, talk to us, my brother.
Yeah, I mean, I heard you people talking about the state of the country being in distress or the state of the country being on course. I agree with the president. The state of the country is in distress. You have external burden of debt. The concern raised by the wealth of the military officers today is because they're being underpaid. It's because of poor living condition. That underpayment and poor living condition cannot be because of the 2 weeks President Barker has been president. It must have been because of the 6 years of President Weah, or of the 6 and 12 years of President Weah and President Shirley. But yes, the state of the country is in distress. We were hoping that the leadership of the country would be on course. And there's a difference between the state affairs of the country and the leadership of the country. Exactly. So we agree that the state of the country is in distress. We were hoping that the leadership would be on course. Up to this point.
You hear me?
Yeah. Good. So we agree that the state of the nation is in distress. We were hoping that at this point in time, the leadership of the country will be on course to address the distressed nature of the state. Unfortunately, up to this point, the leadership has not been on course to the extent we expected. The president's statement today is the only thing that gave me a veneer of hope that the state of the country will come back on course. That statement.
No, whoa. Let's play the statement. Let's play for the Liberian people, mommy. Let me interrupt you. Because a lot of take away from the statement, but another folks will be on the other side to argue this statement. And if you have not the chance to listen to President Barker, and I'm kind of surprised, even before I play this statement. Mommy, let me bring you in while you let you and Eduardo only. Yeah. Why was it recorded? Why couldn't the president look in the camera to give this wonderful, powerful address if you say it was powerful? This is a national military, either you say a monitoring or either a military planned stage protest, because it was all over the country. Why would the president address the nation like George Manor were behind closed door? But let me play this. I want you to think on it. Let me play this. I just take it back. I take you and Eduardo back. Let me play this. A lot of stuff is happening. Listen, guys, we will not do this. We'll put everything into it. Why would the president be able to join we are? Why would the president go behind closed door? This is a national security. Your minister of defense resigned. Are you not taking a question? Are you addressing the country for 5 minutes, 21 seconds? Even less. 5 minutes, maybe 4 minutes, 55 seconds. They play the national anthem before, they play after, so 5 minutes, 59 seconds. You do the normal, let's play this thing. But this is concerning the Minister of National Defense, folks, resigned. This is not just anything. The appointed minister, the confirmed minister of National Defense resigned. Then we having the president giving an address to the nation for less than 5 minutes behind closed door. No, man. Come on, guys. Let's play this thing.
My fellow citizens, on Sunday, February 11, I received an audience from wives of some members of the armed forces of Liberia who had come to express their concerns on several issues. These issues included poor living conditions, high tuition fees for their children, lack of adequate medical care, and low salaries, among others. The women stated their most important demand was the removal of retired General Prince C. Johnson as Minister of Defense. They said their husband had told them that unless General Johnson was removed, there would be no Armed Forces Day celebration. We made it clear to the women that the government will look into their grievances regarding all the issues, but that retired General Johnson had been confirmed by the Senate and appointed by me as Minister of Defense. We were hence not prepared to discuss this issue. Meanwhile, we received throughout the day and night information that some of the armed forces' wives and their husbands had initiated protest actions across the country by blocking major roadways and highways. Others had engaged in agitations in barracks around the country. In an effort to prevent violence and preserve lives and properties, we ordered the Armed Forces Day celebration for today be reduced to a low-key program. We have since held consultations with our strategic partner, the United States, and other regional stakeholders on the situation. As a true soldier and a patriot, retired General Johnson, of his own volition, informed us that he would step aside if he were obstacled in order to save the AFL and preserve peace and tranquility in the country. General Johnson accordingly tendered his resignation to me earlier today. I have accepted the resignation and thanked the General for his sacrificial services, loyalty, and commitment to our country. Meanwhile, I have appointed Brigadier General Geraldine George as Acting Minister of National Defense. Fellow citizens, the issue raised by the armed forces wives affect all sectors of our population throughout the country. We inherited these problems as we have been in office for barely 21 days only. The problems take on graver connotations when it comes to the military. The men and women in arms put their lives on line to defend and protect us. We must be extra sensitive to their plight. The army is our collective national pride, and we must preserve its dignity. I have therefore appointed a special independent investigator to probe into these grievances and report to me within 2 weeks. We have also activated a board of inquiry to look into the case of several soldiers who were discharged from the AFL for various serious crimes but were said to be undeservedly pardoned and reinstated. We must never tolerate indiscipline and breakdown of order in the armed forces of Liberia. The reconstituted AFL had won the praises and admirations of the entire country for its professionalism and had become a source of national pride for us all. We cannot afford to indulge in anything that will dampen the morale of our soldiers and generate doubt and suspicion. On the other hand, our government will ensure that our military is well looked after. We should always think Liberia, love Liberia, and build Liberia. God bless the works of our hands and save the state.
Let's welcome everyone. Thank you for joining Spoon Talk. As always, we appreciate you. Yeah, on Spoon, we will give you nothing but the best. So help us, oh God, because this is where you come to find your political refreshment, the issue of the country, and we got a lot of stuff to discuss to do. One very, very important is the resignation of the former general, the former chief of staff. Turn again. You all know Defense Minister today. He resigned, as you heard. The president, Joseph Yemabwaka, accepted his resignation and the presidency of his own volition. So let's welcome again Dr. Chinwe, Francine Richardson, Mr. Dwadu and the people, Glenny JJ, Isaac Doe, Al Hussein, UJ Fadika, Bapadu Boy, Ambula, and the Honorable Eugene Lamin Fagon. Welcome to the show, guys. Let me go do this roll call, which is so important. I will start with Mr. Dwadu, come back to Dr. Richardson Glendy, and we'll go around the table. Mr. Dwadu, you heard the president's speech, sir.
For me, I think the speech was timely. It spoke directly to the point. We really had delays for weeks before we heard from the president on something pertinent concerning the country is at hand. He addressed it directly. I think he spoke to everything he should have spoken to. However, I personally would have loved the president to have done a last speech and taken some questions from the press. But with the exception of that, I think it was an on-target speech and he spoke to the point.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson, on the speech.
I like this speech. I like the beginning. It sounded very presidential in terms of them playing the national anthem. I actually like Dwala. I would have appreciated a live presentation, but I believe this is just the beginning. I don't think he's always going to give us a recording. I think, for whatever reason we got a live one. I don't think this is going to be a habit. I like the fact that he addressed the issues. He said that electricity was restored. They're opening the schools, no school fees for the children in the Barrett. He actually put in an investigation to probe into the grievances of the women, and also those soldiers who were let go but then brought in. He wanted to know some sort of investigation, which I thought was good. At least he's looking into what is causing the problem. Instead of just putting a band-aid over the problem. I believe accepting the resignation of Princey Johnson is questionable. I think that's a band-aid to the solution as opposed to the solution to the problem. I don't think I would have been so quick to accept his resignation. If anyone saw the YouTube video of the women, they had a petition, they spoke. They had much more than the resignation of Princey Johnson, or either maybe they changed the goalpost. But there were some allegations that they made, and I think this allegation should have been included in the investigation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson Glendy.
I think the speech was a bit short, but I also want to conclude that the speech was specific and direct. I think a lot of things are unfolding, especially have unfolded in the last 48 hours, 72 to 48 hours. So I guess the president's focus was on those things that had happened. I may not be a favorite tonight, because I would say this precedence that we have now set, that the defense minister who was confirmed and has subsequently resigned, is something that we need to watch out for, because there were so many other things that could have happened that didn't happen. But now that we've set this precedent where he has resigned and the president within minutes accepted it, is something we need to watch out for. But I think the speech was specific to the issue, and I hope it addressed some of the concerns, and also it informed us on what was going on and what he's been informed on and what he's going to do. So I think it was good.
Thank you, Glendy. Isaac, though?
Well, Are you hearing me? Okay, I'm not hearing myself, but not strictly on the speech. Hello?
You're good.
Isaac.
Are you hearing me though?
Yes.
Because my
When
computer.
okay, go ahead.
All right. Not strictly on the speech to start with, but I will say 6 years ago, exactly today, President Weah was unveiling plans to build the first military hospital of Liberia. 6 years later, we are having a speech given by the president because of cancellation of one of our most cherished celebrated days. Let me say, I have been prepared and ready to listen to speeches of solutions and not speeches of problems. I've listened to the president speak today. Everything I heard the president say was recounting the problems that we know. I would have been so much impressed had I heard solutions to the problems that we already know.
Where is Isaac though?
My camera is off. If you are hearing, I don't know why the computer is off here. But again, that's all I can say. One good thing the president did, he spoke right when things were happening. I thought he would have done it earlier because the protest started some week ago. But unfortunately, well, better late than never. But I will always want to listen to solutions and not complaints. Trust me, we know Liberia's problem. We are waiting for leaders that will bring the solutions. Thank you.
All right, Nelson, can you please work on Minister Doe camera, please? Let's go. Fadiga.
It's so funny when I hear Isaac making those kind of remarks. By this time, during the Weah administration, we were bulldozing homes and reconstructing 18 villas. By this time we know the story. I don't want to even go back to that whole story because that was a nightmare. But let me start with the speech. Why the president? Look, one of the reasons we have problem with President Weah, giving pre-recorded speech, he had, I don't want to say speech impediment, but he had problem with oration. He's not the best speaker. I will say it that way. But the same cannot be said for President Potter. He's eloquent. He reads very well, even for his age. He knows. I mean, that is that they do not have the same problem. So for such a speech, I thought it was just right on point. He mentioned something about certain army officials that were reinstated and pardon criminal element within the army. I thought that was the part of the speech that actually got to me. The rest of it about the different demand. I mean, if the demand was serious and the only thing they wanted was for Prince General Defense Minister Prince Johnson to leave, then I kind of question how serious it was because we thought it was for food and living condition, and these guys were willing to leave all those things and say, you know what, we'd rather him leave than you solving those problems. I know in his letter he said part of his problem were politically motivated. I'm more inclined to believe in that direction that there should be some political undertone to this, some big hands behind it, or some folks behind this. I think I hope the panel that were constituted by the president will find that out.
What's happening in the studio? I'm begging you. We're hearing this feedback. Can the guys be a little quiet, please, Fajika?
Computer kind of broke up when he started to justify for former President Weah. So even the computer could not withstand what he was trying to say, and the computer just went off.
This is not my computer.
Yeah, even that, but I mean, your justification was just so wrong. The computer broke. But yeah, so that what happened. So I was very concerned, that even with the gravity of what what they did in protesting all over the country, the major demand was for him to leave. He had me scratching my head. And then, like I said, the other one, people that was discharged from the army right before the former president could leave, he pardoned them and brought them. And I think the president left a lot of room for questioning. I would love for him to expand more on that because Actually, there's a big Pandora box I think the president left open. And I hope in the next couple of days we'll know what that actually meant. Because it was completely separate from the speech. Why it was inserted, I thought there's a very good reason why the president thought he would put that there. So we should be expecting to see some people leaving the army soon. If those were the people that he was talking about are still in the army now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mame?
Yeah, I would have really admired, I would have really appreciated seeing the president standing up, probably in his, khaki, or dressed like the president addressing the military of the country. I would have really appreciated seeing the president on a live TV inspiring his country rather than listening to his voice. That is something that I missed in that interview. However, the message coming from the interview reassured me that we'll have a president in the executive mansion. That statement tells me that unlike few months ago, a president is in the country and is in charge. We know that the president was caught pens down with this. This is something he did not expect and is part of some of his fault by not constituting his government on time and speedily. The full security architecture of the country is now in full swing. Who is the head of the NSA? No determination on that. Who is the head of the immigration? No determination on that. Minister of Justice, deputy ministers, defense deputy minister. So the entire security architecture of the country is now fully formed and functional. You blame that on the president because it is a responsibility, constitutional responsibility to appoint. So the failure to do that constituted part of the reason why he was caught pens down. But his immediate reaction to have canceled the celebration of the holiday, the negotiation in between there, and his post-protest action to accept the resignation, immediately appointed an acting minister, constituted a committee to investigate. I think those actions are reassuring that we have a president in the mansion. I was impressed, and I want us to move forward on this, with how he praised the former general, his loyalty to country, his commitment, his patriotism, to say, if I am the problem to bring peace to my country, if I am the problem to bring sanity to the military, a society and organization are safe, then I will go. That statement has placed General Johnson in a different bracket. He deserves a national honor. He's a civilian. He deserves the prize and protection for putting his country first in the midst of security threat above the country.
Thank you, Mame. Thank you very much. Well said. I will hold my question for you guys because I think I will be very blunt. I will be straightforward, and the Liberian people need to hear us all. The Honorable Eugene Lamin Fagon, we are grateful for your preferment, Managing Director, LBS. We want to say again, we hope and pray that you serve the Liberian people well. Again, welcome to the Spoon Talk and talk to us.
If not, we'll be discussing your own Spoon Talk.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be surprised too if you see LBS wives and husbands on the street and asking the president to fire me. But Stanton, I don't care whether you give me 30 seconds or 45. I stand on the premises of Article 15. And before I go further, let me thank everybody that expressed gratitude to the government and reach out to me to congratulate me for my preferment. I could not, and this is what Spoon TV does for us, and I'm sure my fellow panelists will agree with me. It makes you popular to the point where it becomes a curse rather than a help. Because on the day I was appointed, I believe I received almost 6,000.
Because Dwalu can get anything because he work on Spoon, and then corner he pass, they identify him. But go ahead, talk to us.
Yeah, and that's what happened with me. I cannot talk to 7,000 people sending calls and messages at the same time, to where I think the FBI, CIA, you can see all the network around me, the van, or stuff. I was like, okay, I'm just a guy here, okay? But I stand against Stanton. Thank you for the platform you give us. It's like a marketplace. We come and we shop and we buy. And I stand on the premises of Article 15 so that tomorrow someone cannot say that Eugene Fagon, you were appointed DG of the Liberian Broadcasting System, so you were not supposed to say this. I'm standing on my constitutional right tonight. And so even if you give me 30 seconds, I will take it. I would like for you to Google the definition of mutiny, M-U-T-I-N-Y, as I speak. And at any time, Stanton, I would like for you to give me that definition of mutiny so that I can help end my statement on your definition.
He's a former U.S. Marine. He knows it.
Yes, but you just want to talk about it, man. 3 days. AC, my man, last soldier.
Good one, Dwalu.
You see?
No, it's 4 days. It's not 3. That 4 days. I deserve my full retirement. That 4 days. Not 3 days.
You see, I told you, you and Dwalu, I'm not putting my boy in your business. I used to fight to defend Dr. Francine. I no longer do it with you and Dr. Francine. I try to keep my distance because I fought for Dr. Francine. People saw it. But Dr. Francine backed you against me. I leave you in trouble. Yes.
Continue on course.
Now, having said that, let's get on course. I know some folks said he should have addressed the nation, my colleagues. He should have taken questions. Let me say this. His Excellency could not have taken questions because the questions that you would have asked had already been answered in his speech. As to when it happened, we all know when it happened. Why it happened, he gave you the reason. The army wives came to him. What happened? The army wives told you. The school fees, whatever happened. They made it clear what they wanted. What question there was to be answered or asked that wasn't answered in the speech? If anybody wants to ask that question, I will answer it. Mr. Doe said, I want solutions, not problems. Somebody came to me yesterday, they say, this is what happened. I said, okay, I'm going to constitute a board of inquiry to look into this matter. Secondly, on the issue of the man, he has resigned, and I accepted his resignation. On the issue of the soldiers that were reinstated, I've been put together a team to report back to me in 2 weeks or so. And you come, you say, you don't want to hear a problem. Was that not the problem that people brought? Was that not the solutions that were offered? That is the problem I got with some seditions. The memory span is short. They forget too soon. But they want to play politics. To say,
But
oh, 6 years ago, this man was building hospital.
No, don't interrupt Fagon. I beg you, but let's do this thing in order.
No, but if we are here for lecturing,
No. I beg you, Dwalu, brother. What they gave you, Dwalu? Your name is Isaac, and they said Dwalu. Remember, I beg you, don't confuse somebody. Hold on 1 minute. Fagon, go ahead.
Let us discuss like this.
No. Don't restrict the man. I beg you, but let this your brother from the same party, CDC. Give him chance let him talk.
Everybody talk 30 seconds for the show.
Yeah, but don't spoil the show now. I beg you, Isaac. Go ahead, Honorable Fagon.
You know, Isaac been talking for about 2 weeks. I wasn't here. To talk now, he can't give me chance.
You've been talking for 2 years.
I said, but I don't do this thing, man. Bye. We on time. Yeah, I beg you,
I
man.
can't get under my skin because he said 6 years ago, the president started military hospital. But y'all were here when Salimatu told y'all who started our project. So the line they not tell is what caught up with them. But let me finish off on this note. 21 days into office can never be problems brought to a president that had nothing to do with 21 days. How can the problems that the army women explain be a problem of 21 days? Whose problem was it that you want to hear a solution about? Anyone should be ashamed that your problem is brought to a new man to solve. You could not solve the problem of your wives, that another man is solving the problem. Then you say you want your solution? No. Stanton, please read the definition of a mutiny so I close on it quickly. if you can find it there. Thank you very much. An open rebellion against the proper authorities, especially by soldiers or sailors, against their officers. A mutiny by those manning the weapons could trigger a global war. That is besides the point. It's just an example. But a rebellion against proper authorities, especially by soldiers, if it did not happen, then I should resign. Because in the president's speech, then you must go back and play it. He said, and I quote, of the army wives, he said, and I quote, they said their husband had told them.
Yes.
Their husbands had told them that if XYZ did not happen, there will not be a ceremony. They didn't say we came. They said, no, our husbands. Who are their husbands? Military men who said that if this does not happen, there will be no celebration. That is an open rebellion against the authority. By who? By soldiers. And who is the authority? The commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Liberia is the president.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
And I close on that note to say that it's unfortunate, but I believe that he kept saying some of the army wives and men, some of the army wives and men on 2 occasions.
Thank you.
I'm sure those individuals will be dealt with at the appropriate time.
Thank you, guys. We want to be fair with the discussion here because we have many. We want to say our piece. We want to say everything we know about this first conversation. Isido, can you please tell the producer, Nelson, to pick up his cell phone, look at the messages, please. Again, we have Mr. Jackson in the back. I'm going to bring Mr. Jackson on. He have an internet problem, but we're going to bring him on. Again, let me say this. Welcome to the show, Samuel Jackson. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether it's my bandwidth or what have you, but my fly box is not working properly. But I'm just wanted to just come on the show and express my thanks and appreciation to the team for a wonderful job informing the Liberian people on a regular basis. I'm glad to be here. If you would like to have my comments on the happening of the last day with the
go ahead. We give you your time, please. We'd like to hear from you.
Okay. So this is a very sensitive matter, and I think we should address this matter as statesmen and not as politicians. Okay. When the military, when the wives of the military men get on the streets to express anger, frustration, or what have you, that's a very serious matter. And but this is, of course, this is not the first time it's happened. Okay, in the post-war dispensation, you saw not current AFL people, but you have AFL widows and what have you. And I like the way that President Bogart handled this. He did what he needed to do to calm the situation down. He may have asked for the resignation of Prince C. Johnson. I'm not saying he did, but Prince C. Johnson, I know him to be a man of honor, a courageous soldier, an honest man. And I'm not being dismissive of the frustrations of the AFL soldiers, but I want us to do exactly what President Bogart is asking us to do, to have a thorough investigation on this matter. Because, in 1980, I've always hopped in 1980. When the coup occurred, one of the first things that we asked Joe to do to validate the coup was to take Ed Moose, Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, to the barracks, to the barracks. And they saw the living conditions of the soldiers, mud floors, zinc structures, and all of that. And anytime you have the morale of that of a military, that the welfare of the military is an extremely important part of keeping the fighting men prep and ready. So we need an investigation. We don't need to be casting aspersions. There are some people out there in social media talking about this is a CDC incited mutiny of the soldiers, and why didn't the soldiers do this and all that. I think this is Monday morning quarterbacking. I think the president did the right thing. He faced the matter square on. He's asked for an investigation. We should await the outcome of this investigation before we start making some remarks that will undermine the stability of this country. So this is where I stand.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. Thank you a lot. We want to appreciate, we welcome Prince Maxwell. Prince, before you come in, the question is the president address to the situation that involved Minister, now we can say former Defense Minister Prince C. Johnson. Let me do my takeaway real quick, and Prince, you will take us home because we got so many questions. One, I do believe, and I agree with Mama, like I said before, President Joseph Yeman Boakai should have facing the camera live. Nothing short of going behind closed door. I don't even think Fagon can argue that. This is a major situation in the country that led to the resignation of the Minister of Defense. To go behind closed door and behave like Josh Manor, where it was a discouragement, some form of disappointment. To those that were eagerly waiting. When Kula Fofana said the president will be addressing the nation. And we're going to yell, bam, 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 bam. We wanted to see, even with military uniform, whatever form, come up. It shows strength. It gives hope. But whoever the advisor, whether Samuel Kofi Woods, who is the national security advisor, whether the former defense minister, whether the minister of state, whoever that was sitting around advising the president, man, this was really low key today. It was low key. We can never ever accept that on a very important day like today, that our president should go in the corner and give a Jade speech. We don't want to remember George Panaway anymore. Now, let's get that. I would say my own as it is. That's my Uncle Joe. But I would say my own as it is. I was disappointed when the speech was being flown around and said, take your copy, 4 minutes, 52 seconds, listen to it. No. Let me move on. The president said, well, we have a low-key program. A low-key program. We cannot go, we see anything today? Can somebody correct me? Was there any program yesterday? Emphasis program yesterday? That even measured to low-key?
No, because yesterday was Sunday.
Was there any program today that measured to low-key?
Yeah.
What was that? Where?
BTC.
Who said so? What's the video? Where are the clips?
Just because you didn't cover it.
Let's don't do that, man. Be a good MG or GM or whoever you're going to be, man. Don't do that.
You didn't see
these are the facts we need to address. The president came out and said we have a low-key program because of the situation at hand. But there were none. There were none. And go back to the advisors, folks. And go back to the advisors who are there making all these arrangements. But let me give my brother, Prince Maxwell, the time to speak. Because if we can't say these things, the people will hold us responsible that we are being one-sided. There was no low-key program. I'm still looking for it. Will it happen tomorrow?
So that intercessory program yesterday counts?
Stop, man. You myself from the scene. You myself from the same boat. Don't do this thing to us today. Don't do this thing. You myself from the same boat. Don't do this thing today, man. You got to talk about church. You people go to church and you say church serving at low key. I'm for them, man. No problem. I said no right hand, no problem. But we gotta tell the people the truth. The president gave a speech, Jade. You don't want us to say. In any given country, the president will come to the podium, maybe his vice president behind him, but that's a whole different story. We're talking about VP Jeremiah Cohn. I'm going to add this that maybe you guys can take your round on it. Vice president met the protester. We'll resolve this in 24 hours. I can promise you. Guess what? You're open the way. Let me go to the airport and take my private jet and leave the country. Are we serious? Then you don't want me to talk it? Jeremiah Cool, my man. But he met them. Gregor Coleman was there. We will show the picture of Sam Jackson. He said, "You're just open the way. We address this in 24 hours." He went to the airport. He took a private jet. He said, "Yo, bye-bye. I'll see you later." Huh? Prince
So when
Maxwell
was
talked to
that
us.
statement made?
Prince Maxwell talked to us. Fago, you're here with him, Fago.
But the issue resolved in 24 hours.
Prince Maxwell, please talk to us.
Gentlemen, how you guys doing? And hi to our audience. Listen, I do agree. I do agree with all of what my colleagues have been saying here today. But let's just start from the beginning. Those that have been speaking to the retired Major General Prince Johnson, he's made it absolutely clear to them that he has tremendous confidence in the president, and he has tremendous confidence in the president's leadership. And I think that all the Liberian people have seen that in the president's speech, he reciprocated that by extending sincere appreciation to retired Major General Prince Johnson for his leadership over the military. Now, I will take cue from what Big Brother Sam Jackson said. The issue at hand is not an issue of politics. So we should all approach it with sober reflection. I think it is absolutely clear, and it can be seen across the board, that Liberia is sad today. There's a sense of sadness in everyone's voice concerning this resignation, because we all understand that retired Major General Johnson is one of the most outstanding Liberians that we have out there.
If not the most.
He served his country with bravery, dignity, intelligence, sincerity, and steadfast honesty. I'm appreciative of him for not allowing the president to go through the hoops of politics, but instead, as Dr. Francine said, relinquishing the opportunity to allow the leadership of President Boakai to take decisive decisions going forward. The second part of this is now the second
from you, Prince Maxwell.
Okay.
Can you say something? It's not too good. Can you say something? No. Are you on double set? All right, go come back. Thank you. All right. I'm begging folks. Let me bring in Asido, then we'll go back to Dr. Richardson. Then and Glendy, while we do the show in such an order. We'll run with the story on front page today. That is a very important story. We'll put it up there after. But Asido, let me ask you the question. Seriously speaking, we are not here to take side. But the situation at hand now, we have established he resigned. The president accepted the resignation. Investigation is open. Are we there yet?
No, not yet. We are not there. And I wanted to take a minute and speak directly to my president. First off, we've heard a lot of folks on social media saying, "Oh, CDC did this because General Prince Johnson supported Mr. Boakai." Well, a soldier man should not be supporting any politician, anyways. You are a political. So why would you be supporting anyone? I don't want to believe that. I think that's just, sometimes they just say things and don't know what they're saying. Why should a soldier be supporting any politician? You should be totally out of the political limelight. But if that was the case, they need to tell us. We weren't there. But let me say this to my president, Mr. Boakai. Those who love you are those who will tell you the real thing. I usually don't call my friend's name on set, but I would say Minister Fagon. I would say minister because he's always a minister, and I work together. Mr. President, if you remember, he used to be on set 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the night, talking all of the things about George Weah. Today, he is saying the same thing for you. Mr. President, you campaign on hope for the people, and you assure them that from day one, you will get this country moving. Mr. President, I want you to take a little bit, take it back, Look around you. Everything that has been happening since your ascendancy to power, are those what you actually wanted to give the Liberian people? Mr. President, are you sure your partisans are happy? Don't you think you need to step up, Mr. President? You will hear people telling you all of the sweet things in the years. Don't forget, you have been into our country's politics for more than 40 years. You can recount history and you know things that have happened. I wouldn't be here to praise CDC. CDC definitely had its own problems. But I'm always proud to defend the accomplishment of our government because I believe anyone who serves for 6 years in an administration and cannot defend the accomplishment of the administration is a coward. I'm not one. I know you who hear your people telling you all of the sweet things. Think about LEC. They blame someone. Think about the army issue today. They blame someone. Think about the 650,000 inauguration program. They blame someone. You have taken charge of Liberia on January 22nd, Mr. President. I want to encourage you, as a man who loves you, to put your feet down. This is not what the people wanted. The country is sad. If you ride in the taxi, if you get on motorbikes, what you hear is that this was not what they were promised, and this is not what they think they should have from you. If you think I'm saying things that's bad, wait for 6 years. I can show you on this show, President Weah has always been one of the most loved presidents, the most loved person. He did not win the elections. Mr. President, the country is not going well. People
Thank
are
you.
not. Please change course.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson.
So I wanted to talk about the definition of mutiny a little bit. The key point to that definition is refuse to obey orders from the higher authority. When I heard the president speak, I heard him say some of the AFS social wives said their husband told them XYZ. To me, it's hearsay because I have no way to determine whether they were telling me the truth or not. And I didn't see AFL soldiers disobeying order. I saw their wives disobeying order. So that's not there in terms of who were disobeying order. It was clearly the wives who were out in the streets. So not the AFL soldiers. The second thing I wanted to say, to me, they were speaking about issues that are relating to their life. They were not disobeying order. They were saying, we want good schools, we want electricity, we want water, which the president addressed. Okay, that is a real human life issue they were talking about. I believe that the part of the speech that I didn't hear was there was an allegation, and I sent on the YouTube, and I'm sure many of you saw it, of a lady mentioning outlining her petition. And there were things that she mentioned specifically that related to Prince C. Johnson. I feel like those issues has to be addressed by Mr. Johnson. They have to be addressed, by Mr. Johnson, because if not, this is just going to linger on. Let him come and say, I didn't do it, but resigning makes him a free man. So even if we have an investigation, he can be resistant to participating in the investigation. And I know he was just, not the Minister of Defense. So who was involved in this whole rental of machinery, in this whole pension check business that those women accuse him of not getting their money, that it was being pocketed. They had a specific concern, and that was not addressed. So I wish that he could come up, Mr. Prince C. Johnson could come up and address that. Just say, you didn't do it. He's been a great leader for all I know. He's been apolitical. He's been keeping the army out of politics. So all of those things are good things. But yes, he has to speak out to the concerns, the allegations that the women made about him.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Glendy?
So, like I said earlier, I want to re-emphasize my point of precedence. What we're looking at, for me, in my opinion, is the wrong precedence. And I don't know what the negotiations were. I don't know what led them to lead to the fact where now we have a defense minister has resigned. But I would hope that the investigation will include all of those things. We want to be very cautious as to how we proceed as citizens and on issues that are of concern to us. Granted, they have genuine concerns, genuine issues. When you protest to the point where someone who has been confirmed, it has now subsequently resigned, that piece must also be investigated. That's my number one point. The second thing I want to say is I think President Boyka has acted very swiftly in addressing first, not only today, but he also met with the women yesterday and he spoke with them. I want to tend to believe that what President Boyka said in his speech is accurate because he's met with those women twice and they've expressed to him what their concerns are and what their issue was, and based on that is where we are today. I also want to say, in the end, we now see a female who is now, I'm sure this is history for Liberia, who has now become the acting defense minister. I want to congratulate Brigadier General Geraldine George Johnson, who is now acting, but this does not negate the fact that there has to be an investigation for everybody who was there during this time, because like we're hearing the famous word is now, this is a systemic problem. This is something that has been going on. This is not something that's a 21-year or 21 days old problem. It's been there, but we're happy that the publicity that is now being given to it, with the swiftness of the president wanting to ensure that this is resolved, we hope that it will resolve finally forever. So I just hope that everybody in this problem will get some form of satisfaction based on what the investigation will say. So we'll wait for 2 weeks and hear what they say.
Thank you, Glendy. Thank you. I want to skip you a little bit, Hussein. Let me bring in Fagon quick. We'll go back to you, Fadika and Ambula on this. Fagon, there's a reason why I'm bringing you, though. I want to put up this speech. And guys, I mean, respect to everyone. The written document, not what was recorded. This is the President Jose Yeman Parker. I'm afraid on the second line, if it is up, if not, I believe here is it. You guys have it, right? Can you see it? Okay, so it's up. Fagon, you make mention of this. That's why I'm coming to you. Their request to President Boyka, right? They name everything, medical care, low salary. Then he said the women stated their most important demand. The most important demand was the removal of retired Major General Prince C. Johnson III as Minister of Defense. That's scary.
Go ahead.
Liberian, I will finish it because that's the reason you pointed to it. So I had to bring the speech up. So I really want us to understand, where are we as a nation? Let me read it again, folks, in the radio land. They met the president. The women stated their most important demand was the removal of retired Major General Prince C. Johnson III as Minister of Defense. They said their husband had told them that unless General Johnson was removed, there will be no Armed Forces Day celebration.
Amen.
We need to speak about this.
Amen.
Go on. Your 1 minute.
Amen. Okay. Woo! I love it. Facts versus fiction. Let me go straight to the end. Dr. Francine, when I talk about a mutiny, and that's why I asked the brother to define it. When alligator come from under the water and tell you, say, catfish crying, who are you on the bank of the river to tell alligator he lie? If you come to me, you say, Fagon, AB say he will whip you with a catcher belt, I will start running. The woman are lying next to AB as the husband. Come and tell me that AB will beat me with catcher belt. Who am I to say that they say? It means that everything those people said to the president were they say. Why? Because they are not soldiers. Another pension we're talking about. We are responsible for the soldiers. And when I say we, not the JMB, as a government, the government is responsible for the soldiers, take care of their families, do all that one. You need all what the government failed to do. Should we consider that as yes? But Article 55, 56 gives the president the constitutional right or the constitutional power, I should be exact, to appoint ministers. And Article 54 says, with the consent of the Senate, he shall appoint a commission. All of those processes took place. And in 21 days of his administration, and probably 2 days of the confirmation of this minister, a group of people stand up and say, Mr. President, remove that man. Are we undercutting or shortchanging the Constitution?
Is that
what happens if the teachers...
Fago, you've been too nice. I beg you, Fago. I want Liberians to understand us better. Is that a miracle?
I will not call it. That's why I call it a mutiny.
Okay, you call it a mutiny. I want something to get the attention of our fellow Liberians. They make it very clear, and the president included it in his address.
Yes.
They are telling the commander-in-chief, remove. We are not asking you. We are telling you.
Yep.
You will have no program. There will be no emphasis.
And that's what husbands told them.
Wow.
Put it back up. Put it back up. Let the people see it. Put it back up.
Can I speak now?
Their husbands told them.
Yeah, and let's read this. Let's read this. It's very clear. I beg you, Dr. Richardson. Everybody will have the time. I beg you, because let's make it quick now. Other people scratching their head. They want to speak. They said their husband.
Read it. You read it. I don't want
They said their husband had told them that unless General Johnson was removed, there will be no and forever. Who that day threatened the celebration of the army? Who that day threatening the peace? Who that military man looking in Joseph Yima Bwaka, the commander-in-chief, and say, you will not do it except you follow my order?
Can I see my 30 seconds?
Hurry up.
Yeah, it's my 30 seconds. And you are coming on. You know, I always know you to be Satan's brother-in-law. You said, why this old man did not...
So you know the brother-in-law. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm married to the devil daughter. Listen, you said why this old man never came in front of the camera. Were you concerned why he did not go to the barracks? In my 30 seconds, I will say to one of the men I hold in high esteem, Abdullah Mame. We have 2 barracks, Abdullah. PTC barracks and Shuffling barracks. What is EBK barracks today? They got rid of PTC barracks. Army wives did not come to EBK barracks. What Army's wives were doing at Boma Bridge? What were they doing at Calware Bridge? Strategic. What were they doing on the streets of Bon County, Broad Street? What were they doing at Cutting Tree? Can't you see the setup? Had the police moved in today, the army people would have come outside. What would have happened? One of the most sensible men in our country that you're playing with is the man they call Keke. You call him JMB, you call him Mr. President, they call him Keke. He's very smart, very smart. He saw it. There's no barrier to Porewa Bridge.
But Fago, let's move on. Fago. We understand he's smart. We understand. Let's bring in Mame there and the other people that are rich.
Sit down to your home.
Mame, let me ask you this question.
I didn't have Fadiga.
Fadiga, again to you, Fadiga. The issue here remains that they have given the president an order. So who is the commander-in-chief here? Who gave in and taking orders?
Just said Yuma Bwaka is still the commander-in-chief. I think you guys are giving the team more legs than It has. Yes,
Can I increase your volume? You are low, please. Nelson, please pay attention.
Hey, Paul can't tell the message our husband and say when you remove the man, no celebration.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me? All right.
Yeah.
You guys giving the team more leg than it is. I think the president made a decisive decision. I think it was strategic.
Why can't you wait after you confirm, then you be coming on the show? Because you know that you're on different side of the aisle a few days.
It got nothing to do with confirmation.
This thing got lag. You can't say we are giving the team more legs than it is.
The thing is, yeah.
Let me tell your brother to leave.
This is a defense minister that resigned from the Republic of Liberia. Come on, man.
I'm a different man now. And, you know, we have won the battle. Now it's time to govern. But let me tell you something. I think you have an elderly statesman, someone that has been around for long, that understands our politics. Look, the issue with this woman, I have my own thought on what went on at the barracks and with the army wives and things. I agree with Sis Glendy when she said that about the precedent. I pray that we do not have cap because the president says something in his speech. He said what these women were talking about, high tuition fee, and other things. This is something that is going on all over the country. It's not unique to military women. So most of the concerns are national concerns. And the fact that he was, look, it shows that we have a commander-in-chief. Still to answer your question, we had a president in the last 6 years that we call Bobo, that was mute, deaf, and dumb to national issue. Barely spoke anything, never said anything. Now we have a president that at least is taking action. He has spoken. He made this decision. I have no reason to question it because that is the reason why we elected him, because we trust his judgment. It may not be what we like. It may not be what we anticipated, but I think he averted a lot of chaos today. He said, look, Armed Forces Day is for the Army. It's a day that we have set aside to celebrate the Army and what they have achieved, where they will be able to come out, showcase the latest weapon and something, even though that we do not see that happening. But that is the reason. If they decide that we do not want to celebrate our day today because of this thing, and what should the president do? The president say, all right, we'll do a low-key celebration and rather than having something that people will come there and there'll be a stampede. So I think he did the right thing. It was a wise decision. Look, one thing we cannot take away from President Boyka is his wisdom. He has a reservoir of knowledge that I think the nation is tapping into. He made the right decision today. We need to wait for the 2 weeks to see what the finding we have, because there are so many rumors out there. Oh, this other person, some people say that the other person did this, there's subversion. Look, I hope the panel will find out what we want to hear in the next 2 weeks. 2 weeks is not far. We will know what happened. But what the demand was reduced to Prince Johnson, General Prince Johnson leaving. Prince Johnson has left. I will see what else will be the demand. But I pray that we do not have copycat, and I hope that the president will be firm on some of these things, because we do have a group of individuals in this country that intend to carry on subversion, and those are real a threat to this nation. So I pray that the government will take shape real fast. It's not going as fast as some of us wish, but I rather err on the side of caution. They say hurry, bus travel. We have done it fast for too long. I think the president is doing the right thing. Wait for 100 days, wait for 6 months, and then you can judge this government. But barely 6 months in, barely 2 weeks, and people are complaining.
3 weeks.
We're gonna watch and see.
3 weeks.
Yeah, I said don't complaining. Won't be talking about what happened in 2 weeks. Constructing homes.
Mommy, the same thing that put in fear in a lot of people right now. It's the fact that you have some soldiers giving the commander-in-chief instruction. You would not have any program except you remove that your defense minister. There's no way we can sugarcoat it, Mame. Talk to us.
The president was caught pens down. He had, as from what I was seeing, I'm not working in the office, I'm not an intelligent person, but from what we see in the public, the president was caught pen down. His security intelligence failed. And as a result, he was left with an option to make the political decision to de-escalate tension in the country. That's what happened. If the president was informed in advance by his security intelligence of all the different knockouts that were attached to this protest, he would have made a military decision. He would have made a security decision. But the president was caught pens down because the security intelligence did not inform him. The security intelligence did not inform him because the president is rolling on a slow pace in forming his government, especially key sectors: security sector, electricity, water, sectors that have direct impact on the people. The president is taking slow pace in doing that. If the president was informed about this situation in detail by security intelligence, his vice president wouldn't have left the country. The vice president would have remained in the country to address the issue. But they saw it as just an ordinary issue. That's why he thought that we can address it in 24 hours, because he did not know the details, because he was not briefed on the detail. He was not briefed on the details because the security architecture of the country is still fragile and unfunctional. Who has the NSA? President doesn't have control. Who had DEA? Who had immigration? Justice Ministry? All these institutions constitute the national security architecture of the country, but they're not functional to brief the president. So I think he made a wise political decision to de-escalate tension in the country, and he can move forward to see how he can bring the security issue under control and address this. There are underlying security issues in the military. And the other aspect of this comes to the legislature. This situation would have been handled in the legislature. But because the confirmation process in the legislature has stepped aside due diligence, have set aside vetting, they are now moved into this mood that I call you confirm my own, I confirm my own. Nobody investigating. When the minister went for confirmation, they were concerned. These concerns were all around. Nobody asked. Without asking the Senate to ask security question on camera, they would have invited the minister off camera. So these are pressing concerns for military people and women of military officials. Let's bring them to the table. Let's find a solution before we can make our confirmation decision. Because they made the decision to confirm him without even listening officially to the complaints of these people, that's why they got angry and came out on the street. But the concerns were there. The Senate ignored the concern. This action of you confirm my own, I confirm your own, without paying attention to underlying problems and investigating them and bringing logical conclusion before confirmation is what we saw happen today, and we must see more happening in previous confirmation and confirmation to come if the Senate doesn't change its attitude and do its responsibility.
I think this is under the eyes of Yombly Kanga Lawrence Pro Temp. It's too early to start putting this up. But the way in which they are confirming that is concerning, and we address that. We are losing some hope and patience with few of the those that are going in there for confirmation. Mama Cyrus, Senator from Lofa County, he's the chair on security. How did he allow this to slip? How? What was the question asked? I mean, so it is concerning now that we are now going back to the same old. The mama said, you confirm me, I confirm you. You deny my own, I deny your own. And everybody just going through without asking one hard question. Shame on all of them. As early as it is, we'll keep our eyes on those senators that are playing games. The Liberian people are not stupid. They're not beginning to go back the job we are senators. They are not beginning to go back and do the job we are 10. We will need to hear from Yombly. What's going on with all this money? I mean, is this what we said? Okay, we'll come to it. Let me bring in Sam Jackson, not to switch this thing, but Mama, you make a very, very unique point. The senators are beginning to disappoint their people. And I think we'll address it. Sam Jackson, the order, you must remove your defense minister, or else you have no program yet. And the president came in, the president listened.
Okay. I earlier said that due to the sensitivities of the matters that is involved, I don't want to make any statement that would be seen inflammatory or casting aspersion, because this is a very, very delicate time, it's a very, very delicate matter. Okay. And I understand men under arms. So for you to come out and categorically say that the commander in chief was being browbeaten by some people in the military, so and so on and so on forth, I'm not going to be to make that value judgment up front now. I would like, despite all of my worst instincts in terms of what I feel about this government and how I knew this was going to be coming out, and I knew exactly that this was not a rescue team, and the rescue team has not left the station yet, I'm going to go and put all of my feelings aside for now, because this is a very delicate matter, Stanton, extremely delicate matter. When you see simultaneous demonstrations in Grand Jide, when you see it in Bong, when you see it in Cotton Tree, when you see it in Douala, it tells me that this was a well-organized effort. But to make the judgment that this was mutiny or this was giving instructions to the commander-in-chief, I don't want to go that far right now, because I've been around for a long time and I know how delicate these matters are. Now, when the report comes out, and it shows that there were transgressions, there were efforts at mutiny, and there were efforts to undermine the stability of this country, at that time, we can state categorically that there were efforts to undermine the stability of the country, there were efforts at mutiny, and then Joseph Nima Boyka will now show his mettle as a commander-in-chief and take appropriate action at the offenders. But all we're doing now, we are speculating, we're doing hearsay.
Mr. Johnson, let me interrupt you, Sam. Sam, let me interrupt you before we go to Prince Maxwell. This is the address. The president read this today.
Thank you, Stanton.
We did it. I wasn't part of putting this together, Mr. Jackson. You can play it safe, but you're a military man. Can you stand in the U.S. Army and say, well, you will not do X, Y, and Z, Mr. President Joe Biden, except you remove your NSA director? Can you do that?
Very good. Thank you
Will
so
you
much.
do that? Will you tell your wife? No, let me ask you, sir. Will you tell your wife, go and tell Joe Biden he will not cross on this girded street except he remove his national security advisor?
Thank you,
Can do
Papa.
that?
Thank you so much tonight. Thank you.
So Stanton, you have to look at the political economy of the United States of America, the world's greatest military power, with probably one of the most organized and effective military fighting force, versus a backwards third world country where I have seen in my lifetime.
Man, ask you straight question. Man.
Yes, but I'm saying so it can never happen in the United States. Never will. Okay?
But then why you think that if you say it cannot, let's be fair. Then why gave them the power? What went into their brain to make them crazy? To look at President Joe, say, let me finish, sir. And said, these are our, listen, they didn't say beyond closed door. They sent their wives to tell the president.
Yes, sir.
Tell him, these are our demands.
Yes, sir.
These are our demands. And I want to know, let me finish, Mr. Johnson. You still get your 30 seconds.
Please read it from the paper.
These are our demands. Israeli folks, Liberians need to be afraid. What may come next? They said their husband had told them that unless General Johnson was removed, there will be no Armed Forces Day celebration.
Period.
If this is true, we need to hear from Kofi Woods, the National Security Advisor. We need to hear from Gregory Coleman. We need to hear from the Minister of State. Say we do not have Justice Minister yet. We need to hear those that are in position right now. They're thinking, they're advised to the president. They are getting a direct message from men and women in arms saying, go and tell the president. One, the president said, okay, now you tell me we cancel the celebration of the Armed Forces Day program. One. Two, the president said, okay, now you want your demand to be met, we'll remove Prince Johnson. Three, today, Prince Johnson turned in his resignation and the people won. Mr. Jackson, let's be fair with Liberia tonight, man.
Okay, so Stanton, these are serious transgressions. They are serious matter, but you have to look at the political economy of one country, one region versus another country. In 2006, 2007, men of the trainees of the AFL went out at the EBK, the black traffic, and finally disciplined them and got rid of them. This happened many times before. I saw many times when AFL widows blocked the presidential motorcade of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. That would never happen in the United States. I've seen in Guinea, I've seen in other African countries where military personnel and military wives, okay, where they go out there and they protest. That would not happen in the United States. You have to look at the political economy, the psyche, and the circumstances of each country. So what you're basically seeing is that the commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces of Liberia, Joseph Emmanuel Potter, derelicted his duty today by caving into the unnecessary, illogical, and illegal demands of military wives. If that's the way you want to go, I'm not going to go there. I cannot go there because of the general sensitivities of the problem, and I understand.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
No, but let me. So you have to understand that, Stanton. This will never happen at Fort Hood or Paris Island. It will never
I think you're going back and forth. You give me all these examples. You say I'm saying it. Isn't that what I'm saying?
In the backwards third world country, these are things that happen because of the nature of the political economy and the relationships that we have with people. So if we were going to go ahead with you and say, Joseph Newman Potter, commander of the chief, there was a dereliction of duty because he caved into the illegal demands of military wives, I don't want to go there, Stanton.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prince Maxwell. I will say it like we see it, because you know why? We are for the people, and the people need. I'm concerned, Prince. I'm deeply concerned the state of our nation. If some military men can stay in the barrack and say this will not happen, except the president do X, Y, and Z, it is concerning. Tomorrow they will say this will not happen, except the president remove his vice president. This will not happen. The president will not cross in front of the barrier. I mean, the importance of that message. And the president didn't keep it secret, Prince. He put it within his statement to the nation. How can we protect that, Prince?
Stanton, first and foremost, let me proxy by saying that I'm definitely going to go the route of Big Brother Sam Jackson, because the nature of sensitivity here is crucial to our national stability. Now, why do I say that? I'm an analyst. That's what I do. And this situation has precipitated the loophole that is now in the military code of conduct in the army. And what is that loophole? That military officers are using their wives as shield to get their demands. There is nothing in the military code of conduct, I believe, that prohibits active military serving officers' wives from participating in politics. Now, this is the ramification. If the government had ordered that military wives be forcibly removed from the street, it means legalistically that the protective bodies of those military officers' wives would have been hurt. The interest of those military officers, personal interests, home interests, would have been put at stake. Then it means also we are now in a crisis. The decision by the president to take no action, but instead call for an investigation was prudent. Was prudent enough because there would have been a case study for this if he had ordered a forced removal from the streets. That's number one. Number two, what do we have at stake right now in the country?
What was the action the president took?
The action is simple. Resignation, one.
Is that not what they asked for?
That's the president's action.
Is that not what those that sent the message to the president asked for?
That's one of the demands.
Okay, what was the second demand?
The second demand was that, no, I'm not speaking on their demand. I'm not speaking on their behalf.
So can you tell me that because the president agreed to accept the resignation, he also gave in to their demand?
No, he did not give in, no.
How so?
No, he did
How
not
so?
give in. Because
How
we have
so?
because we have to understand in analysis what they call projections. The president did not give in to the wives of active duties officers. The president gave in to maintaining the stability and peace of the country.
What were the demands, Prince? Don't lecture us on the diplomatic
Let me say
we are stupid here. The people say there will be no program. The president canceled program. There will be nothing except you remove Minister Johnson. He did.
No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. In the light of what happened today, you have to also project the regional instability we have around us. That's like Sam Jackson said. This issue is compound complex. So you cannot analyze this issue just from one personal perspective, saying the president caved in. No, the president did not cave into the women, the wives. The president caved into the idea of peace. One, if the president within that also called for an investigation. So that's not caving in. Because all those who are now in the military are active duty officers. If they were in any way involved, this investigation is going to go to that length. And remember what the president said. People who are disrespecting military code of conduct will be apprehended. So guess what? Guess what? The president today spoke as a politician. He did not speak as the commander-in-chief. Now the next step will be for the president to speak as the commander-in-chief. And that's what I'm waiting for.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Prince. And Dr. Richardson, I strongly disagree with Prince and Samuel Jackson. They can have their own agreement, their own opinion, but I strongly disagree with them because the people had demands. They put demands on paper, and the president included it in his speech. And the president listened to them. And the president said, you know what? I will accept the resignation of Prince Johnson. You know what, my people? They say no program. I will cancel the program. Those demands were met. Dr. Richardson talked to us. And we'll come to you, Isaac, Dr. Richardson.
Anyone can choose to agree or disagree with the definition of mutiny. Mutiny in legal sense and in military sense refers to people in the military, not the wives of people in the military. This did not rise to the level of mutiny. Those women said, we want better medical care. We want school care. Those women are the first people to manage their children when the children are unable to go to school. Or when the children get sick, they are the people that take their children to hospitals. So for anybody to come here and say, because the president said they heard their husband tell them that Prince Johnson, I'm sorry, she resigned, it is not adding up. Okay, it's all hearsay, and that's why the president said we are going to have an investigation. The women are not held at the same level of military code of conduct or military rules. Those women were speaking on behalf of themselves. And let's say somebody was using their mouth to choose their pepper. We will find out. when the investigation occurred. But to come on this show and utilize all kind of articles and make the definition of mutiny sound like these women were disobeying the president, it's not adding up. It does not make sense. It is untrue. It is untrue. There's nowhere in the world that we hold military women responsible for protesting. We saw it during Ellen time. How many times those women didn't protest? We saw it during summertime time. How many times those women didn't protest? Did we say that there was mutiny then? No, we did not say it. But now, because we want to push our fire in our country to disturb our peace, to make our peace that is even more fragile and become a distressed state. We should not do that. We should not do that. So I don't care.
Let me ask you a question, Dr. Richardson. Can I ask you a question? Dr. Richardson, let me ask you a question. What were the demands from the husband to the president?
It was not from their husband. Otherwise, their husband was going to send a letter.
Dr. Richardson.
You were
there? Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, let me finish my question. Dr. Richardson, calm down, Mama. Let me finish my question, though. I want to understand you. You say it wasn't from the husband?
It was not from the husband. I didn't see.
Okay.
When I heard,
if you say it's not from the husband, when I put this thing up, why the president said they said their husband had told them?
That's what the president said.
Their husband had told them.
That's what the president said. They said.
But then why you say, who are we going by? You are the president that had a meeting with them.
Can I finish speaking?
Let me finish my question.
Okay, because you asked me to go by. So,
let me finish my question.
I'll let you talk.
Who should the Liberian people listen to? The president gave her an address for 4 minutes, 58 seconds. It is written in his address, very clear. They said, the president, I'm quoting the president, they said, their husband had told them. My question to you, the good Dr. Richardson, did you talk to any of them? Who gave us the message, the meeting that was had? The president of the country saying they said their husband. Why are you saying something contrary to that?
Denton, I understand what you're saying, and this is why I'm saying that if somebody is using those military women to chew their pepper, that is concerning, okay? However, those women are not part of the military. We cannot apply the rules of mutiny as it relates to military law to those women. Until we get the investigation, this is too serious to say these women should be, there's a mutiny that occurred in our country. Does anybody know what mutiny is from a military sense or from a governmental sense? We cannot just throw these words around. So I'm surprised that the president said they said. He's using they say in his speech. I'm very surprised that he's using.
You know that they was referring to the women now, so he's not using they say.
I am coming from the point that I actually saw a YouTube where a woman was reading a full petition, and when I saw who were in the streets, I saw women in the streets. I didn't see their husbands.
Well, that's what. Okay, thank you, Dr. Richardson. Thank you. I said, Joe, let's bring you in before we go to Lady and Fagon. I said, Joe, help us here. I would tell the Liberian people what I heard. I will tell the Liberian people what I have seen, who I have spoken to. I believe the national security of our nation is totally in distress. The national security sector of our nation is in complete confusion. I believe, like Mami said, the president was caught with his pens down. Anybody can say anything contrary. That would be no way under heaven given Christ that we all serve, that the president gave in to the demands of those that were protesting. Period. The president gave in. I want to see exactly, I want to hear the advice from Samuel Kofi Woods. Telling the president, Mr. President, you got to accept the resignation. The advice from the Minister of State, Grisby, telling the president, Mr. President, you got to cancel the Armed Forces Days program. I want to hear the advice from Gregory Coleman, Mr. President, we cannot go against the military. We cannot take the women off the street. Today, the country was shut down for a couple of hours or more. Today, America said he couldn't go through. He had to walk and take keke. It's on his post. Today, people couldn't get from point A to point B because of the situation. Burman Bridge, lockdown. RIA, people calling me from the airport, Stanton, we are stranded. We are stranded. We cannot get to town. I'm going to sit here and say the president didn't give in. The president of the Republic of Liberia, Joseph Yeman Boyka, alongside with his advisor, gave those that were protesting exactly what they requested for. Accept the resignation of Minister Prince Johnson and do not hold an Armed Forces Day program. Say anything you want to say. It is discouraging. Minister, don't talk to us.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, CEO. And it's good. Many persons here have said that these very AFL wives had protested many times before during President Sirleaf's time when Mr. Barker was the vice president. They did. During President Weah's time, they also did. The only difference is none of those two presidents had ever resulted to a place where the AFL Days celebration was cancelled. This is the first time. If no one can be concerned, then I'm sorry, there is a problem. Despite the fact that the same very protest went on throughout President Sirleaf's 12 years.
Are you hearing yourself? Did they protest on the eve of the Armed Forces Day?
Did they even protest the one we are seeing?
That's a question to you. Did they protest on the eve of the Armed Forces Day?
Does it matter when they protested?
No, because the argument is.
No, it does not, Vagon.
No.
Yes, you tell me what you say, yeah.
If somebody protested in December, if somebody protested in July, how will you cancel a flag day program in February?
But mommy, why you interrupting Isaac?
Okay,
So
sorry,
if
please go ahead.
If I can go on now, with all of the protests that they had during President Sirleaf, President Weah's time, never a day, ever, Armed Forces Day celebration was cancelled. On January 17, 2018, few days to inauguration, the AFL wives took to the street again and they blocked it. Few days to inauguration. Leadership came in and the inauguration was held. Those demands were still there. But let me go down to the letter. You know, again, the United Party folks know plenty book. For some, we don't know book. But truth being told, sometimes if you want to say certain things, it raises question for another thing. I who have never added in the president's speech to insinuate that people were dictating to the president on what needs to be done or not. The president said the people told him that if this doesn't happen, this will not happen. It raises a concern on who is the head, who is taking the decision, who is actually making things happen. Let's go down the route a little bit. I always like leaders who will look way ahead and see something coming and take decisions today. CEO, first off, we have members of the Senate on a committee during executive function recommending to the president who to appoint or not. Now, these AFL women did not protest from the first day on yesterday or today. The protest started about a week ago. They protested over there the first time. They left from there. They went to the Capitol building during the time for confirmation hearing. They protested there. And I can confirm that senators had advised against confirmation of the people until investigation were held. And by that, only 14 senators voted to confirm or General Johnson. 14, unprecedented in the history of our country.
I see.
That should tell you a son was ahead of some troubles. If somebody who is showing this glorious part of leadership wanted to take leadership stand, the first time they protested, you should have engaged them. The time they went to the Capitol, you should have engaged them. But you allowed the thing to drag until a time where you will cancel Armed Forces Day celebration. A day where Liberians get together to appreciate the sacrifices of gallant men and women in arms who sacrificed their blood for us to be free as a country. I thought it is unprecedented. Again, President Boakai can listen to those who flowering with all of the praises. That's okay. Or he can listen to people who are telling him something from the other side. If somebody comes today and say, you know what, all the time jury out there, we have emphasized this celebration, but Mr. Boakai, first time we have you, they will start talking there like that. They only care what was the reason it wasn't held. Leadership should have taken place. And I thought, like I said earlier on, the president was slow because 1 week these people were protesting. 1 week. Where were your advisors and people?
Thank you. I think Glennie then Fagon will take us home on this topic. We will open the phone line and hear from the Liberian people for a few minutes because this is very, very important. The resignation that was accepted by President Joseph Emmanuel Potter. The question folks are asking all day when I was sitting in the office, Glennie, and they were asking Stanton, who advised Joseph Emmanuel Potter? Which direction are they carrying this country? Not today, yesterday, the day before, when the announcement came that we would cancel the armed forces days after 60 some more years, that we're going to cancel it because some military men send their wives, go over and tell the president about our message. This is our demand. There will be no program. There will be no program. I say you will remove Prince C. Johnson. Who is advising the president? Samuel Kofi Woods, National Security Advisor. Sylvester Grisby, Minister of State, Presidential Affairs. Who else? The Vice President, Jeremiah Kpankun. Who else? It is concerning for our country that we are seeing the president of the republic caving in to the demands of people that are going to protest. When we have the women of the Liberia National Police, will the president cave in? When we have the women of the immigration, will the president cave in? When the university student hit the street, say what's 7 going to hit the street. People say there will be no light. We're going to hit LDC. Will the president cave in? It is concerning my fellow Liberians. We can sit here and talk our own, but it is damning. It is concerning. It's something that Liberia have not experienced in rack of ages. And this need to be addressed. Take up your political hat and let's say the truth. Somebody sitting somewhere, organize the whole thing. How can the people leave from shuffling and go to Boma Bridge? From Boma Bridge to Cornwall, from Cornwall to the barrack by Radita Market, from there to Bon County, to Grand Gire. What were they thinking? How did Samuel Kofi Woods, how he slipped on his head? So I mean, the Glennie talk and that's going to take us home. A lot of question, a lot of question, a lot of question. And we cannot sit here and be so decent and say it's okay. And it's not okay, folks. It is concerning. And it's not okay. Sister Glennie, please talk to us, Mama.
So, like I want to continue to emphasize the point. I would hope that the president and the government of Liberia will use this as a place of reference for future protesting. That the president, and there's a reason why I think it was okay to cancel the program, because there was a huge amount of security risk based on the different positions of the protester. You cannot, so that decision was basically the president's to make. And that was, and it's a program, yes, that we've had. But when you take a program and compare it to the safety of your citizens, you want to ensure that you're occurring on the side of where there's safety. So about the program, okay, the program was postponed, but what would have happened if they had had the program, hearing the protesters saying that there would have been no program today, or seeing that these people were at strategic points in the country? So I think it was okay for them to postpone it. But I also want to say, if the police wives come and they have demands of their living conditions and their husband's salary and why they can do this. If the EPS, if the other security people come, if DEA people come, this is a precedent that you don't want to set. If they meant to say that we have to discuss this and come up with an amicable situation, that the program maybe would not have been postponed, or we say we're going to have to investigate and then meet up with your demands, that would have been different. But it's almost like, and people have to be fair, it's almost like for me to even come to the conclusion, I see some weakness. And unfortunately, that's what I see, is to have the first protest and have the president within 24 hours or less agreeing to almost all of the demands of the women, with offers also. If you are looking at General Prince Johnson, and looking at his service to the country, it would have also been important to say, hold on, we will table your resignation, we will serve somebody act, and then we will, after pending our investigation, we will make a decision based on investigation. But not to do that and to ignore his service to the country and say, yes, you gave me a letter, I'm giving it. It shows a sense of acceptance of the complaints that these women have given. I also want to say, before I end, there's a group of us on Facebook or on social media world that keep saying these were widows. In the president's speech today, he clarified, so we can conclude that these were not all widows. These were active military men, wives, who are currently serving. And there has to be a repercussions that has to be set. There has to be some form of punitive measure, because if they're active and they're refusing to agree to what the commander-in-chief is saying, that's a problem. That is a problem.
Thank
He
you.
is the commander-in-chief. They are there to protect and defend the country and the Constitution of Liberia. And if he's saying, hold on, we will talk about it, and they're saying, no, we're not, every single one of those soldiers must be investigated. That's how I want to close.
Lenny, I want to say thank you. We've been having a very good show. After Fagon, we'll go to the phone line and let the people call. Then we'll move to the other conversation. If you look on the front page, Africa Today, there's a story that is running. We got to discuss that about Daniel Johnson. Who is Daniel Johnson? The argument that he was exonerated, he was cleared of all charges, under the extradition whatsoever. What really going on? We'll also talk about issue, because people say, Stanton, we need to explain the story about the private jet and Vice President Jeremiah Kwan. So, folks, we are not leaving what took place today in Liberia. We are not leaving it. But as the president said, wait 2 weeks after the investigation. Fagon, I'm concerned, my brother. Those that are around President Joseph Yema Boakai, those decisions they are taking, the way in which they are advising the president. Fagon, I am so much concerned with what happened today. Are we on track? Will we be on track? Will we get on track? Today, I will put up some pictures about everything that was happening in the president compound today, meeting that was going on. Fagon, 21 days, man. It is concerning.
It is concerning. You ended on that note. It is concerning for me. I hope Dr. Francine was here for me to speak directly to her. Thank you, Doc, for coming back. I'd like to start first with my senior brother, and he's senior me in everything, and that is Samuel Jackson. It's easy for people to come and just play with words around the Liberian people. Let's look at the political economy. Political economy is a form of social science that deals with the government, the individual, and the policies. So what is it about political economy that will go towards the AFL for which they will not want to obey others? Because of political economy, a branch of social science that has to deal with the government, the individual, and public policies. And you and I know the 4 C's of political economy. First is the context in which we're talking about everything now. The second is the collective behavior, which is the behavior of the soldiers and their wives. The third would be the collective interest, and that is what they laid out today, as well as the demand they made. And fourth, we got to look at the change. Did they effectuate any change today? Yes, it altered things for us. But you and I were around when January 6th occurred here, and they refer to it as what? Insurrection. And call the people what? Insurrectionists. And you agree with Stanton that it cannot happen here. But you somehow shy away that it should happen in our military, but it should not happen here because of political economy. I told you who in the army say your first thing that obey, your second, obey, your third, obey. What happened to that? And Glendy already answered my friend Isaac Doe. Because apparently Isaac Doe don't know the difference between AFL wives and AFL widows. The women you heard shouting say, Fina, eat our money, our husband enter, Fina dead, the AFL widows. The people that came out were AFL wives. And to Dr. Francine, when something is not they say, we cannot make it they say. Let me be clear. In the president's speech, he said, and I quote, on Sunday, February 11, I received in audience, that not they say, unquote, I received in audience wives of some members of the armed forces of Liberia who had come to express their concern on several issues, meaning there was a setting. Human beings were there that were not they say. Then he outlined, he continued, that this issue included poor living condition, high tuition fees for their children, lack of adequate medical care, and low salary, among others. The woman stated, that not they say, the woman talk. The women stated, the most important demand, meaning all the other ones were important, but the most important one was the removal of retired Major General Prince C. Johnson III as Minister of Defense. They said, but not they say, the president said, they said, meaning right in that meeting, the people told him, their husbands had told them that unless General Johnson was removed, there would be no Armed Forces Day celebration. Stanton, that they said that, or that people talking in a meeting. And so, Dr. Francine, I understand the passion you have for Liberian women. And I see on this show, anytime something affects women, you will stand up. That is good. But when you hear I use the word mutiny, it's because of the definition. The women were the witnesses to what happened. The women told the commander-in-chief that their husband told them that this is going to happen. So the army business we're talking here. So when you, the army man, say, I'm going to jail tomorrow until you remove this man, that's mutiny. You are subject to order and you should obey. I close by saying on this note, to my friends and my big people, the American people, our father, the country we believe in, I want to speak 30 seconds to the American people. To the American government and people, I say, open your eyes. Open your eyes. This is the soldier you train from the day he opened his eyes to the day he ran the country's military that has become a force for good with a record almost second to none in Africa. Today, nobody can give us the reason why he's moving other than the fact that tuition fees, lack of adequate medical care, low salaries, and then the same thing everybody facing. So why must he be removed? America, open your eye. We've seen Chad. We've seen Mali. We've seen Burkina Faso. We've seen Guinea. America, open your eyes. You are sleeping behind the steering. I always warn this great nation. And sometimes people say, Fagon, you can tell your own thing straight. America, open your eyes. Where was the intelligence? As Mambe said. How come we only got one barracks in the capital, but army wives were strategically placed around the capital, Stanton? How come? Where was the intelligence? Where was the NSA or the military intelligence? Where? America, open your eyes to get people at strategic locations around the country, not in front of the barracks. It's concerning to me, Stanton, and I respectfully say.
I'm seriously, while we go to the phone line,
I see a general
before the
coming.
phone line, I would like to say something. I'd like to address what Mr. Fagon had to say.
I see
I'm
a
so
general
happy.
coming. Pocoyo. Okay.
I'm happy that you understand how passionate I am about women's issue in Liberia. I'm happy that you understand that we are the first line of defense when our children get sick or when they are not going to school. It is a woman's problem. Okay. However, you are wrongly using the word and the definition of mutiny as it applies to military. I am married to a military man, just in case you don't know. And I am very familiar.
Liberia
with-
Soya?
When
You
you're
married to
speaking,
Liberia Soya?
when you're speaking, I didn't even speak.
I just asked you, you say you married to military man. I
So,
said
so
Liberia
you
Soya?
want to use this distraction, which is what you good for. And I hope that you carry. I actually hope that you carry this technique to ERBC or ERBS, wherever
You
you
married
go.
to a Liberian soldier. That all I ask you.
I'm not even going to buy down to your distraction, but what I'm going to tell you is, okay, what I'm going to tell you is,
why you
when-
get answer for God?
when
Liberia
a
Soya or American Soya?
when a third party is involved, the men were not there to say that we instructed our wives. This is what I refer to as they say. This was not a primary source. The women said they said. They said.
No, the women said their husband.
If I gonna let you finish, we gotta move on,
The
please.
women said their husbands had told them, yeah, Raya in black and white. They didn't say they say. Yeah, Raya, read it.
Fagon, you
Fagon,
can say yeah,
Fagon,
yeah,
let's
in
just
black
finish.
and white. Of
Fagon,
course, it's
leave
in black
the
and
woman
white.
to say her thing now.
They
Finish
all
up, Dr.
CDC.
Richardson. Dr. Richardson,
Already
finish
know
up.
ANC and CDC already connected. Don't force it. We know.
Leave the
So,
woman to
Dr. Richardson, finish up. We gotta go to the phone line, please.
That is the most funniest thing that we ever hear today, to put ANC and CDC together. But Fagon, I hope that you use all these distractionary tactics.
But who did you guys endorse? Not CDC. Let me make it funny. Who you guys endorse? Who Comey's voting for? But we'll come back to it. Finish up.
We are in 2024, my man. We're in
No, but that's what you
2024.
say. It's funny when we all know that your vice president endorsed Joe Weah, your secretary of state endorsed Joe Weah, your female auxiliary group leader endorsed Joe Weah, your president voted for Joe Weah. Then you say it's funny. It's not funny. That's the fact. But Dr. Richardson, can you finish? We'll come back to there. Can you finish, Dr. Richardson?
It is. I find it. I hope the viewers are watching and find it very amusing, because I do. That
you want to be military wives and your husband are U.S. Army men?
Can you guys allow me to finish?
Let Dr. Richardson finish, please.
Okay,
Go ahead,
Dr.
man.
Richardson finish today.
I find it very amusing. Very amusing.
Stanton.
All right, so let's go ahead. Dr. Richardson, thank you. Let me say this very quick, guys. We got to go to the phone line.
Yeah,
We got to go to the phone line. Yeah.
I find it very amusing that when you guys don't want to understand words and definition, such as a simple word and definition, a simple word like primary source.
Sorry, Dr. Richardson, let's move on now.
Then you want to use all these distractionary techniques. Stanton want to put in his little slide in words to back what Fagon
Let Dr.
is saying.
Richardson finish Maxwell, please.
I'm
Finish
sorry.
it, Dr. Richardson. No, I was talking to Maxwell. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. So when you want to be correct, which you often do on this show, Mr. Fagon, okay? And when Stanton favorites you that day, all right, he will interrupt me. But I'm telling you, are dead wrong on the definition of mutiny from a military standpoint. And I'm telling you that the president said, the women said, the husband said, That is not primary source. That's what I call they say.
Thank you, Dr.
There were 14 million and 20
Thank you.
million.
So, guys, let Dr. Richardson finish. We got to go. We're back and we got to go to the phone line. I want to encourage everyone real quick. We're
So,
going to take
Dr.
few
Francine,
calls.
now you agree with her
Guys,
that
I
she's
beg
a
you guys.
military wife.
We're going to take a few calls because come on the show, Nelson. Let's take some calls. Let's hear from the library people. This is concerning. My only concern now, and maybe after the calls, Prince Maxwell and Sam Jackson and Mame will come in. I'm deeply troubled, folks. Those that are around President Bouaka, I'm concerned about them. Samuel Kofi Woods, National Security Advisor. Sylvester Grisby, Minister of State. I heard Bernard Samuka, he was there too. And all of them, Vice President Jeremiah Pankun, he was on the line. They advised for Joseph Yiman Bouaka to cave in and give in to those demands. It's a problem for our country. You may not see it today, that these people block every way to the city, every coming in way to the city.
And that's why I want to
the
ask
man
you a
called me from the
question.
airport. The man made a video. The man said, we are stranded. We cannot go to town.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the National Security Advisor advising the president, accept the resignation. Then you have the National Security Advisor and Sylvester Grisby, Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, saying, you know what, cancel the celebration. After 67 years, cancel the celebration.
Stand on.
If this is not concerning, there's something wrong with your medulla oblongata, because not only you own your party draft, but you own something called coach.
Stand on. You ask all of question. Can I ask you a 10-second question?
Real quick, we gotta go to the phone line.
Before you go to the line, I beg you, Prince. Sorry, Prince. You got a new haircut. I hear you in the States and all. Sorry, Prince. Listen, Stanton, my quick question to you. The second paragraph. Please explain to me what is meant by quote. Meanwhile, we receive throughout the day and night information that some of the armed forces' wives and, listen to this, and their husbands have initiated protest action across the country by blocking major roadways and highways. Who were the two people? The wives
and their husband.
Can you explain to me what the president meant by that particular sentence in the second paragraph?
Fagon. Like my little niece will call you Fagon. This is concerning. This is concerning. To tell you the truth. Because there's no joke about this. If anybody wants to play a game, they can play a game. There is no joke about this. Somebody went into the decision-making process of the commander-in-chief. Somebody demanded. They didn't ask. They make a demand. The president himself saying it. You cannot sugarcoat this. The whole world, we're looking at Liberia today. With all the coup taking place in different areas, Liberia was on a complete shutdown today. Because the president either said, no, I'm not taking your resignation, Prince Johnson, and the women and the husband hit the street, or the president said, I will accept your resignation, I will cancel the program, and the women and the husband retreat and they go back in the barrack. The country was on the shutdown. Our lawmakers need to step up. I can't wait for the 2 weeks of investigation, but Liberian people need to know the truth. It was complete shutdown today, and that's a shame on the government. That's a shame on this government. That's a shame on those that are advising the president. A big shame on every one of them. I don't know what they are smoking. I don't know what they are drinking. Our country deserves better, and under this leadership, whosoever advised the president to cave in, they need to re-examine their credential. Prince Maxwell, you go last, please. We cannot hold you any much longer, and then we have to go to the phone line.
Yeah. Stanton, I know we're throwing spaghetti all on the wall here. But let's just narrow this whole thing down once and for all. we're talking about threat assessment here right now. That's the intelligence language that people will use about something like this. Threat assessment. What is the level of threat assessment for this situation that just happened in the country? Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, or 10? Because you have to understand what is the threat level for this, so as to put the necessary thought process into place and analysis. Or else we'll just be throwing spaghetti in the wall. We'll be calling mutiny. We'll be calling all kinds of words that we should not be calling. What is the threat assessment for this? And what is the level? Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it risk or low risk? What it is?
Thank you.
I do agree that our military intelligence failed.
Oh, you not asking a question?
I do agree, but the fundamental question that everybody should be asking themselves right in Liberia is that what is the threat assessment of this? What is the threat level to the Republic of Liberia for what just happened? Is it on the scale of 1 to 10 or from 10 to 1? What is it?
We should be asking the government.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that's the reason why we are asking those that have asked the president. The national security team, of course, they are not fully completed yet. We stay back in the round to see who will be the next justice minister. Of course, he should be heading that team. We don't have him yet. You had Jonathan Massacre and you pull him off. You brought in Cooper Crack, and yet and still you tell the pro tem to hold on his confirmation hearing. What's the issue? If you do not want Cooper Crack, let him go. We need a justice minister. We need a complete national security team. If you do not want Cooper Crack, tell Yomli Kanga Lawrence, let him go. We'll find somebody else. If you want Cooper Crack, send him for confirmation hearing. The incomplete of the national security team led to this failure today. This is a national security failure. Make no mistake about it. You are investigating National Security Agency, NSA. You don't have no justice minister. You thinking who will be this? You don't have defense minister. Where are we, folks? Where are we? Something is just not moving in. Let us go to the phone line. You will not like me. You will like me. But I will say it as it is. Yeah, my man.
I'm coming to leave because of a reason. Can you give me a minute? Let me just close and leave because
Yeah. We respect you. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Well, it's been a good show. Sorry I have to leave you folks. I would just want to call on the president again to please put your foot down. I know you keep saying it's still early, it's 1 week, it's 2 weeks, it's 21 days, time's going on. Time doesn't wait for no man. But something is concerning to me that I want us to look. Why is it that in the government, people appointed that hail from Nimba are always targeted? Right now, it is like 0 from Nimba. 0. Because Councillor Kura is just there hanging in the sky. Prince Johnson is gone. What is actually going on? We know. But I think the president we need to definitely
CDC people targeting.
Let me end by ending. The president will need to put this and see what is going on. People from
you're not correct though. You said the post. I said, hold on. Let me talk to Fadiga. You put in our chat room what he's talking about. The post from Yantuan, the guy that will be running in Nema County. You, Fadiga, you put it in our chat room. So you can only talk behind closed door, but to come on camera, you blame us for saying what you posted in the chat room.
That is
I'm just on you.
It was a post I saw on Facebook.
No, that's the post he's talking about. And you want to blame him and say why he bringing it up?
And then one more thing, a lot of people reach out to me, some people from the ruling party and think, oh man, you gotta leave the government, you're the one. And you are so far the only government official talking and thing. I know I said it earlier on, but I'll let to restate it. I'm one person very fair and dedicated to my conscience. I do believe that if you have served in any government or any company for 6 years and you don't have the courage to defend the workers of that government, you are a coward. I'm not one. I will always be here to ensure I defend the government. That's the reason why I've never had no other party besides the CDC. If I decide to ever leave the CDC for some other party, no matter what tell me that, because I'm consistent and I'm person who's always proud. And I will always be proud to the president who gave me the opportunity. Any day, anyhow, I will defend his liquor. I'm not going to say that everything was bread and butter and sweet, no, but I will be proud of the accomplishment we've had. And I'll also encourage all of the government officials under President Weah to come out and ensure they tell the Liberian people the accomplishment and where this country was and where we are right now. Thank you so much. God bless.
Minister Isidore, thank you very much and have a good evening. Guys, you know what? Let's just close this thing because it's 6:40. Then we'll go to the phone line at last. Let's do that because I just realized that it's 6:40. So let's take our piece on everything. We'll start with Mame, and then we'll go to the phone line after everybody speak. Mame, Mr. Jackson, do the round table, please.
We have had a bad culture in the country about solving problems. We usually do not solve problems. We evade the problem. We find superficial solutions to those problems. Whether it is AFL widows, since Judith Bryant time, as a country, we have not been able to conduct a research, understand what are the issues, find a logical, sustainable, lasting solution to the issue about AFL widow. People take pride in being identified in government as the person who is able to take care of, they can say take care of, handle AFL widow. There is no solution. In job, we are in early government. I don't know who it was, but there was somebody responsible. Anytime they make noise, they go get them rest and get them money. In job, we are government, it was in Nabuno. I know Joe Bwaka, it will be who. We don't find solution to problem.
That's another opportunity to appoint somebody. You're right.
In the youth and student community, when there are problems to address with youth development issues, people take pride to say, I want to make soup to not talk. I want to make flour to quiet down. Wasting time will go to university, they come and say, I'm a former veteran of soup, I can solve the problem. Nobody finding sustainable solutions to problems. That is the root cause of what you saw happening today with the AFL people in the barrack. These people been complaining. Nobody want to address the concern. Nobody want to confront it. People always want to find superficial solution, whether it's with the army, whether it's with power theft, and people finding superficial solution, whether it's with youth development. Nobody want to solve problems. We always want to bypass problems. We always want to evade problems. We always want to find superficial solution to problems. But at the end of the day, it will come back to haunt us. It will come back to hurt us. That's exactly what happened. The president made a political decision to de-escalate tension in the country. Look at what would have been the option. Let's just discuss he succumbed. If he had not succumbed, what would have happened? Let's look at it that way. The protests would have continued going across the country. There would have potentially been chaos. It sent a bad message out. The president is just moving into signing agreement with people for concessions, making arrangements for investment. You don't want a country in chaos. But yes, it was not the best thing to do. But at that point in time and the circumstances available, and the option of not allowing the suspension of the program and accepting the resignation, the options were just chaotic. So I think it was a wise political decision to do so. And we're looking forward to seeing the president take up stronger action going forward. How will people view him? This thing about president, the president said it in his statement. He said, everything the people complain about are things happening all around, but we treat him the military extraordinary. We treat him extraordinary because of their service to country. So the military is an extraordinary case. If you feel you're married to a teacher and you want to join the street because teacher not pay, they will treat you differently. They not treat you like the military. If you feel say you're busy, you know want facon, you put your family in the street, they will treat you differently. They will not treat you like the military. Because the president said in his statement that the military case is an extraordinary case, so he treated it on an extraordinary condition. The president finally need to move fast, establish a government, ensure his government is structured. You told us you will get on the ground running. It's been more than 3 weeks. It should not take you so long to establish your government. The Senate should do due diligence on these people, investigate critical issues before confirming, and stop this attitude of you confirm my own, I confirm your own. It's hurting us.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. While you include this in your closing, I want to bring this up because we're wrapping up. This is what on front page Africa today about Daniel Johnson. If we cannot get to this story, we have to discuss it more. This is getting so concerning. And at the top, pressure to step down. But here's the story I want to bring to your attention, my fellow Liberian. Who is Daniel Johnson? The question that front page is asking tonight, they are asking, Bwakat appointee extradition was denied. They are not even asking, they are telling us. Because I thought it was a question. It said Robert Flight Information Region appointee Daniel Johnson was never clear of wire fraud and theft allegation, still an open, unshot case. The extradition was denied. By which government? Is he still wanted? Do they still need him? Why is this appointment become the big issue? The document, as you see, will flag them. But I think my open question here, as we talk about Daniel Johnson, why most of the appointment now becoming an issue, Samuel Jackson, this have taken the front page. And this too is concerning. Daniel Johnson, we know his story. We know his relationship. We know exactly the importance of this position. But why was he appointed by the president? And all the document folks are saying they are fake that he has provided. And front page is saying Bwakat appointee extradition was denied. So while you do your closing, if we can address it today, are you concerned with the different issue of appointment, why they are not clean, why they have not been vetted well, Mr. Jackson?
Look, I've basically given up that you're going to have a mismatched government, people of varying character, varying moral direction, and you would just have a typical Liberian government. This is not the rescue team Liberians voted for in October and November, right? This is just a team of people coming together with special interests and doing their own thing. And there is apparently, no veritable vetting process. There are no ways to basically check credentials. There's no way to audit experience. There's just no way. Look, we're just having a government of that's what I say, cronies, cliques, and what have you. That's Liberia. I accept that. So,
was that your expectation on all the message that were preached?
Oh, absolutely. Because the reason for that is I worked very closely with the Unity Party government for the 12 years of its existence. Okay. Ellen's first half, she brought in an A-list team. But because of political considerations after 2011, she brought in people, basically to further the political nest of people. I saw Unity Party youth leaders obstructing the arrest of Vani Sherman, the party chairman in the Cebu mining case. I saw all of that. We've just basically business as usual. I don't expect much, but I'm hopeful that even with the less than perfect configuration of a team, that they would just do some things minimally. Number one, keep Liberia stable, keep Liberia secure, keep our people healthy, run a government, and we're just going to be doing the same old thing, marginal economic growth rate. You will always see soldiers' wives getting on the street, and so and so and so forth. I don't expect miracles because the people who are coming to run this government, they are not Martians. They are not from the citadel of heaven. They are ordinary Liberians with all of the character defects of Liberians. So I don't really expect much from this government, but I'm hopeful that, they can just keep us safe, keep us healthy, and keep the country going.
Thank you very much. Prince Maxwell?
Stanton, first and foremost, there has to be a distinction between the two groups of people we're talking about here. One, there has to be a distinction between the military widows, the AFL military widows, and the AFL active duty military wives. There has to be a distinction because they do have differences in their priorities and their plights. Now, what we are talking about here today is the active duty military wives. There has been a failure, a massive failure in military intelligence and intelligence, security intelligence in the country. And that has to be patched. I mean, like yesterday, it has to be patched. The second thing is that the military code of conduct have just exposed it has a hole. And that hole needs to be plugged. It needs to be plugged immediately. We cannot afford, our national security cannot afford going forward to have active duty military wives in the street holding hostage free movement of people, goods and services, and shutting down the economy of Liberia for more than 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, up to 10 hours. That should not be possible. Yes, the threat level to this exposure might be moderate or low. It has the potential of escalating in the future. And that has to be projected in every military intelligence recommendation made going forward to not put the president under stress. Because the president today had the right to move into the commander-in-chief position and order a military stand down. And if that had not happened, there would have been serious consequences. But I appreciate the political maneuvering of the president on this matter. He was wise enough to call for calm, accept the resignation, and make recommendation for further investigation. Whoever is behind these things must understand that the threat assessment of our national security has been exposed. Whether it is a connected threat or a potential threat, we now have to understand the operability going forward. What was the intent of this? And how do we get it solved going forward so as to make sure it doesn't happen again? Because the force for good that we've always praised in Liberia has just shown that they have the potential right now of destabilizing, creating soft destabilization in the population of Liberia. We've seen that already. So nobody should sit anymore and say, okay, maybe it can happen or it cannot happen. They have shown they have the potential. Today, all of those areas that we talk about, there's a coordinated placement to maximize protest impact. I will say it again. There's a coordinated placement of wives in geographic location to maximize the protest impact. And we saw that happening. That is strategic planning. I don't want to go deep into this. So whoever that is behind this, whoever else around the president, need to understand our security apparatus, our security sector have exposed themselves, and now the president and his people need to go in and plug all those loopholes for future safety.
Thank you. Fadika,
Clinton,
please.
can I go? I have to leave actually.
Yes, Fadika, go ahead.
Yeah. I do agree with Prince and at least Mr. Jackson, you call me last night, I'll call you back actually. Mr. Jackson, I agree. Look, there's so many things that we some of us probably are not privy to. I'm not on the national security team. We do not know what is happening in the background. I do know that when this thing started, I got a call. Oh my man, the army people blocked the road. My cousin had called me. They were coming in town, which I met last night, and people started to bring out this news. I asked one of the commanders from the police, and I'm like, why aren't you guys sending men over there? Because even in the U.S., if you listen to the communication from the U.S., embassy today. They say that blocking major highway is a no-no. Anyway, even in developed country, that is not part of democracy. Because people are going to the airport, people got other things, you cannot block it. You can still protest on the side and you'll be heard. And I asked, why aren't the police moving in? And I received various response from different police commanders. One saying like, bro, we can't touch women. The other one said there were military men that threatened that they will come out if any police are going there to remove their wife. And I said, all right, but I, it sounded strange to me. But what I do know is that everything in Liberia is guided by politics. Most time people choose the political decision rather than solving the problem because it's all politics. But I think what happened today, I think the president may have not have made a decision that a lot of us wanted. My only problem with this is we should be avoid copycat so that other people do not start to do the same thing. But this is different. The president said we're going to treat our military differently. Even in the US, the military is treated differently. If we look around Africa, there have been several coups d'etat, Guinea, Mali, something. At least Liberia has been peaceful despite us coming from a very violent civil war. Liberia has been peaceful for the most part for almost going to 2 decades. So at least we can post our democracy, even though we have not gotten there yet, is enviable in the South region. We have had how many elections now? I think this is the third one. Peaceful transfer of power we have seen. So we want to maintain it. And being a very cautious leader as President Boyka, I think he assessed the situation with his national security team, and the prudent thing to have done was to do it. I don't think it was cave in. Even in his speech, he mentioned that General Johnson did this at his own volition. Nobody forcing. He was not coerced to do that, but he did it at his free will. Um, I think we should wait and watch and see, wait for the findings. Because I'm concerned, even though I agree with the decision, I'm a little concerned that the way this thing was coordinated, I think there is more to this story, and I do not want to jump ahead of the story because I do not know what it is. But I think there was some subversion in what they did, and we cannot have I think it was Mommy or who said these are active duty. I think people are confusing this too. They're confusing these active duty military wives with the widow. So the story too, I think front page Africa, I would do my own research to actually know which is which. Because we had different women protesting. First it was the widow, and then now we have active duty military, and they all learned what they wanted. And part of the demand was for General Johnson to leave. And now he has gone. We'll see what next. But this should not be the norm. I think President Boyka need to hurry up and put this government together because we need counterintelligence. We need people out there in the intelligence community to be checking these things. NSA is still not filled yet. The DEA is still not filled completed yet. I'm not sure if the National Police. I know Greg was just sworn in. So we need to hurry up and get this thing because 100 days is 121 days in the 100 days already. If we have to deliver this country and at least show the first sign that we mean business in 100 days, we need to get this thing off the ground. But other than that, it was a good show, great day. My friend Isaac, I'm sorry Isaac had to leave, but Isaac should not be lecturing us. Isaac, they stood up in this country, in this town, and they could not tell President Weah what to do. They let that man down until he messed up. And, leader, yeah. All right. In Seattle, I was just received. Leaders make decision based on information received. We are not privy to the decision to what information President Boyka received. I'm sure when he sat in that room with a team and he said they consulted the embassy. That was one thing you guys missed. And I know Fagon and Stanton on a different side. I was upbeat like that this morning when I saw it, but I took a step back and actually did some reflection and like, oh, probably you have some information. Like Stanton, you do that to us all the time. Sometimes you withhold certain information, and then when we're making decision, boom, You come up with a full story. So you do that too sometime on the show. But I think the decision that the president made today was from what his national security advisors told him, and even our foreign partners, ECOWAS, and some of the people that were in that meeting. So we are not privy to that meeting, to what was said, but we do trust his judgment. That's why we joined this rescue train. And if anybody believes that this train have not left the station, you are dead wrong. This government will be successful, and we will deliver.
Thank you very much. Before you leave, give me a few seconds before Glendy and Fagon and Dr. Richardson and the rest of the team do the closing. I'm disappointed in you as a brother and friend. I am.
I know.
You know, we should speak. But let me finish. But let me finish. I ask you for a few seconds.
Go ahead.
You know, whenever we come here, you know, when you speaking and you stuttering and you dragging your words, that is to say you're trying to find the right word to convince the Liberian people, but it's not happening. Brother Fadiga, this too is Liberia. Be free. Speak.
I'm free.
Hold your position. What happens. If nowhere in Liberia, you come back to Minnesota, you are making $160 an hour. You're a career man. And God will bless your soul. There was an intervention, Fadiga. I want to show you. There was a big intervention. It's in the chat room. The chairman, Senator Mamoti Cyrus, for intelligence, for the military, the chairman on that committee, okay, on defense, intelligence, security, and veteran affairs, went over to Shuffling. I beg you, give me a few seconds, my brother. He went over to Shuffling, and among the many different demands, you saw it in the president's speech today. I want you to go to number 8, Fadika. This is number 8. This is number 8. I want everybody to pay attention and let's read number 8. The people discuss this issue. This number 8. The women with the chairman, Momo Cyrus, when he went there. The satisfaction with Defense Minister Destiny. They told him a visible sense of the satisfaction and disapproval was expressed by soldiers and their spouses regarding the appointment of the Defense Minister Destiny. This was on the 9th. They told him, we don't like him. This guy got problems. They listed 10 problems. Momo Cyrus wrote them down. This is what he put on paper. I want Liberians to hear this and hear this very well. That's why I am asking those that are around President Joseph Yema Boaka, are they fair to him? Fagon. Allegations subject to further investigation, range from inhumane treatment to a perceived lack of concern for soldier welfare, prompting the Military Wives Association to threaten action of barricading the mansion. Even the mansion, Fagon, they were going there with protest if the nominee is confirmed. They told Momo Cyrus, they told the senators, they told Yomri Kanga Lawrence to protest. They told every one of them, this will be our action if you confirm that man. Because these are the things we have against him. They told him. So they were fully aware using Fagon.
Security.
You have to go, please. Then you can go. We'll see you tomorrow, brother.
Oh, no, I'm not going. I have to say.
Okay. So Fagon, they told them they had 10 listed reasons, 1 to 10. The first one, housing facilities. The second one, salary increment and promotion. Third, health insurance scheme. 4, high school fees. 5, comprehensive pension scheme and death benefit. 6, electricity supply. 7, concern regarding housing estate. 8, dissatisfaction with Defense Minister Destiny. 9, concern on 20% cut on salary of peacekeeping soldier for the purchase of amount of armored personnel career. Now, 10, alleged commercialization of AFL equipment to BEA, B Mountain. This is very important. They were sending all that into B Mountain. These women, they met the chairman, Momo Sarah, Senator Momo Sarah, and they listed 10 different things. All of the 10, this is what they told him. If you confirm Prince Johnson, we will hit the street. We'll go to the mansion. Did they report this to the national security team? Did they call Kofi Woods and say, Kofi Woods, trouble is coming? Did they brief the president of these people demands? Folks, let's stop joking with our country. Let's remove our party and election hats. And afterward, these are the recommendations from Momo Cyrus and the team. 1, housing improvement, they address it, they say, salary and everything, they give 10 recommendations. And for number 8, review of defense minister designated appointment. The appointment and subsequent confirmation of the defense minister designate should be critically reviewed in light of concerns raised by the Military Wives Association, MWA. These are the recommendations supported by their soldier spouses to ensure a satisfactory resolution. Momo Cyrus, chair, Senator Momo Cyrus from Lofa, chair. These are one of the 10 recommendations he presented. Who informed the president? Who told the president that these people are going to act? And at the end of the day, what did they do, my fellow Liberians? They confirmed him. They confirmed Prince Johnson just to bring the government to disgrace, just to bring the president to disgrace, and the women, to their words, Glendy, they hit the street. And today, we are talking, the president was forced to accept the resignation of Prince Johnson. He was forced to cancel. He was forced to cancel the February 11 Armed Forces Day program. Can you talk to us? Talk to us, Glendy.
I just posted.
Let me just finish. I just wanted you to listen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fadiga. After Glendy, Glendy, go ahead. I'm not interrupt our show, but go come out tomorrow, man. Glendy, go ahead. Remember, Baba, don't interrupt our show. Glendy, go ahead. Glendy, go ahead, please.
Well, let me say what you want to say.
No, man, no.
You come on me. I mean, let me say this. The president made a wise decision. Look, there are certain things I didn't want to say, but you made me say in the room there. Look, these guys were carrying on something that could have amounted, it quickly degenerated into an insurrection. The president saw people looking for trouble and he decided to calm it down. Look, when you are governing now, you are no longer in opposition. You have
you are not answering my question. You want to go to the talking point of a supporter issue. No, we are all Liberians. No, I agree. People met Momo Cyrus. They met Momo Cyrus. They met Senator Momo Cyrus. They told him we'll go and lock down the mansion. They told him we'll lock down the street. They said everything. Do not confirm this man. And Momo Cyrus and the team confirmed the man. Today, President Joseph Imabwaka begging the people to go home. He will take the recommendation. He will remove the man. He will do that. Have a good night back. Let me talk to our man.
We just take the word from one. So I mean, he resigned.
Just recommendation.
Did it based on information?
So let me just first of all disagree with Stanton's assertions.
Thank you.
And the report from Momo Cyrus. Because they were.
That's not my report.
I'm disagreeing with your assertions.
Right? That's not my report.
In relation to what you just shared from Momo Cyrus.
Okay, I didn't share. Look in the chat room. We also Glenny, I love to correct you. Look in the chat room and see
I said in relation to what Momo Cyrus has shared.
Okay,
because
thank
he
you.
also can be held responsible. If these things were told to him, what did he do? How come nobody?
You know why you disagree with me? You so disagree with me.
I'm saying what
you're saying.
Okay, let me do my closing.
Thank you.
So I like to when I like to write things down that I want to say because I don't want to miss anything when it's serious for me. And I want to start off. If these are active military wives, then each of their husbands must be questioned as it relates to their participation in this carry out clandestine activities at different points in Monrovia. They must be questioned, especially against their oath of office to protect and defend the president and the citizenry of Liberia. They must be questioned. We also have to look at the severity of what happened. These people, these women restricted movements. There could have been sick people. There could have been people who could have died because imagine at RIA, they stopped the movement for people. People lost their flights. People had to cancel flight. The severity of this is serious and significant, and it cannot go unnoticed. I hear what President Barker has decided to do. I hear what he's planning to do. But the consequences of their actions must not be ignored because it could have been worse. It could have turned out to be something else. There's one thing I want to, it didn't come to me until I'm hearing from Momo Sarah's point, and I'm hearing Cinto last, and I want to say this. If the main point on their protest was to get rid of General Johnson, it means that there are people within the armed forces of Liberia who do not want General Johnson. And those are active serving military people. Because if everything else, based on Senator Cyrus, if everything else was tried, if they had tried so much to alleviate most of those things and to see how they could resolve it, but if the wives continue to insist that Johnson must go, there's a problem. This thing was planned out. It was orchestrated. I would hope that the government investigates this thoroughly from start to finish, beginning to end. Because what this has done, it has put the country at large at risk. And I cannot re-emphasize what everyone has said. The safety of the citizenry of Liberia and the president is important. And it's a serious security failure to what has been able to transpire, not once, not twice, but multiple occasions at different points in the country. We look forward to hearing about the investigation and to reading this investigation in 2 weeks. The president has promised 2 weeks. So it will be important, and I will hope that they will be transparent with the public so that anyone who has the thought of wanting to repeat this will be forewarned before they even plan it again. That would be my closing.
Glennie, seriously, you're making some very strong point. And let's just everyone go over. And again, Nelson, can you come on? I will beg Nelson before Fagon come on to post exactly those recommendations, those suggestions, and what was told to Momo Cyrus by the army wives. Let people see it. Nelson, you got to take it. I don't know. I will send it to you. You got to put it on Facebook. Put it on our page. All right? Don't put it in the group chat. Put it on our page. I want everybody to read them themselves. It's very important for us to give the Liberian people the news. Put it on our page. Let everybody read it. These people said it.
Yes.
But the senator then refused to listen to the people like they are doing so many occasions. And they confirmed Prince C. Johnson. But here's the issue. Did they tell the national security team, be aware something is happening? Go and inform the president and the vice president. Call a national security meeting. Let know where we are. These things would have been worse, Honorable Fagon. For us to sit here and sugarcoat and make it look sweet, I would not do it. Somebody forced the president to cave in, and he caved in, and this is dangerous for our country. The Honorable Eugene Lamley Fagon.
Thank you, Stanton. And I'm looking at Momo Sarah's report. And if you look at the key issues raised according to his report, take for example number 8. You will see in the report they will raise the issue, but they provided recommendation. So they raised the issue of the disapproval expressed by them and their spouses regarding the appointment. So there was, the soldiers themselves had a disapproval of the appointment along with their spouses. And the allegation was subject to further investigation. It ranged from inhumane treatment to a perceived lack of concern. What was the recommendation from the very same soldier's wife? Let's go to number 8. It said, review of defense minister designate appointment. The appointment and subsequent confirmation of the defense minister designate should be critically reviewed. They didn't say he should move up. Should be critically reviewed in light of the concern raised by the Military Wives Association, supported by their soldier spouses. You see right there? Now, Stanton, if you go to number 9, that's where I saw armored personnel carriers. I'm like, did someone take money for armored personnel carrier?
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
Those were the complaint.
But tonight, my fellow citizens, just like Joe Barker said tonight, this is what I want to do for my people, Stanton. The president said, and I'm going to quote under the second paragraph, and I end my closing. The president said, quote, meaning that what the president said, now let me say it, that the president say it. The president said, quote, meanwhile, we received throughout the day and night information that some of the armed forces wives and their husbands had initiated protest action across the country by blocking major roadways and highways. Soldier and their wife. So your man, you and your wife supposed to be blocking major highways around the country, not in front of the barrier, but around the whole country. Okay. He continued. Others, he meaning the same people, had engaged in agitations in barracks around the country, period. The other soldiers, same Jason Yama lesson, the other soldiers had engaged in agitations in the barracks around the country. See that kind of thing. So your man, you in the barracks, you agitating where guns are around the country. And that means say, oh, yeah, right here. He continued, in an effort to prevent violence and preserve lives and property. After what he just explained to your Liberian people, he said to prevent violence and lives of property. We ordered, it was an order, that the Armed Forces Day celebration for today be reduced to a low-key program. He gave you the reason. They were all in the Paris, doing all kind of things. They were all around the country. They set up roadblocks. They and their wives. And he said, the United States and other regional partners were informed. I want to say this to Liberians. The United States Embassy then, in order to collaborate what the old man said,
they were put on high alert.
The American Embassy said, and I quote, and I mean say, oh, that the American people said Turkey, and I'm a buff. They said the U.S. Embassy is aware of ongoing protests by AFL spouses and the forced closure of major roads throughout Greater Monrovia. While the U.S. Embassy supports the right to peaceful protests, blockading roads and impeding the movement of Liberian citizens is disruptive and counterproductive. And I mean talking, and the American people talking. This is contrary to the respect of democracy and the rule of law. Unquote. The Nami talking, that the American people talking. That's what they said. It's counterproductive. It's contrary to democracy and the rule of law. This old man took the right decision. However, I join Glendy and all the smart Liberians around the country to say that this is something we must look at critically. Is the army divided? Is there something about this army that we need to know? Is there something going on that people are hiding? I agree with Sam Johnson and he says this is highly a security matter. We should be careful how we approach it. Why it is true that we should be careful? Is it not scary? Should we not be afraid? Since when did we hear Jobo Jobo in our barracks? Since when have soldiers said, you, madam, you're going to tell the president, and he confirmed that man, there will be no celebration. So, yeah, he talked to the commander-in-chief. Is this a test? Because he said he owe. They want to know whether Soya owe and Soya young. When Soya get order, it can happen. This is something. It is fearful. That's why when I came here today, I said nobody should put anything. Let me express my opinion too. Now, last but not the least, nobody can tell Samuel Jackson that he did not graduate from the London School of Economics. We saw him march, we saw a video, we saw him going to school, we saw him posting. But Stanton, I will say something tonight that might be controversial. But I care less if I speak my mind. What Martin Colley and Abdullah Mohammed are doing is nothing wrong. They are our heroes. We must respect that. They are checking people to make sure that these people are not lying. Because some of the things we see today, Stanton, and to all of you on this platform from these people come, they just say, I got this degree. They bring a degree, they put it down. No transcript. What they printed from World Trade Center, when you ask for their school, they tell you their school was way back in 1965. I am saying this tonight because I've heard a lot in recent days, even affecting myself. My name came up for Sunday. Somebody said, we need to be serious. The man only get 4 AA degree. No, you see Stanton laughing. The man only... No, Stanton, don't laugh. I told you. You know what I tell my man? I had to go to the school. Both the college that I went to and the university that I attended. My man, don't know why I'm alive. Enough funny. Both my campuses there. The other one with 21,000 students. The other one, yeah. This whole college, the university, different when they're all in session. They say, oh, let's be serious. The man got 4 AA degree. I had to go to the people there from Northeast State. The people take out all. You don't call me up, bro. They take out all they get to me. They don't get to me like that. I told the people, I said, I carry paper to my country. And I carry the degree then to my country. I carry it with transcript. And I want the transcript to be sealed. So they seal the transcript.
Do not break the seal. Do not, if you break the seal, it is not official.
It's not official. So I carry it to my country with the transcript.
You're not going to stay here. You will stay right here. You see the university? The somebody that's sitting out here, he would tell you, he wrote down the game video. Oh, this is the East Tennessee University for my bachelor.
We see it. We see it.
You see how it's sealed? I can't break it. The reason why I'm saying that thing, Glendy, is because I'm saying that because people come to the country, they say they got degree. My man raised that issue. He said, why that transcript? Stanton, you don't laugh. They put in said 1965, they graduated from their school. When you add them for the transcript, they not get it. Today, I will say this to you.
The unofficial copy, can you send it to Martin and Mohammed, please?
Hey, seal.
No, you should request for an unofficial copy.
I can do the unofficial copy on my line, online.
Okay, please. Send it to them to call the school and verify.
Seal on it. It gets
I hope
sealed.
you didn't get it from World Trade Center. They got to verify it,
The
please.
one they can get from World Trade Center, the school, when I tell you, should they have issues, let them contact us.
Did they give you official letter?
Hey man, you probably let please.
Why you tell me get it, man? We won't go.
Yeah, don't mind him. You see the seal on it?
The people say they want question, they want ask you question. We'll go in.
Yeah, when that's something I wanted to say that help me. Hey man, that man when I got 4 AA degree, where am I coming from? They talk with so much confidence, but they didn't get a transcript to show what class they sat in. They got big degree, they get it all, they say holy. The reason why I'm saying this, I listened to the president's statement. If I was around, I have done something a little bit different in the interest of national security. Yes, I would have done something different. I would have worded things a little bit different. But what that president put out today cannot be debated. It was mutiny. And I have to say it because it's my opinion. The Constitution guarantees me that right. Soldier, you leave the barrack to go Black Row. Soldier, you refuse to honor your national duty to the Armed Forces Day until they remove somebody. Soldier, you say you will not obey order. You stand to our close by saying, I'm not even talking about you spent only 4 days. Sam Jackson, who jumped from parachute all I want, he refused to answer the question today. Because he knows, even now today, when they call him, he will say, yes, sir. Report for duty, yes, sir. And he said that today, he said, our soldiers, them will misbehave. Tomorrow, they catch me, they won't beat me. No problem. They won't kill me, no problem. But what they did today was wrong. And what the president did was the right decision. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing
Before
much
we
more
go to
better
before we
decisions
go
in the
to
future.
before we go to Mame and Sam Jackson to close us finally, then we'll go to the phone line. I want to say today my own piece. Disagree with Stanton. Love me when you can and disagree with me when you can. It's okay.
You closing again?
No, I'm not close. I didn't close. I didn't close, Glenny. Don't do that. Glenny, you gotta stop though. I didn't close though. You gotta stop.
Nobody catching Jenna. We finish forgetting.
But I want to say this real quick. That was a total mess, Glenny. That was a total mess today. If I were in Liberia advising the president, I would challenge those that send out demands and say, "Tell you can remove Prince Johnson, you will not have the program. Till you can remove Prince Johnson, will block all the roads. To God be the glory. The president should have exercised the presidential commander-in-chief power today. Let Liberians see the commander-in-chief, Joseph Yemabuaka. Make no mistake, folks. Make no mistake. I do not want to go in the numbers of the Mediterranean. But what was done today, we have set a precedent that somebody, another Jack, another Henry, another Mark out there will come and make their own demands. This is not over. I'm concerned about Joseph Yemabuaka. I fear that somebody is working somewhere. Somebody is doing something clandestine enough to push Joseph Yemabuaka. I am totally concerned about those that are around him, that they are succumbed. They know who's doing this thing. Senator Momo Cyrus received a report. Did he share it with Kofi Woods, the National Security Advisor? Did he share it with Brian Samuka, who is hanging around? Did he share it with the Vice President, with the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, with NSA Director, whosoever that is there? I am concerned. Did he share it with the Liberia National Police IG? I am concerned, folks. I'm beginning to worry about President Buaka. He was ill-advised. This is not small petty person in the corner giving commands to army wives. Maybe these are generals in the army. Maybe these are colonel in the army. We look at the region. Look at Sierra Leone. Look at Guinea, Niger. Look at this country that having coup d'etat. Then we must sit here and think this is a joke. That somebody sitting down had 12 or 20 or 50 men around them and said we send our women up there to block the road from Douala, all Brussels Island, from Douala to Freeport, Burma Bridge, they block it. From the airport, the only one airport we got, they block it. To hold the country, they set it on a hostage. And we must sit down here and say, okay, it's okay. The president made the right decision. My brother, my sister, the commander-in-chief, Joseph Yeman Boakai, should have stood up and said, we will not fall to the demand. He should have done it. Make no mistake.
Okay,
This time around, it's wrong. It didn't happen on Madam Salim. Nobody locked anyone down. It didn't happen on George Weah. They have tested this president. They have tested his resolve, and they found weakness in him because of the ill advisors around him. They will do it again. They will do it again. And I close, Mr. Jackson, Mohammed. They will do it again. You can say what you want to say and polish it. They will.
Stand down.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I want you to count. I want you to slow down and count from 1 to 10.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
Don't count.
But man, you spent 4 days in a Marine. St. Jackson spent many years when he ordered you.
No.
No.
I mean, not many years. I mean, but listen to me.
St. Jackson want to punish this thing. I would say,
listen to me. Listen to me.
It is wrong. It was wrong, and it is not right. But Uncle Sam, say it on. Try giving me straight 1 to 10 count. Say it on.
So this is
Yeah, 1 to 10 count. Come on, man. You think I'm military?
Listen to me. Listen to me very carefully. President Joe Boycott been around for a long time. He understands the distinction between military wives in the United States, and I put something in the chat room. They don't go in the streets, they don't block traffic, but they advocate on behalf of their husbands. In the Liberian context, it was absolutely wrong for these women to do that. But the consequences of taking strong actions against these women, with the fragility of the political economy, and I keep referring to the political economy, and you just say the political economy in context. We're talking about context. If you send the IG with riot police officers on Shuffling Road near the military barracks and disperse those women, and some of them get hurt, the consequences could be unfathomable. Joe Boycott, in his wisest wisdom mind, elderly statesman mind, rather look weak in the short term than look strong and upset the apple cart and destabilize the country. Because we see and we saw that the demonstrators were well organized, they were well coordinated, they were in Zwedru, they obstructed Senator Thomas Yaya Nimle from coming to town. They went to 15 Gate, they were in Douala, they went to Star Base. So it is important within the context, Eugene Lamy, my foster brother, for Joe Boycott to make the decision to save the state today and enforce measures against those who were doing these actions, which is, you call it mutiny. I don't call it mutiny. I don't think it's reason to that. But definitely the wives were puppets of their husbands. And if they broke any laws, and if we can, and we can clearly prove they were their intent was to destabilize the country, disobey military order, then they must be subjected to UCMJ. But it was the best thing in the best interest of the country today, on this February 12th day, to say, okay, we will not go and upset the apple cart. Will be statesman, and if I even appear weak to Stanton and weak to Lamy Fagon, but it's better for me to save the state.
No, he wasn't weak to me. He did the right thing. I said it repeatedly.
Yeah, but I'm saying if just to please you guys on Spoon for the president
Don't
to
never try
send
to please. Don't never try to please us. Say what you want to
No,
say,
but I'm
sir.
saying because what you said, the president is looking weak, right?
I said what the president did. I said what the president did was weak.
Yeah, no, but basically,
What the president did was weak. What the president did, he caved in. That's what I said.
You are second guessing.
I am not.
You are second guessing the president.
I am
the
not.
president has access to more information.
I am not.
The
Sir,
president has.
what the president did, everything is pointing finger to what the president did.
No, but listen to me.
And the reason why you're doing this, you want to present the president weakness to use it tomorrow in campaign talking point to beat him.
No. Not to stand. Listen to me.
Now, why you doing this? We understand
he
you,
conferred
sir.
with ECOWAS. Let me finish, Stanton. He conferred with ECOWAS. He conferred with the American Embassy. He conferred with the European Union. And then he conferred with what is a symbol of his national security apparatus now. It is not fully formed. And based upon the information that he had, and using his own gut feeling, said it is the best thing for me to appear weak in the short term to save the state, and let me put an investigating team there. And if we discover that the real motives of these people was to undermine the stability of the state, that if Joseph Boyka, when that report comes out in 2 weeks, if he does not take strong action against those who transgress today, then I will call him weak. I will call him. I cannot call him weak now because, from my point of view, Joseph Boyka did the best thing for the state today, and because I'm in Monrovia, and I know how this. I mean, I know the undercurrents of heat under the ground in this country, and I understand how people can go out to start looting and undermine the stability because a lot of hunger and frustration in this country. And
thank you very much, Mr. Jackson.
The opportunists will take advantage of this situation to go and do something, and we all regret. But Joseph Boyka did a good thing today. He was very heroic in his action today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. We'll be going to the phone line. If you want to hang around with us, we appreciate. Again, Mr. Jackson say your own, I say my own, you say your own. But I believe I will re-emphasize on the show today, they have tested Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief, Joseph Boyka, and they have seen weaknesses through his decision. They will capitalize on this and they will do it again. It is very, very disappointing that those around the president, the national security team, failed on the full assessment when this information came out. They could have gone ahead to brief Mr. President. They could have gone ahead to put mechanism in place to prevent all this, but they didn't. This too is troubling. This too is troubling. We're going to go to the phone now. Let's hear you. Whatever you are, use Honorable Fagon phone. He's going to ELBC. He will get a new one. Use his phone and call. Wherever you are, if you want his phone number, that's 543-287-6613. That's Fagon phone number. Don't forget, call his phone. We gave him his Tennessee phone number. Use it and call. Use my number and call, and let's have a great conversation tonight. Can you open the phone line?
They say your other son beat somebody, try and split all your chest. Stanton.
Who?
Potter.
When that happened?
Okay. The news all around.
Is it out there, Nelson?
Well, social media.
Yeah, I'm seeing something here like that.
Is it seriously? Can we put a picture up? Or is it who? You said Porter?
Let's take the call before.
Oh man, look at the picture. Did they say that Potter did this?
They said Potter ordered. We're looking at all our social media. He said Mr. Potter ordered people to beat him up, and they tore him up. And you can see all the stitches, the gash. It's a viewer's discretion will be advised, but I think
no, we're not going to show it. We're not going to show it. It's too
tomorrow
disturbing.
We can look into it.
Oh,
yes. Can you tell us?
Oh, play it. Okay, play it.
Yeah. Today around the town hotel.
Wow, there's nothing playing. Okay. So can I take some calls while you make the adjustment from your end? Because um from my end there's nothing playing. So let me just activate the lines. So we take some calls now. So the number to call tonight: 055510107 055510107 is the number to call, and you can also call the WhatsApp number that I'm posting now. Let me pin the WhatsApp up here. You can call and make your contribution to the discussion tonight. So let's see if we take our first call here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from? Hello.
Calling from Brown,
Okay, go ahead. Let's hear you from Golakane District.
Yeah.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. What happened was wrong by stopping the mandate of the president by giving the instruction to remove Prince Johnson. But as just like somebody going to work, you say, "Oh, I'm not going to work today," because I did. The soldiers to celebrate the armed forces day, and they say we're not going to work, or we're not going to accept this.
Can you? Hello, are you there? Okay. So let's go there and take another person. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you call from?
The record this is Robert Color, and I call you from the facility of the Barry.
Okay, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Thank you to Stevens. Just as the president said today in his address, this was a plan pretext by the army using their wealth as a code to carry on their exercise. For one fight, I only seen today in also military personnel removed from their jacket. The number removed from their jacket, and their wives were acting directly by their command, because some of them had a conversation and they said, if you can do anything, you will know the force that will come after this. And so when they said that, I left the scene. For me, while I was standing from Firestone in, I left the scene, and just with 30 minutes, I was told that the Major Johnson had resigned his post, and you could see me all happy because, for the resignation. So I just say thank you to the president for keeping the state peaceful today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks a lot for your contribution. We take another person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from? Oh, we lost that person. Another one. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you call from? Yes, go ahead, sir. Let's hear you.
So the audience had to share and get out. But we can't go for our president if he did well today. All I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We take another one here. Hello, your name and where you call from? Hello.
I thought you wanted to listen to this thing. That's what I'm gonna call for, right?
Okay, but there wasn't anything playing here, so that's why I thought to start to take the course.
Yes.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, so again, Rubio, can you tell us exactly what happened?
Yeah. Today around the town hall bell. Yeah. Around the town hall bell, right opposite the town hall, Painesville Town Hall. There's a girl there sells food and drinks every Saturday. And she renting for the minors there in the minors yard. She renting for the minors place. So then Mr. Potter came with a whole group. They came to eat and drink. In the process of drinking, Mr. Car was parked in the driveway. So So one of our anti came from there to tell the guys, Mr. Potter, to remove the car from the driver. The car is not going to park there. And another guy from Mr. Potter started to make remarks that they came about and they wanted this my yard. You cannot come back and you want to do this. But I'm not argument king we're talking. So my other person going back and I ain't king there, but what I'm talking about engineer for? In the process of arguing, Mr. Potter here and the guy was arguing. But the argument man said, why remember argue with Potter? Mr. Potter my yard. I guess I was saying you want to find just no who's on it. What kind of you? Mr. Potter, you can't want to drive with the argument king. Mr. Potter on the man, he's trying to hit on the man. The man who Mr. Potter shirt. Mr. Potter hold the man shirt. And then Potter talks to him. Nobody question. Another guy with Mr. Potter group. Mr. Potter give all the man took on the bottle. He stabbed the man. He's knocking the man, holding down all the way to the man's chest. When the man dropped, they start kicking the man. They were coming to come here around, the brother coming high the corner. The other guy want to run away, how they come to catch him. And right now he's calling at the Sofa police station. Okay. He's calling at the Sofa police station. And Potter came back, we carry the police, they want to run away here. I will start on the bar, we carry the Sofa police station. When Mr. Potter came there, he the man in the cell, they wanted to compromise it, but to stop you over the middle boom. We said, no, this is a tender murder, you cannot compromise it. You cannot compromise it, the man will lead to move forward to cook. Nobody can see the man with the police station. So that's what happened, Chief.
Yeah, so the vetting in question, he's present at the hospital.
The ERW hospital currently. Fidel Nelson, one Fidel Nelson.
Okay, all right, thanks so much for the information. Okay,
thank you.
Okay.
Fagon, I didn't see this coming though.
You know, maybe if you show the images, view of discretion is advised. These are some of the things that will happen in the country that if action is not taken, will be repeated again. If it is established that Mr. Potter was involved, let the law take its course. It's my understanding from the guy, Fidel Nelson, if you go to the Fry's page, he wrote, and exactly what he wrote is what was explained. You go into the yard of somebody, they say, excuse me, sir, your car is in my driveway. Please take it out. All you got to do, oh, ma'am, I'm sorry. I'll get my car out right away. But you argue with the people in their own yard. And when someone comes to intervene, you color him, he color you. And then the talks you got behind you, you give them orders, they jump in, and they tear him up like a piece of paper. It was the same thing that happened with the gentleman in my case. When there's a new sheriff in town, people will always test that sheriff. And I hope.
You're going back to my point. Seriously speaking.
Of course, they will test the sheriff. They will want to know whether the sheriff's strong. I expect Greg to investigate that issue to save himself, Greg, the police RG. Because if you don't step on that one, tomorrow Azedo will go, and I'm not saying that's what Azedo will do, but Azedo, former deputy minister, will go to somebody who and post line a year, or order him boys to beat them. I know Azedo will not do that, but there is something called deterrence. What we do in this case will serve as a deterrent to others. That you, because you are a former official, does not mean you can go in people's yard and brutalize them. Look at the images we are looking at. Look at how they tore that guy up. And if you go to Fry's, you will see the stitches he took, all the rope out.
Can I ask you a question? Because the folks called it in. This is Emmanuel Potter. This is the Potter, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm not trying to defend him, though. But did the caller say he gave an order?
That's why we are calling for an investigation. Here are some facts that nobody can deny. Was Potter in somebody else's yard? Yes, he was. Was his car parked in the person's driveway? Yes, it was. What happened? Was he asked to remove the car? Was he? If he was, what was his reaction? What brought about the commotion? Who were the men that attacked this individual? This individual. Were they with Mr. Potter? The fact that they were with Mr. Potter does not mean that he gave them the order.
That's my point.
Did he give them the order?
That's my point.
Again, did he have to give them order? They could have been acting as a group. So, we say leave it, but it is disturbing. Gregory Comer must make sure that this is investigated and dealt with expeditiously so as to serve as a deterrent to other people who might likely try to get involved with such violent behavior against citizens.
Mr. Jackson, what say you? Well, we understand, Mr. Jackson. I'm kind of, I cannot 100% put this on Potter because I'm not seeing anything. I'm not hearing anything that Potter gave an order.
But why are you scared to show the picture?
No, man, the picture is so gruesome, man. I cannot do that.
So I'm not saying we should put it on Potter, but we are calling for investigation. Was Potter there? Yes. Did he park his car in the people's driveway? Yes. What led to the altercation? Did he actually give the orders? Were those men a part of his entourage? If they were part of his entourage, it didn't matter whether he gave the order or not. If he took them there in his car, then he's held responsible too for their actions. Period.
Okay. So, Stanton, everything
Yes, sir.
starts.
Go ahead, please.
In a law and order state, and Liberia is moving toward law and order, but we still have some serious challenges. Everything must begin with an investigation, assembling of the facts, witnesses, adduce evidence, and if it's found out that he either gave order, participated, or was part of the events that led to the injuries inflicted upon this individual, the law should take its course. I don't care who he is. I don't care who he represents. Not because he's a member of a party that I supported for the presidency, who mean that I'm going to sit here and try to back him or try to undermine the rule of law. I'm saying let the IG investigate, because believe me, the CID can call witnesses and the evidence can be adduced. And if he did it, the law must take its course. Because and unlike you, Eugene and Stanton, I don't think people are doing things to test the resolve of Joseph Nima boycott. I don't think it's just the way. Look, people do things, and I don't think anybody's going to sit in their home and say, "Okay, there's a new government that came in town. Let's put the women out in the streets there, so your wives, so they can test to see Joe Boycott's strength." Liberians don't operate that way. We move by emotion and passion and how we feel. We don't connive much. We don't plan. We don't strategize. We basically just act on emotion. This is how I have been watching my Liberian people perform as long as I've been alive. So it is important for the president to be able to monitor his law enforcement officers, give them strict instructions to make sure that they investigate this matter, and anybody who falls afoul of the law, let him pay the consequences for his action. Because
I disagree with you, but I'm waiting for you to
Fagon, you were coming, Fagon, but I want to just show to our audience, he took a lot of stitches. Okay, it's so bad that we cannot give you the actual picture, but the dressing, everything which they did later on. So he was gashed. Everything that was said in the recording now, thank God he's alive. And someone went there, they spoke to him. We can say this, and we hope to speak to him tomorrow when he have more strength. But again, Mr. Jackson, I like what you say. I hope Gregory can look into this, refer this, whoever it may be, refer this to the Justice Department for pure investigation. This is bad.
No, but Stanton, okay. It is the job of the police to do the investigation, not the Justice Department.
The police
the IG has the Criminal Investigation Division, and they have people who are tasked with the duty, role, and responsibility to investigate those kinds of things.
Okay.
And then if there's enough evidence, it goes to the county attorney's office.
Let me say this. I mean, if I go your comment, let's just be straight. There is nothing on the tape that Potter gave an order for this gentleman to be killed or go and hurt him. But again, Fagon, you are right. The investigation will see through all this. But something happened, and Emmanuel Potter was present, and the allegation that he parked his car wrongly into someone else's driveway. That's where we are, and that we started all this issue. Fagon?
The gentleman himself explained, and if you look on the tape, the individuals were with Mr. Potter. In a bid to escape, Mr. Potter then put him in his car again, and one guy was unfortunate and left behind. I am not the investigating officer, but here is where I disagree with Sam when we make the statement that there is something called deterrence. If President Weah at the time, former President Weah, had taken the decisions to make sure that people were investigated for what they did, we would not have seen the deaths of one auditor after the other, after the other, after the other. On the first account, he said people should get CCTV camera. On the second one, he said that people were making love up at UBA Bank. You see how the third, fourth, and fifth occurred? Okay. When we saw deaths, people killing people just randomly and recklessly, all about the place, what did President Weah do? When we heard about corruption, stealing here and there, what did President Weah say? In the case of the agriculture minister, he said the paper ain't reached its desk. He said, but is that a way to present evidence? I have said, and I will say again, whenever there's a new sheriff in town, there is always the tendency for people to test their resolve, to see when I do that, what will happen. Today, we saw what happened with our Armed Forces Day. We saw today what happened with respect to what is happening now. After 2 weeks, based on the action the president will take, will determine whether they will repeat it ever again. That's number one. Number two, Potter drives his car into somebody else's yard, not his yard. And the person said, look, man, you are in my driveway. Whatever happened thereafter, if Potter had said, I'm sorry, let me take my car out and I'm leaving, nothing would have happened. Whatever happened is what these people are explaining. That's why I said we'll leave it. But if it is established that Mr. Potter carried his group, and he was part of the group that went in and part of the group that left, and they inflicted something, the action taken by this government will deter a Eugene Fagon, an Isaac Doe, and all other former government officials from carrying out acts of violence against peaceful citizens in the name of, I'm rich, I'm the former minister, I'm this and that. Okay? I am saying it again. President Joseph Boakai will be tested. One of the reasons why we won this election, Sam, is because President Weah failed on the issue of law and order. And you want to suggest that we should come and fail on the same issue? I will not take it. I will say no. I'm not saying that's what you suggested. But again, it's law and order. You don't go in somebody yard because you're a former minister and leave from there and leave a victim bloody. and then you brag. No, it must stop. No killing since he took over 21 days. And you want to start, we nip it in the bud before you go any further. And make sure that nobody has that right or the privilege to go to somebody else's house, beat them up, and walk away in the name of, I'm the former minister friend. I'm a friend of Mr. Potter. You all will be dealt with expeditiously. It's just a matter of time. We're waiting for the next 72 hours so that no one can ever repeat this nonsense again by going into the yard of someone else in the name of, I am Mr. Potter's friend. So if you are Mr. Potter's friend, does that give you the right to tear somebody up like this with glass bottle because you are Potter's friend?
So let me establish something, and maybe it will be fun. Dr. Richardson, thanks for coming back, and you can do your closing after. Fagon, what will you do? Even if you didn't call your body guy or the guy that hanging out with you, you didn't give him instruction to do what he did. What would be your next step? You, Minister Fagon, went into the restaurant, these kind of things happen. What will you do, Fagon?
The first thing that should never have happened. When you take men somewhere,
what will be your next step?
When you see a violence of such nature, you don't go to the police station and brag about your money. My next step would have been to go immediately to the family. I took them there. So I should go to the family immediately and say, look, I brought these guys here. They had a little too much to drink. They were drunk. So I came to apologize. Please forgive their actions because I brought them here. The next thing I would do is to go to the hospital. Apologize to the gentleman because I took the group there. And then I will cover not only the medical expenses, any other further damages, and try to continue to remain apologetic to the family. Because, again, I took them there. They were all drinking. Had I not taken them there, the situation would never have happened. And had I removed my car from the driveway, or had I not taken my car into the driveway, the altercation would never have happened in the first place. So I must, first of all, accept responsibility for what happened, and then be apologetic and help to find an amicable solution rather than knock my chest at a police station. There's no room for such. Not in this administration.
And when you hear that they went to the police station to take this guy out and carry him, you think they were thinking it's the old regime?
Of course, what else? You think if Potter in the old regime had gone to the police station, they would have released him. It happened with the guys in Lofa. It happened with so many cases that we have unresolved today. Telephone calls. I don't need to tell you. But if Greg will play what they want, then maybe he will know how Joe Baga can operate. He should be on top of this one because of who is involved. A minister. The people voted for Joseph Boakai to do what? Rescue them. In case they have forgotten, the people voted for Joe Boakai to rescue them. And he cannot be sitting down and people tearing them up with glass bottle. Wow. And he cannot rescue them.
Wow. We will try to get in contact with Gregor Coleman and the team to follow through with this investigation. Dr. Francine, Special, Chinenwe, Fagon, best friend, please do your closing. We're waiting for you.
And you see him again.
Okay.
Fagon said we should wait for you. We shouldn't leave.
Yes, because she has the right to talk.
And Fagon said we should wait for your grandson too, that he's talking in the back.
No,
so,
no, I mean, finish joining CDC now.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's why I had to.
Ain't seeing this, Tevin.
That's why I had to leave because I had to attend to Milan. But I have a.
What's his name? His name is Milan.
Yes.
Like AC Milan.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
No, not AC Milan.
Yeah, AC Milan. That's what she just said.
And the poor guy Va and Golan Blood. The men are Malam. You know who they call Malam?
That so the pronouncing it like AC Milan.
Yeah, but I AC Milan. That Malam.
What they call Malam?
Malam?
What they call Malam?
Malam are the poor and As any Liberian on the land.
Is that true, Dr. Richardson? Your son
Liberians
name
that are
AC
listening
Malan,
to
your
us
name
tonight.
Malan?
In Liberia, when you say you going to the Malam.
As far as I know, his mother was born in this country. His father was born in this country. So I don't know if they're looking
Hey,
at.
grandparents were born in the country too?
Hey, great grandparents, then where they come from?
Malan. Daddy was born in Liberia. What am I saying? Malan, come on. Malan, come on.
No, call him Malam.
Malam.
No, it's not me.
Malam.
It's not me.
Okay.
Malam.
It's not me.
Okay.
Malam, let me see your face.
Call him Malam.
It's not me.
What's your name? What's your name?
I'm lady.
Huh?
What's your name?
Baby.
They may call it real Neo.
A baby.
Yo, baby. Okay.
You get that kind of beat Juju knee on you, Malam. They say, baby, it was.
You have to laugh.
All right,
Dr. Richardson, go ahead.
Okay, Malan, can you be quiet? Let Mama speak, okay? Just be quiet for a second. All right, now I have a few thoughts about what happened today in Liberia in terms of the AFL women being out there. And I wrote this down. This is something that I thought about. The first, I want to start with the Senate. I believe that the confirmation process was not utilized effectively. I believe that the process is for appointees to be vetted by the Senate, and somehow perhaps they knew some of what is occurring today, and I believe that questions were not asked properly. You can ask questions, but if you don't ask the right questions to get the right answers, then we are just going to be wasting everybody's time. Each step in the process should provide, at least the senators, she have insights, and the Liberian people should have insights in terms of the character of the appointees, and also any unfinished business like the one we are seeing right now. This is a long-term unfinished business. This is not the first time the AFL women are Mama gonna put you out.
Hey, I see Malam.
Yeah, this is not the first time that these women are expressing their concerns. In as much that I personally like, let me.
I told you that man at Malam. Ask Nelson what they call Malam. Just ask Nelson.
I know the meaning.
Okay.
Mr. Johnson, you got anything to add?
Basically, I just want to just re-emphasize this thing about this is. Look, clearly you have a new government. It's a brand new day in Liberia. Let's just face it, right?
So you're probably hearing.
Yeah, we lost. UP won, and Mr. Boycott has ascended to power. We should give him the space to make his early mistakes. We should give him the space to be human, to err. We should give them an opportunity to fix the country. If that's what the voters voted them for, because they said it was a rescue team. Okay, but my whole thing is that I'm not going to sit on a platform like this and try to nitpick, and knowing the objective conditions in Liberia, where the country Liberia is a post-war fragile country. That's just the way it is in terms of its fragility. It is. And Eugene doesn't want to talk about political economy, and you cannot measure the stability, okay, and the systemic relationship in the United States with a poor third world country, post-war country. And I was speaking to somebody in your government just yesterday. This guy is actually telling me that we have approximately about 15 to 20% of the population of this country may be on drugs. Zognification. That's what I've always estimated. So, in the midst of the zognification, in the midst of the dysfunction, in the midst of the poverty, in the midst of all of the special circumstances that make us, and in a region, Stanton, where there is Mali, where is Guinea, where there is Burkina Faso, where West Africa is teetering on the brink of instability, to go take certain actions, okay, that will undermine that stability, hosting down women of soldiers, bringing in riot squad to clear the streets and all of that. Joseph Boyka, in his wisdom, as an old man who's been around this thing for a long time, Stanton, there are a lot of things that we've done in this country.
If I'm in Liberia now, you gotta meet and greet. So you gotta say,
no, but I'm saying, Stanton, in 2003,
I told you about Sam.
You gotta greet elbow. You gotta meet and greet.
No, but listen to me.
I believe you, Uncle Sam. I believe you.
No, but let me finish, Stanton. In 2003,
I believe you. You in Liberia.
In 2003, listen, let me finish, Stanton.
Let me finish talking, Koya.
Yeah. But let me just finish. Just give me a minute and then I'll finish. In 2003, Charles Taylor said if he was the problem, he would surrender power. Okay? Of course, there was military pressure, but we went to Accra and we surrendered power. Okay? And it was an unconstitutional change of government. We did that. And there are many other times in this country for the sake of peace, we've done things because we have peculiar circumstances. We are not a strong Western democracy. We are a poor third world country. We are a fragile democracy. And Joseph Boyka made the decision, and I know him well. I know him very well. He's a very cautious man.
That's your relative too?
Oh, I was married to his niece. Yes. No, but it's true. It's true.
That's a man relative too. Not John. We are Tono. John, we are finished. Joseph Boyka is a relative. My enemy was a relative.
So you can't be related to two people.
Papi, let go, man. Let that reach.
Traditionally, my second cousin, and I was married to Joe Boyka's niece. Katuma's niece. I was married to Katuma's niece.
I knew it was coming.
I was in their family.
I knew it was coming.
No, but it is the truth. Wait, go out, Jojo. Go out, Tamba. That house on Rehab Road there. I've been there many times. I've been to a group of 77.
So it would be fair. It would be fair that we say you are Joseph Boyka in law.
I was his in-law. I'm no longer his in-law because I'm divorced from his niece.
No, but what's in law? Always are in law.
No. I was married, but I'm divorced, so I'm no longer in.
You were saying in law. You were calling in law.
You saw it coming, right? I knew that when he was going.
He's
doing all this stuff. You were balance it out. Bam! He related to Joseph Boyka.
Yes. And Joseph Boyka in
I
law.
was married his family. It's the truth. It's the truth. I'm married to Katuma's niece. I'm married to Katuma's niece. That's the truth.
But I want to say you were in law.
Yeah. And the family from Mumbo Junction. The family from Mumbo Junction.
You will find the bloodline. You will find the bloodline, Papi. We respect you for that. The hustle.
No, but I don't want anything, Stanton. I don't want anything from them. Okay? I'm not making anything because I want a job. I'm 70 years. I'll be 71 on my birthday. I finished. My life is coming to a glorious end. You know, anytime God calls me, I'm ready. I'm not trying to get a job in this or any other government. I'm basically done. What I can do is to be an elderly statesman and to provide wisdom for things that come up in our country. That's the reason why I'm on Spoon.
Can you please set the record straight today, the 12th of February? Are we related, you and myself? Because tomorrow when I become president by God's grace, or I become somebody, I don't want you coming to surprise me. Are we related now? Say I get driver to eat. Are we related?
So Stanton, I'm not looking for family. I'm not looking for family. So you maybe I will be president one day. So you gotta find a link.
I will relate that now.
No, but listen, this is no joke. I swear to God, I was married to Katumu's niece. They're from Mama Junction. My ex-wife is related to Katumu Cooper, and Katumu and I were in school together on Akiri. She graduated in 1967. I was there with her. Okay, so that's another link. Okay, and she knows me well. Jojo and Tama, they respect me. I respect the family. They are a good family. They're a traditional Liberian family. They're good and decent people. I disagree with the politics of the Unity Party. I agree with the with some of the implementation plans. I disagree with the false starts. I disagree with the slowness and the sloveness, but let's give them a chance. And I'm not trying to make a pitch to get anything from Omen Joseph Boyka. But also, Joseph Boyka and I was also in the same party, the UPP. Don't forget that. Okay? And we were both in the AFL together.
Let me ask you a question, Uncle Sam. And let me start with Fagon first. Fagon, you think it will be, after all the woobla-hoo, all the dust settled, because it will not be 100% settled, Fagon, you think it will be fine for Jose Yima Bwaka to reach out to Mr. Cummings, to Mr. how you call him, ALP leader, what's his name, Paul Ure, reach out to them and just pay them a courtesy call, a courtesy visit, or invite them over? Would you think a new dimension, the former CPP leaders, what do you think you're going to do for the healing process?
Well, I think in the future it will be expedient to do. But 21 days into your presidency and you have not established a government, I don't think it's a wise.
No, that was when the dust is settled.
Yes, I agree with you. And what I'm saying here now is this. You said when the dust is settled, there's no way he can avoid that. This election proved that the country is divided. And the number 2 stakeholder is George Weah. The number 3 stakeholder is Alco, or what you call him, Appeton, or Tiawangonglo, or Mr. Cummings. They were all stakeholders. You have to call a roundtable conference with political parties and their leaders and say, okay, I have formed my government and this is the way we're proceeding. And I would like to have an input from you guys, and as well as have you guys at the table so that we can discuss some of the issues and lay out a clear and comprehensive plan for the country, lay out a roadmap leading to arrest, and see how you guys can, how all of them can sit to the table, discuss issues, come up with some recommendations, and move forward. I will bring you to this. Sam Jackson and a couple of guys came up with the Economic Forum. After they were done with the Economic Forum, Mr. Weah took the paper and put it in the trash can. And you saw the end result. So he's bogged down with a lot of issues right now. And I think the formation of his government and to get everything working will be his first priority. And then he can sit down with his colleagues and they can begin to...
So you buying the fact that later on he should do that. Let me ask you my second question.
He must do that. He has to do that.
We didn't see you at the inauguration, am I correct?
I didn't see him.
We didn't see you at the inauguration.
He was not at the inauguration. He was not.
Okay. Okay. So we all agree with that. Let me ask you this. Let me bring in the private jet issue. What I have you and Mr. Jackson here. You think it was a wise decision for Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn? Mr. Jackson, I'm coming to you, and Fagon will be last on this. Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn, even if it is offered to be flown on a private jet at this time.
So I know the circumstances. The jet belonged to Ibrahima Mahama, one of the richest men in Ghana, and the brother of former President John Mahama. And you know, this is not nitpicking, this is substantial, but there's always some degree of moral relativity when it comes to Liberia. Let's just be very clear about that, okay? In an organized a rule of law, rule-based society, a vice president should not be, catching a ride on a private jet. And I saw a picture of his son also in a private jet, and it's widely all over Facebook. If you've been a party that come to power and you be talking about President Weah's private jet and his collaboration with those rich people within the region, it is not a good idea for you to get into a private jet, take picture, your son taking picture, or just like when CDC first came to power, some of those young people, they went to Europe for the first time, went to America, they went to the Mall of America, they had their Gucci bags. It's pretty distasteful. There are a lot of things I do, Stanton, places that I go, I don't take pictures because I'm in the public eye. I don't want them to think that I'm rubbing it in their faces, okay? So Jeremiah Kuhn should be very careful. But within the larger scheme of things, the things that we should be concerned about, matters that are earth-shattering, that will undermine the stability of the country, I don't think this rises to that level. But somebody need to hold his ear and say, look, Jeremiah, you're vice president now. You're in the public glare. You cannot be seen getting in a private jet with your son and taking picture and placarding it all over Facebook. It's not a good thing, because if you are the co-captain, okay, on that rescue team, this doesn't do well for you. That's my opinion.
Sam, I do not argue people's opinion. I argue people's facts. And I see some of the people saying, oh, Mr. Jackson, so true. What they don't understand is this. A chartered jet cannot be the same as someone catching a ride on a friend's jet. So let's separate the two. Former President Weah was chartering a jet. This vice president is catching a ride. There's a difference there. And when the finance minister sit on a platform like this and admit to how much he paid for the chartered private jet, which brought about the uproar, is not the same as Ibrahim on his way back to Ghana. And the vice president says, okay, I can save my country some money. Sir, can I ride with you to Ghana and then fly from Ghana to Nigeria, where the governor will be sworn in? I am going to Nigeria to represent His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Numa Boakai. So instead of flying and paying money to Ghana and then fly from Ghana to Nigeria, since you are going, can I ride with you? The two are completely different. You take our money and you charter a private jet. We got a problem with that. Number two, you, Samuel Jackson, told Liberian people that this deal, Ibumath and Eton deal, is a flap. It was you, the very first person that blew alarm on that money. And who was involved? Bamba. And who jet was President Weah riding? Bamba. This is not the same with can I ride with you? Why it's true you're talking about the optics that, oh, you are seen on a private jet. It is our duty to educate the people on what the realities are. And tonight, let me seek to tell people, Mr. Vice President rode on a private jet, but he got a ride. Will he come back with a private jet? No. Did he pay money on that jet? No. Let me finish. You will get your time. I know where you're coming from. Let me finish. Did he pay money on that private jet? No. Does he have business with those people? No. Did they drop it in Ghana? Yes, thank God he said. He gone on his merry way. He will be back. What I am saying to you again, when you say his son took pictures on the private jet, Sam, you got kids. Children will do what children will do. When I look at how they born now, 40-year, 30-year-old man, as a Peking, he saw an opportunity. He took it. What we, the citizens of the country, will be concerned about is, excuse me, are you linked to that man? Are you paying money? Did you chatter or that free ride? And people made an issue out of it. It's no issue. When you take our money, as Stanton press D12 that day, and you charter a jet with our money, a private jet, then we got issue. And when Mr. Vice President come back, if any evidence to show that he chartered or he requested a man to bring the jet for him or anything of that nature, then I think we have a case. Until then, there's no case. Any jet available, I will cash ride. Actually, I need a ride back to Liberia, and nobody wants to help me. Not even Stanton wants to help me.
Can I ask you a question, Eugene?
I beg you, can I be the one to ask first? I beg you, I'm waiting for my turn, Mr. Jackson. Well, if I go on.
Yes, sir.
I go on. I want you, we all are so close to Jeremiah Kuhn, the Vice President. I want you to be sincere tonight. I want you to tell, even today, I was back and forth with the Vice President. I love the guy. I wish him well. But I think he made a mistake. And this is who I am.
Oh, that statement you're making, I'll tell you when I have a question.
I will ask you my question. I want to learn on something I asked you. And I think he made a mistake today. The last time he flew on that private jet. It doesn't matter who owned the jet. It doesn't matter that he was catching a ride. You know my concern? His safety, the optic, the security implication that will come along. He represents Liberia. He's the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia. Do not go and catch a free ride, free die. Don't catch a friendly ride. You were sent on a mission to represent the president, to attend the program in Nigeria that is scheduled for tomorrow. Don't do free ride. We just want you to be safe. More question. What were the gentleman doing in Liberia with his private jet? Who is this gentleman? More up the question. Is he your friend? How long you been knowing him? What are his activities in the country? What's the code of conduct say?
Can't take or give more than $200.
There you go. And the ride in the private jet was more than $200.
Absolutely.
I'm not done. I'm not done. Don't do
We're
this
waiting
to me.
for you.
Yeah, let me finish. Don't put your hand on your chest. Let me finish. I will enjoy you tonight.
Just get in your element.
No, I will enjoy you tonight because you put your hand on your chest to talk.
No, I don't enjoy you because
My thing is that
thank you, man.
the safety of Jeremiah Pankun as one of those that advocated and said he would make a good vice president. And I still believe it today. I would pray Vice President Jeremiah Pankun should never ever beg for a bribe on a plane, beg for a free ride. If you have to go and you're running late, get up early. Represent Liberia well. Let's look at the activities of this gentleman in Liberia. Does he have a business? Do he own a company? What kind of business? Why he went to Liberia? Why he took a private ride to Liberia in his private plane? A private jet plane, by the way. Jeremiah Kuhn, his son, and all his bodyguards, the safety are very, very important to me. And on that note, I would say to the Liberian people, I was discouraged. I'm disappointed in the decision Mr. Vice President made. But he has assured us that he will make no further decision when it comes to riding private jet, because it is clear that he made a mistake and he would not make that mistake any second again. No matter how Fagon can say it's okay, it's not okay. You are now the president of the vice president of the Republic of Liberia. So we hold you in a very high, the second highest standard in the country. Be not deceived by Fagon, even if for free, even if you go for 1 second, don't get in the private. We beat on George, man, and we are. Don't make it look bad for us, man. And thank God he agreed with me, Samuel Jackson, that was a mistake. That was a poor decision.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Until we hear.
No. Let them speak. Let them speak. We come to you.
Let me speak, Fagon. In the initial stages.
What are the questions you have for me now?
Let them speak, man.
What are the questions you have
for you? I take my question for you. I take my question for you. Let him speak.
No, but Fagon, I want to just basically counter something you said. In the initial stages, when George Weah was taking private jet, when he was called to question on it, he said that his friend and he would just break his own morale to ride a private jet. Remember? And there was a lot of people that came back at him because of that, right? Fagon.
No.
Let me finish.
No. You gotta tell you like Brempo the truth. You went after Bamba because it was Bamba jet. You the one leak all that secret about Bamba, Eton, and Ibumaf. What you want to say?
I did not leak out the secret. What happened was, when the deal was announced,
whose private jet was that? Was that Bamba jet?
Listen to me. Eugene Fagon, I don't go digging behind people. That's not my job. If something comes into the public domain, I will have an opinion on it. But I don't go out there and say, what is government official doing? Let me go check on him. Let me go Google him. I don't do nothing.
But you did, Sam. You did.
No. When they announced
it. Never knew anything about Ibumaf and Eton.
It was announced. When it was announced.
It was announced as a deal.
Yeah, it was announced as a deal. So all I did, I basically, once it's announced as a deal, just like I wrote something recently on your deal with
let's see what they tell me, man. Don't follow that thing, the man trying to take your attention.
No, that's why you did.
What we are saying here, you are right, Uncle Sam. I think the vice president realized he made a mistake.
So listen to me, my brother. Look, you cannot be a government that campaign on certain rectitude. Certain moral value.
Yeah.
Okay. You come to rescue the country. And then in the second week of your presidency, you are riding a private jet.
In the third week of the presidency.
In the third week of your presidency, you are riding in a private jet with your bodyguards, with members of your family. Okay, and you're getting a free ride, right? The uptake, Eugene, that's what I'm worried about. Because listen,
and Eugene, no, I am concerned.
No, I don't know. You're too jam talking. You're too holy. Your dialogue. So you're finished.
Listen, Eugene.
I don't know.
Eugene, are you saying you will encourage Jeremiah Kuhn, a man I love and respect so much, to tarnish his image? Because so
Eugene,
far
I believe, let me say this, I believe Eugene doing this thing to spoil Jeremiah Kuhn's chances for 2029.
Now you come with different thing, but you're too old.
I believe so.
Nobody interrupting you. Y'all want a dialogue when y'all finish your girlfriend and channel talk.
Okay, my foster brother, go and talk, Chief. I'm listening to you.
Listen here. Yes, Stenton, one reason he gave. Number one, that the vice president he concerned for his safety.
Safety.
Hold on now. Don't rush. The CEO of Access Bank or whatever just died in a plane crash. You are concerned for his safety?
I don't know him. He's not our national figure.
Okay. Kobe Bryant died in plane crash. You are concerned for the safety?
Again, this is have nothing to do with the discussion, Fagon.
No. Wait a minute.
This is your vice president.
I'm speaking.
This is your vice president entering a private jet. And I'm concerned about the private jet, Mr. Sam. I think the private jet is so old. I think the private jet is so old, and we gotta be concerned about this private jet.
All right.
It's very old.
So let me
These are one of the
jets
jets that can be shaking.
Liberians, let me tell you something. When you sit down to listen to some people, you should listen very well. It is a plane. Whether a new or a old, when it will crash, it will crash. When you concern about somebody's safety, whether they're in private jet or they're in a commercial jet, a crash will be a crash.
That's why
saying, hold on,
you don't go on private
are you
jet.
saying, hey man, you were where today? I will flog you in the debate.
Go ahead. I will hurt you, that's all. I'm good at that, Fago.
Are you saying that if Jeremiah Kum was to run Askia or one of the funny jeeps, plane, commercial, and sit down in business class, if it's supposed to crash, it will not crash?
Do you want me to answer you?
We just want, no, let me finish my statements.
Do you want me to answer you?
In a private jet or in a commercial jet where you don't know who are in the jet.
Do you want me to answer you?
At the end of the day, let me finish. You were talking, you talk plenty about safety, all kind of thing. Wait. Now, when you talk about safety on a private jet or a commercial jet, the safety of anybody on any jet rests with everything that is nature. Even turbulence can bring a plane down. So that argument is fake and is weak. Number two, you say, why the men taking friendly ride? We sat on the same platform. We said, Joe, we have no right to charter jet with the Liberian poor money. Because Liberia is a poor country. Today, the men say, you got a ride? Can I ride with you? I will save my country money. You say no. He should not take free ride. He should pay for it. The fact that he's paying for it, and it's economy class, and so we are paying for it, and it's charter, are they not paying? They are paying. It's just that one person paying more. So the other argument again is weak. The last one you said the optics.
You finished?
No.
You finished, Fago?
I come to your optics now.
I will soak you tonight because you are so wrong.
Optics. I come to your optics. What are you watching for? Whether Jeremiah Kum has flown on the jet called Askia, and he was walking, going to the plane. Yeah, another man there with his phone. Everybody taking picture. You know what they call optics? It's what you see. You are still going to see photographs of Jeremiah Kum going to a plane, entering a plane, and sitting in a plane in business class or right behind the pilot. Optics is optics. What is it about the optics? Was the optics bad to see someone entering a free ride plane? Or will the optics be good if he's entering Askia with 8 passengers that the optics you're concerned about? I don't think so. I think what you guys want to do.
I think the issue here is that
one day, you say nobody must charter jet. Let me learn now.
Yeah, learn quick.
One day, nobody must charter jet or do business with Igbo mass people. Then the other day, they may get rah with somebody. You get issue. We can't satisfy you, Stanton.
I think the president should recall your nomination. I think you need it. No. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, Fagon, you finish, let me come in. I do believe today, and let all Fagon friends get versed with me. I think they should recall that nomination. I think he will be a disservice to the Liberia broadcasting system with this kind of reporting. Okay, I do believe. So, I'm not talking about his education. I'm not talking about his administrative skill. I'm talking about with this kind of reporting, right?
No,
don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. He is saying our vice president. Look at this. Look in the interior.
For me?
Look in the interior of this plane.
When have you ever wished good for me?
Mr. Jackson, look in the interior of this plane.
But it's a private jet. Then you say look in the interior.
Fagon. Look in the interior of this plane. Look at the private jet. The mistake here is that the mistake here, and you know very well, here's a certain thing I want to bring to you, Mr. Jackson. You know very well, right? The government is not paying for this private jet, the ride to Ghana. You know very well, somebody giving you a ride, just a free ride. You put the seal of the office of the vice president stamp on it, Mr. Jackson.
Who put it there?
Okay.
So Eugene.
No. Who put it there?
Eugene, wait now. Eugene, wait. You finish talking. Get your friend.
Who put it there? Who put it there?
Eugene, wait. Eugene, wait.
Eugene.
No, wait. Sam.
No.
Let me ask you a question.
Papa Jassy, I beg you, can you wait 1 minute? I beg you, please. Let me finish dealing with it, guy. Let me finish dealing with it, guy. The mistake here.
That lie.
You know, advise our own brother and vice president.
I tell people you wicked. Look at the seal stand up down there. Tell them you wicked. I tell people.
The mistake here for you to advise our own vice president, the one in whom we trust, that is okay.
Look at the seal. Look, that president seal here. That boy is wicked. You talking fast body away for now. The fast body move it. People,
you know what?
Who you know Stanton now? They will say,
you and I, maybe. I will talk. I will talk, Fago.
Who put a seal on it? This guy is wicked.
You and I make fun out of this. I will talk. The safety of the president and the vice president.
We have visit. That is tech.
So Eugene.
Eugene, let
me ask you a question.
You just want to interrupt me.
Stanton, I beg you, let me ask you a question. I beg you, Eugene. Let me ask you the question. I beg you, Papa. I beg you, Papa. Listen to me. My married there from Douala. To applaud them from Grand Cru. And Kebe there, okay, and Lopu there, and Kopu there from Lofa, who voted for the rescue train, and Jeremiah Kun they were in the mud, okay, telling them that we're not building the Jovia government there. They go see that kind of plane there that look like castle, and Jeremiah Kun sitting down there. What do you think, man? What do you think, man? They will say. What do you think, Kopu? They will say. Look at that kind of thing there.
They will say.
Let me say.
That man, we're right behind all with a motorbike. Look at the place saying, hey, sure they put in the car and they join the same way. I will be honest.
Yes.
But that's what I said to you. It's our duty to explain to the people. It's our job to say, no, this is not what you see. This is what it is. It's our job. But when Stanton can do the city to the job, he put it, you don't laugh. That guy is wicked. You put it, the man just take one horse, one money. The man say Maggie, they ain't one toy, but the horse they ain't too bad. I will make them talk. He took one PO, he put it on, he said, this is Maggie horse, Maggie almost faint. We can toss from the thing in. He come to there again, he said, look at the seal. The presidential seal.
But listen, it's on social media. It's on Facebook. It's on Facebook. Fago, somebody calling you, pick up your phone. So Uncle Sam, go ahead, yeah.
Look at.
So Jeremiah Kun, we're not related. Okay, let's be very clear. Okay, okay, I'm related to nobody from Nimba, but I like him. And him and I eat lunch together to our little restaurant there in Kongota. Okay? So
look, Sam, this guy is wicked. When I tell you,
let's look at the interior of this plane.
Look at the plane.
Let's look at the interior of the plane, Fago.
Show the outside the plane first before you show the inside. That guy, show the outside the plane.
No, we show the inside the plane.
Show the plane.
That plane, Jeremiah Kun entering the plane.
Look at the outside the plane alone.
Yeah.
That the plane are looking at that inside.
Boy.
The boy is wicked. I just tell you some of Stanton's secret. I just tell you.
No, it's no secret. Everybody saw the picture.
A different plane he take that I saw.
No, listen. No.
Okay,
This
put a
picture.
some picture up.
Huh?
Put a some picture up.
No, we gotta pretend it begin. We can put it begin
And
picture.
see it? Sam, I know they bought like my ABC. I know he helped. They plead that different interior is showing.
When I simply know,
seal on it. Amen.
But
so
when
I never stay with all. When they say propaganda, we the mask up. We still looking for our equal then.
But Fagon, that is simply what you talking about.
But not simply, you know.
Okay.
That
And you want me?
jet picture he put there so they begin is wicked.
But Augustin, Augustin, let's face it. I think apart from the joke that Fagon put it up, right?
Okay,
well,
but
that is simply
admit about the seal and the interior.
No, but that's what is online. That's what is online.
Yeah,
I'm not the one that put it up. That's what is online.
Now who put it there?
Okay,
it's on Facebook.
Fagon.
Okay, that comes to the interior of the plane.
No, forget about the interior of the plane.
No. You want me to show the man some picture up?
Fagon.
No, who put the
when
interior of the
Jeremiah
plane
Cook
there?
come back, listen to me, Fagon. When Jeremiah Cook come back, the money what they get him to buy his ticket. They buy a ticket for his son, to buy a ticket for his dad.
Hey, you see the inside the real plane, huh? Hey, you see they got wicked.
But I simply,
man.
Simply. How you say that the outside, lying, mom? You see it? Look, you see it?
So Fagon.
No, Sam, you see what we did? You see the treaty of propaganda? You were really falling under the man technical journal, you were gone. You are going to make a feeling with you.
So stand up, give your business, eh?
Oh, that's still a job.
I'm just saying that what is online. If you go on social media, that's what you will see. But what we'll say the bigger picture.
You know what Margaret told Stanton? This Margaret was crying. Margaret said, Stanton, sell the horse and get the money to the government. Sell all my horse. Get the money to the government. Say all.
But what we are saying here, Uncle Sam, at least he admitted that was a mistake. And I don't think he would do it again. Let's forget about the money aspect. But the free ride, what's the security,
Samuel Jackson,
you know what I'm saying? Because you know the security got to move along with the vice president. He represented Liberia. You go on that free ride, anything happen, who knows?
But somebody kidnapped him, man. Somebody kidnapped him.
I don't trust that guy from Ghana.
Then you will become the next VP.
Who?
You.
Me? Oh, man, me? You got a job, brother? I beg you.
Hello? So, but guys, it was a great show. Nelson, come on. We want to say again, join us tomorrow. It will be very interesting. We got a lot more to discuss. As always, Fagon, man, I don't know where you're going to Liberia, but we wish you well on your preferment. We know you will serve well. That's a dry creek, but we know you will bring some water and you'll make that place juicy. All right?
Wait. Before you even go further, I don't mean to cut you off, but I need to say this to people. I've heard Nelson Colette saying, "Oh, call me." Nelson Colette, where he call me? I hear people saying, Fagon, he will go to that place. You know, Fagon can't make LBS. Let me say something tonight. I think those people right, though, because that's the LBS they know. Let them ask about Fagon and talk to all the journalists when Fagon went to public affairs. What the transformation I took there. I met an they call it system mixer. 8-channel mixer is what I met there from 1972. I left them with a modern 2020 60-channel mixer. When I went there was no generator in the whole building for the whole building. And anytime they were having press conference and current went, that was the end of it. I left them with a 5.5 kVA brand new generator. When I went there were hardly any decks for anybody to sit down on. I went and got cubicles and paid for it with my own money from my own pocket. 200 and something thousand from Mata. With the chairs, everything. When I went there, I came to the States and carried 8 laptops and put it in public affairs. I didn't stop there. The only projector and the screen that Mr. President used to use, that Eugene Nagba used to go make news with from public affairs, I carry it there. 30,000 of BTU air condition, 2 blowing out.
So that you carry everything there.
You know, when I left public affairs, the employees are on video talking about me. They are right in a sense, Stanton, because the TV they know it can be shaky. Let them wait for Fagon. Samuel Jackson will tell you that we had news channel 6 in Bomi, I think channel 5 in Buchanan. Today, we don't know what's going on. Our radio stations are like 1920, 1912, when we can do better. So yeah, you said, how deep are going to do? Yeah, you're right. That place old. And I give credit to, what's her name? Estelle and others who try to put some life into it. But we're coming to scrap it. We're coming to scrap it. And
if I don't wait for your confirmation and then we'll go back
to the Liberian people. That's what we're coming to do.
If I go wait for your confirmation, if you have any, we'll wish you well.
So Eugene, so when Jeremiah Kun come back, we need to put all our money into the treasury.
And I told you the man was chasing the money. And I can see where Sam going.
He have to, but he has a budget. So he will
but the money what they gain for per diem for you to buy a ticket.
Yes, I will call it man to net. The man will bring that money. The man will bring that money to us.
All the money for the plane ticket, he must bring all that money and give it to what they need Camaro. We won't see the check or the cash.
Which money?
The man save money. And the man save us money. The government pay a way to go. So, but he took a private jet.
I told Stanton today, I said, Sam will ask that man to produce that money. So who you want to bring the money to? Not Sam. Who should bring the money?
No, not bring it to me. Take it to Obama Kamara. Take it to Obama Kamara.
No, don't bring it to me, because you bring it to me, Master African diva way. Yeah, but hey.
Yeah, but Fagon, it is important. I'm so happy when you talk to Jeremiah Kun, a reasonable vice president. He said, yes, I messed up. I don't think I would do it again.
Somebody just send me the two different interior of the plane. Send them that we can go.
Don't make it on the plane. Tell them they were total. We move. We move. But it was a great show, man. Fagon, again, I'm happy for you, Mo Ali, Patrick Honda. I'm still waiting to see what they will give him, or like Emma Stewart. Modal. Stephen Johnson, the rest of the team. You guys did extremely well. And we hope you guys can serve to help Liberia to change the course. We still got faith and hope in President Joseph Yuma Boakai. But we're not relent to speak the hard truth when we talk about Liberia. This too. Yes, sir.
I just want to say something quick. I beg you.
Yes, sir.
All the places you don't see me fly to, the farm places you don't see me eating to, the only place I can really enjoy where I can sleep like a baby is Liberia. The place where your neighbor stream buried, Stanton. I go to South Africa, my West family, they got plenty of money. They live super high life. Penthouse, this. Made 24-hour, all that kind of nonsense there, right? But I don't enjoy anywhere like I enjoy my country Liberia, to eat my like a sour leaf, do a little more thing. And I arrived here on Saturday. I've hardly left my house since I came. I just enjoy my house, enjoy my country. And that's the reason why I want Joe Boakai to do well. When he does well, we spend more time here. We encourage our friends and family that got a little bit of money to come and invest here in this great country. So Eugene, you do well for us. We beg you, we hold your foot. Let me enjoy a sweet country before I die. I beg you.
Whether it's all of that.
Oh, when you're 70 years old, anything else that premium, so I can go to night, I can go tomorrow, I can go any day.
So I just want to tell you that.
So I say you're recording. Can you upload it, Nelson? I think.
The reason why I say whether you're that, St. Johnson, 1980, they said the case St. Johnson, not that. 1990, they said the case St. Johnson for Low St. Johnson were in Accra. By the time Ellie kid, they say Ellie were case St. Johnson, we go again, Ellie and St. Johnson was standing up taking picture. When we load a few down and say St. Johnson say in the hospital, St. Johnson say he would die in 3 days and St. Johnson right here drinking water. Now why you say, let me enjoy before I die, I ask you what are you with that? So we can know whether to bring your food quick.
And
the next thing you want to know
is Uncle Sam Jackson is related. He's related to Joseph Yuma Barker.
No, that's my ex-in-law. That's my ex-in-law.
Yeah, but you're still related.
Ex-in-law.
And that's the truth. That's the truth. I said, if you friendly with Katomo, if you friendly with Jojo, you friendly with Tama, go ask them. Go ask them. I was married in the family for 26 years.
But I say you're trying to talk to her again.
Oh, because her uncle president, huh? So she can go pay for me.
But say what bright battle I brought soon like this. So.
Oh, but I've been out of Liberia for about 8 weeks. I'm not going to enjoy my country. You see that you're a Luma can't enjoy Liberia. Yeah?
I don't think, maybe thank God for you. But I don't know, Uncle Sam. I really don't know. And I'm very concerned about Fagon going to Liberia. I'm very concerned about Fagon going to Liberia.
But why are you concerned?
I pray to God for his safety. I pray to God for his
welfare. Man, Stanton, stop looking at him, man. Stop it. I beg you.
Stanton scared Tate will not work.
You must Stanton, I beg you. Eugene Fagon, somebody will tell Eugene Fagon.
That man know why he playing well.
I beg you, yeah. Man, Stanton.
The other people try 3 different times, he make it.
Stanton.
I'm concerned about Fagon going to Liberia, folks.
Don't be
concerned. Who will touch Fagon? Who will touch Fagon in Liberia?
Don't be concerned. In fact, EBK Barrier Wesley in one go.
No, I think you go back to my girl who actually waiting for you. You know,
you and Maggie, your brothers. Are you closer to Maggie more than me? I what to him Maggie go take all your family carry to Europe. All of them
James Goode. James Goode. I'm begging my girl to get him Bible and I is late. Because
the man want to graduate and now they facing
nobody can get James Goode bad. He's a resident of Europe. So we can't change that. So that's the thing. A ball from where you from? A ball from Foyama. How you call it? Feasible.
That picture that Goode took with that white girl. That picture is questionable.
I mean, I leave my picking alone by picking get a woman in Liberia, but I don't spot the picking chance. The woman said the picking catered a country soda very odd a few days. Country beans and everything. The lady said everything to James Goode, the country beans, country soda, catered, everything. She sent it to James Goode. The dry boarding, the one that get mashed, the dust, the boarding dust. Said everything to James Goode. So don't spoil my picking chances, man. The picking going to school, he hustling. Don't do that.
What about Diamond? They say Diamond is low for him for days now. They can only see him to the mansion reporting.
Diamond tried something. He got sick. We're praying that he get better. He's not well. Yeah.
He went in the mansion the wrong way.
Yeah, my man. The picking got sick. He's sick. But maybe he'll be back.
The same thing happened to Fadiga.
Yeah.
And the same thing happened to Fadiga. When you come from Spoon Network, you handle yourself where they will handle you. They got to change your.
That's how I look at Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam say he go back to Liberia. I don't know. I want to see that day. I will spend more than 6 days.
Uncle Sam appeared on Spoon 3 times, after which he landed in Liberia.
No, 5 times. So that was the whole week.
But I'm happy you said, yeah, 5 times.
Yeah, but look, Stanton, my man, our country. I mean, the potential here is too much. Okay, and if we just do it right, Stanton.
Somebody says Sam Jackson is very smart. He always married into wealthy family. The honest one I really know, Sam Jackson guy is very smart. He always marrying into wealthy family.
Nobody's saying that because we're not saying that only Fagon saying it. If I go read
no, it's true. Somebody wrote it. Somebody wrote it.
Did I may not read. I may get
Somebody wrote it. Yeah. My man, y'all forget about wife business. Let's talk about it Liberia business. Listen to me. Fagon, you come to Liberia. Anybody text you, just call me.
But why y'all worried for? They said, Fagon did it. Fagon did it.
Fagon, you got beat up.
They don't know how tall you are. They know how big you are.
You said they were chasing you. They tried you. They said then you said they were chasing you with racing. You ran away there. You start crying.
If you see me,
Fagon, I told me.
But we're not talking about my
physical fighting. We are talking about the surrounding. The message, look at Barlow. The message they try him and he started running to America. They give me racing. They give me racing. I can't check my blood pressure. I can't check my blood pressure. He went to Maryland. He said my heart palpitation. Fagon scared. I'm concerned about Fagon. Where he going to
Don't be concerned about me. Like your husband must be concerned about why Potter say when I go back there, I pray you will be concerned. Where are you concerned about before?
Where Fagon going to eat? Who will be cooking for him? You got to go left with my game. Fagon go left with my game. I think it will be better.
Somebody look at your own horse and tell you, say, don't come here again. Me, you, Joey, I can never look at me and say, don't come here again.
Joey, I never told anybody say, don't come to your house. That's not true.
I'm fixing my house on the old road. It got 7 bedrooms. I got 1 bedroom there for you.
No.
My house.
I'm going to my own house. My own house I plan going to. Let monkey try it.
You gotta get beat up. You also run away and come by here. He got beat up.
Casablanca.
When you win election, tell me, Sam. When you win elections in Liberia, it means you got a huge following. You want me to lead army against you, Stanton? I lead army against you. You know what happened to you?
I'm concerned about you, man.
Don't be concerned about me. Now your Sano County team, don't try. I'm a day man. Don't be concerned. Or hey, you'll be saying I be laughing back and coming for a year.
Yeah, people, he ran away. He said, my blood pressure can go down, my heart turning. My man stand up. They both try the best for me. I will fight them. I said, who you fighting? You wear your man.
Tenton, he who fights and run away lives to fight one.
I mean, I will call somebody on the show. But you ran away.
Who won the battle? Who won the war? Who won the war? Who won the war?
Fagon, I just say I'm concerned about you.
Who won the war? I retreated to the United States of America where I have a birthplace. I retreated, recalibrated, retooled, reorganized, and I launched a country.
You man, American woman.
My man, I'm not going into that passport issue. Your leader one with Fanatic Kofa.
You man, American woman.
My mother is American.
My man, that's my question. I'm going into
grandmother and my father, they were very close friends.
I'm not going into who get passport and who get citizenship. That's why all I want is Jackson. I'm not going into who get passport and who gets citizenship. You go ask for that tico for that one, not me. What I'm saying here.
Don't call for that in here, I beg you. Leave my friend in. Leave my friend in. Leave my friend in. No.
That's all he was chasing you for.
Fanati, that's my older man.
But what happened?
I'm a man too. I don't know how you manage.
No, Fanati, that's my man always. But what happened?
Fanati, that's my man.
Fanati, that's my man always. But what happened though? Why the people are chasing Fulani web from JFK? We have to discuss that more. They are chasing them from JFK. Oh, the man running away again.
Run away.
But we're discussing it more. Guys, it was a good show. Like always, we sit here all day, we bring you nothing but the best. We make you to have a good evening before you go to bed.
I retreated from those people. I can't reorganize.
And I will say every picture I show you is about that private jet. Nothing different.
And I launched a counter offensive.
Fagon scared like hell. Fagon was crying when he came. He said the people put song and yama yama in his food.
You
The whole
not
body was doing
scared
jogba,
that you left Kev Hassan and
jogba.
Bian. They gave you 2 weeks to stay. Keep by selling this. You not scared. Laos said will take 2 weeks, 7 days. When they ask the man why you leaving,
now people bring their food and they say, "No, you want to eat?" I said, "No, I want to eat." So when they order their food, they finish eating, then I go and eat small. I said, "I don't know."
imagine Kev then eat a throw spoon down.
Look at that.
Kev then eat it, you know, be looking at Kev
I
then like
kept
this.
myself
But
as
nothing
well
happened to
with
them. Then he eat. And that kind of life I
my
will
man.
live.
My man, their papaya can go anywhere and eat any fufu any day. I don't know how you guys can make it, but I wish I luck.
But you know who can be cooking there?
Eh?
You know who can be cooking there?
Who else
All the
cooking?
people you can see me eating different play. You know who can be cooking there? Eh? They are stupid.
Oh.
You think another song and junk?
Junk.
Another song and
You just go
junk?
say that you just be putting things in your mouth.
Yeah.
They will
I
never
know who cooking, but you be eating it. I beg you, yeah. Saint Jassy, I beg you. You can't
I
get to be
just say
70.
we pray to God for Fagon and we hope and wish Fagon well.
Don't pray to God for me. Forget it. I'll go in the town.
I know
They
you'll be eating from my girl house, so no problem.
Who?
You might get picking.
I can eat a maggie. I order the maggie, you know.
Yeah, but you, my man, you and my girl are brothers.
Any day.
That's why I say you and my girl are brothers. I'm not talking about that because you will not eat anywhere else but the my girl house.
Every day, me and maggie so he won't go.
You will not eat anywhere else but the my girl house.
No, I can even eat a Joey house.
Joel will never welcome you in his house.
You see?
You took the man. You took the man girlfriend. You took the man girlfriend. They call B. Ben, now you listen to the man find you because of B.
And you see the play going.
So Stanton.
Yeah.
Now here no more people other woman there. Eh?
Who, Joel?
Yeah, so if friend of mine not happy.
No, when they ask Joel for 10 over, no, he tell all the women are over too. That's it.
I better go food to eat.
They ask Joel for 10 over, no, he tell over the private jet to Jeremiah Kuhn. That part of the turnover.
Man, I leave it, man. They call that take on your show, yeah? Because
it's late in Liberia. I got a very early morning appointment. I love you guys.
What you have the appointment? I know you're making your way through. You know to find the folks now. Where you have the appointment? Who?
Stanton can't drink.
Look at the mayor. You think we got business in Liberia? We got business in Liberia. You think we're stupid? You think we stay here? We'll not be making small money on the side?
I wish you luck. It's true, Fagon. Yeah. I never smoke. I never drink. I'm a very, very straightforward, godly man. Thank God for that.
Yeah, but the only thing you enjoy that they kind of lecture. And you know how many hours we been here?
You've been here just 3 hours, Fagon.
Yeah. Look at 3 hours. You start the show.
Anyway, I see you guys. I love you all. See you tomorrow. Have a good day.
I'm coming downtown.
Love you so much, Casaprico. See you.
See you. I'll be downtown on the weekend.
All right, Fagon. See you tomorrow. All right, Nelson, a great show, man. A wonderful show. Muslim Snyder, we want to say thank you. Welcome. Heron Kuya. At 9:08, Nelson will be coming up with his show, Late Night Politics with Nelson Collette and the team. Nelson, till we meet again, may God bless you. May God keep you. Nelson, guess what happened? My team won. The Kansas City Chiefs won yesterday. They won the Super Bowl 25-19. A beautiful game. I have never seen such a game, so unique. They went into overtime. They came back. San Francisco had the 3 points. They were happy with 2 minutes left on the clock to go. 2 minutes. They got and scored a touchdown, and the game went wow. The quarterback, who is the leader of the team, he got 3 rings. The team have won 3 Super Bowls from 2019 to 2024. 3 Super Bowls they won. That's wonderful. It's so unique. It was 25-22, a beautiful game. And so not say my team was Cowboy. I had two teams in the game. Kansas City Chiefs was one of my team. Mind your business, please. So I'm going to tell you this: a beautiful game. We had a wonderful time yesterday, and I also heard that Ivory Coast won the game. So that was a great game too. Shout out to the Ivorians. They won the game, but I enjoyed the football game. It was so unique. Patrick Mahomes is the GOAT. You're right. He has created his own dynasty. And we say to all of the KC fan, and go Patrick and the entire team. Nelson, be safe, man. I know you guys got a lot to do tomorrow, the Senate and everything going on tomorrow. Wish you well. And take it away, Nelson. Good night. When I hear you. Can you hear me? We are not hearing you, Nelson.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. It's good now.
Yeah.
All right. It's beautiful. It's good. Thank you very much. Have a good night. Who you guys have today?
Oh, we have
SW, because the person that said one of Porter man's cash, they get it tape, they get a clip, and the woman want to come on. I think that's a son or somebody. Maybe you can bring them home. Call DJ SNW.
Okay, I'll try to get in touch with you.
Yeah, if you have somebody else. Political Cooper passed away. Political Cooper passed away looking for a job though. I don't know when they will call his name.
The man
get our $50 in pay.
Yeah, my man tried to bring out $50.
At least they don't call his name. He gotta pay our $50. Political Cooper passed away. I saw him with a big brown envelope, right? But guess what happened? He went for the judge and said, "Oh man, the president ain't saying your name yet."
They say you went to check. You went to only man I went to check to see if it's there. They say, "Oh boy, if your knee come on, you will see on the page." He said, "No."
Political Cooper passed away. What about Baron? Baron want to go to LBS too.
Baron supporting Unity Party now. The man was ALP, and then at some point he was standing on the fence, but right now the man have drawn a line. So Baron is
he left Ben, are you right?
No, he's still in the party, but the man, he's trying to align and realign and create.
How many times you align Baron? I thought he had the fallback position.
Yeah, the fallback position.
That's what it meant. That's what Kendrick can say over there.
No, CEO. I went there, I drank water.
What James told me, Jones, this is what Kendrick can say a fallback position.
That's my James. James and Baron are 6 and 7, so the men can upgrade.
What many of the 6 and 7?
Yeah, they're the same kind of guys. They do almost the same thing. So the men can go high on each other. So
yeah, James says so can't do Baron said.
No, but Baron sells dicks. The dicks that it replaced the cassette now that you used to have.
They still have that?
Yeah.
We don't have it yet.
I will do a photo of Baron for bar position. I will show you the photo here. Maybe I will take the camera around Baron for bar position. The man selling days, earpiece, charger, and then drinks.
He's selling the how you call it? This the movie dicks.
Yeah, the movie dicks. Yeah.
They still do that in Liberia?
Oh yeah. In fact, it's one of yeah. A lot of people sell that. Though you have the DSTV, Sacon, and all the stuff that people used to watch movie or YouTube.
I know it's other stuff because they don't have it yet.
No,
we don't use it yet.
So many people buy it here.
It's just a little thumb drive, flash drive you sell, not the whole big. You talking about the round thing, right?
A round thing.
Oh yeah.
Press the decks, opens, you insert it, and then you watch movies. So many people still buy them here. So
wow. So Baron sell it.
Yeah.
I think he said he was looking for partners.
Yeah, Baron wants he wants more partners. The man said he wants to relocate the
Where?
fallback position. He wants to relocate. He doesn't have the spot here, so he needs partners that will come and invest in the
You get
business.
money that begin with you.
See, you don't spoil the money.
You get money that you know. I
It's
tried
a
to get up to now. I can't get no result.
See, you don't spoil the money.
No, the people kind of GNC, they want 2005. It would solve the problem he would give you. He would say he give you 45%. So now you're getting 2005, you gone.
But then your son don't give me.
What you do? You go to the men's chat, you see the old video this, then what you do? They're bidding out for the man, you renting it. What you do with Bar? Nothing.
See, you spoiled it. You
No,
spoiled
that's
the
it.
partnership. I tried to promote my main call for partnership. You just spoiled it.
You gonna partner with him?
No, I can't partner. I say I ain't get money to partner with him, man. So
if you have money, will you partner with him?
No, I'm not interested in the kind of business it makes.
Yeah, you see. But how the man will be saying the thing that he say he's drinking it? The man can be drinking the profit. James did a whole recording on Baron. He said it to me. Yeah. What the other guy can be dancing from Baron? What is his name? T-Vest? Travis? What's his name?
No, Tevez nah.
Kevin, nah, you can be dancing with a bottle in your hand in from Baron place too. Where being looking at my head.
No, but see, most of the young guys that support those different political parties, if you want to see the manager, go to fallback position.
Oh, they picking Lasana.
Lasana. I met Lasana there when I went to Dream and Mota.
I have not seen Fidel there though. Have you gone there too?
Fidel has been there. Fidel went there. He invited Chairman Ability there. Mr. Ben Ayuri went there.
Oh yeah.
Chairman Sanvi. Fallback position. The man is spray a chair right on the road.
Outside?
Right outside. Everybody
they got food there?
No.
They got food?
No. Maybe they have that, but the time I went there was no food, drinks.
Amen. Yeah,
but
man.
That's why the man needs partners. So CEO, if you can invest in the main business, it will be a good thing.
Who me?
Some
I got no money. I got no money. Yeah, listen. You get him out of Baron, you will whip him.
There's Zoom for the promotion. Let me forget it.
No, I'm thinking. But don't get him out of you will whip him. Seriously. But I think the best thing Baron should relocate, and and just make it simple. The people they love simplicity. Don't go talk about we'll do the one with bring flash screen TV, we'll do the one. When you start being too careful with how you present it, the people walk away. People love to sit outside during this summertime, and drink the beer, and that's what Baron brings. I will encourage everyone, man, tap into Baron. We'll bring him on the show, and let's see who all want to invest through Baron. Maybe it will be a great thing. Tell him to come on the show. We ask people if they want to invest when he explains about his business. Maybe people will invest 500 here, 1,000 there, and he will give everybody a share, a little share here, a little share there, and then he can create this big, like Calabash. Calabash gets so many owners. I heard, but they said that Lester own Calabash. So they say everything stand on say about Calabash, not true that Lester. I said, but that Thomas Donat told me, but he passed away now. So if you say that Lester own it, well, that Lester own it. But like Calabash, so Baron can be the next big company, Yeah. So that's to bring him on. We'll talk to Baron. That might begin. But on this note, tell Baron I'm out. I cannot invest in his business. He will whip him.
Well, folks, again, we want to say thanks to all of you out there for being here with us today on this edition of the program Spoon Talk. Thanks for your contributions. Thanks to all of you who call in, making your inputs. Thanks to those in the radio lane. Yes, we've been making some adjustments here. Of course, we have some technical issues, so we are making the technical adjustments needed. So So many of you have been giving us feedback about the quality on the radio. That's something that we're going to improve on. Yes, we are already working on that. So, but I want to say thanks to all of you listening to us on the radio. Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric 101.1, Super 95.5 FM, and all the other radio stations across the country. GB 90.9 FM. Um, and of course, you have Trust FM in Bowman County, Premier FM in Bon County, and of course, Trend Radio in Grand Crew County. We say thanks to all of you for being here with us on the show, for relaying the program, and all of you across Liberia for making up time to be here with us. And of course, yes, our online audience, all of you online who always make up time to be here with us, we want to appreciate you as well. Those of you who have been following on Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, and Super TV on Facebook, we say thanks to all of you. Thanks to the folks who have been watching on YouTube as well. And the handle is Spoon Talk Live. We appreciate all of you for following us on YouTube. So my name is Nelson Colette. Just before we go, let me do a special birthday greeting for Miss Ruth and Domian. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday to you as you celebrate your natal day today. Okay, so again, happy birthday to you, Miss Ruth and Domian, as you celebrate your special day today. Folks, we're out for Spoon Talk tonight. We'll be back on your radio tomorrow. But join us. We're coming back shortly for the late night show. The team is all set. The guys are ready. We're about to talk about some very important issues here tonight. Yes, you don't want to miss the show. So make up time to join us tonight. And that's the late night show that's coming up just in a jiffy. I also want to send a special birthday greeting out to my own friend and brother, Steve Bonner. Steve Bonner, your birthday is today. Happy birthday to you. Catherine Best Williams, happy birthday to you as well, as you guys celebrate your birthdays today. Okay, so till we come your way again, have a good night. Liberia is all we have, so let's remember to keep the peace.
The South and then George is on the beat.